Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void, never to be seen again. Space Fams! Beautiful to see you here on this Saturn day, where we are finally going to do the week ending report. And boy, oh boy, what a week it's been. Sometime we'll get a better week, I'm sure. We'll hit the jackpot on greatness. But suffice to say, this week was scraping the bottom of the barrel on trash, the trash barrel, if you will. Lots to talk about, but first, some shoutouts. HBX, Atticus Among Us, and Miss Pennywiser123 in the YouTube chat sticks Dragon a very close fourth. Selena Marie, Selena Mary, Niaz Rocky, Miss T Wash, Magley, Hermit Horologist, Carl Schmidt, Randy Terpstra, Green New Deal, on Twitch. Like I said, beautiful to see all you folks here on this Saturday. Lot to talk about. Boy, oh boy. Busy week. Although it's not all U.S. focused. Wisconsin police murdered an innocent man. A man who was posing really no danger to them at all. On the ground. The community outraged. Family distraught. What else we got here tonight? Vance Belter sentencing. Justice Elena Keegan with comments about stuff. Oh, I got so much to talk about. ICE activities, elections, related news. DSA, Democratic Socialists, and the internal fight going on over the path of democracy. What else we got? We got data center stuff. We got storm stuff and a shitload of fire stuff all over America and Europe. Climate change causing most of the extremities on these weather events. Yes, we'll get an update on the new leadership in the Labour Party in the United Kingdom. Epstein-related news in France. And then, of course, Ukraine and the war in the Middle East. Everything happening in the Middle East and the Cockroach Janta Party. Which one? It's possible. It's possible they've at least had some victory here. Cover all of this and much, much more. All right, everybody, let's get to it, starting in the United States. I believe people are gathering as we speak for a protest in Wisconsin. But if I can time it right, we'll catch the beginning of that after we get done talking about what's happened in the last couple of days. Shocking footage came out on I think it was Thursday, of a man by the name of Corey Ruiz being gunned down in the streets by police. Here's the New York Post from 2 days ago. Trigger warning.
Horrifying video captured the moment a Wisconsin police officer fatally shot a man who authorities say knifed him while resisting arrest. The chilling cell phone video from bystander Michael Dubeck starts off by showing 3 cops wrestling with the suspect in the middle of an intersection in Madison. As the man appears to collapse to the ground, one of the other officers is seen.
Now, one thing I'd like to point out here is that at this moment, when they got this guy in the ground here,
Dubeck
it's pretty clear. I looked for it. I looked for the knife. I don't see it.
Starts off by showing 3 cops.
Nope, there doesn't seem to. You can see here very clearly, there's no knife in this hand. This officer seems to have his other arm in complete restraint. A second officer with a rear naked choke on him. I mean, not quite, but you get what I'm saying. He's behind him with his arms around him, completely subduing him. Yeah, this guy standing to the left, and this officer in front, who is actually tasing him. You can see that in parts of the footage too. So he's getting tased. No weapon in this arm. It's hard to tell in this one, but I don't think there's one here. Otherwise, this guy would be getting slashed the fuck up right now.
Wrestling with the suspect.
And yeah, you can kind of tell that there's nothing, like when you see the arm
Michael
move
Dubeck
between the legs of the officer behind
starts
him.
off by showing 3 cops wrestling with the.
You can see there's right there, like it's hard, like it's almost impossible to pause it there, but you can see that the officer is holding, I think the officer on his knees is holding both his arm and a stun gun, right? But that's the only weapon that I can see in that moment. So guy's completely unarmed, surrounded, getting tased, held by 3 different dudes.
Suspect in the middle of an intersection in Madison. As the man appears to collapse to the ground, one of the other officers is seen firing his gun 3 times at the suspect before a witness can be heard wailing, "No."
This is completely unnecessary. And there's more backup that's just shown up, and they decide to execute this guy in broad daylight in front of the public. There's a guy standing right here, witnessing it all. I mean, this is just traumatizing. This is government trauma.
Background. The disturbing clip appears to show blood pooling on the concrete surrounding the face-down suspect.
Now, people want to point out that this guy had a criminal record and that he supposedly had a weapon on him. At the time he was shot, he was on the ground, and from all of the footage that I've seen, completely unarmed. There is no weapons in his hands, and he poses no threat to anyone but the fucking pavement. For someone who is in charge of upholding the law, to murder somebody who poses no threat to anybody, this is the same thing that we have been watching ICE running around murdering people. You know, this is the same thing. No due process. Guy, unclear that any crime had been committed, by the way. Like the what led up to this incident was an allegation that he had looked into a number of cars. It was never proven that he'd stolen a single thing from a car, opened the car door, or otherwise operated or engaged with a vehicle in an illegal fashion, right? And they chased him down and murdered him. No, the judge, jury, and executioner. And the community is pretty upset. Shock of shocks in Wisconsin. The fact is we have not seen enough changes to law enforcement or how the government interacts with communities in this country, with the citizenry, people within the American borders. There's an unequal application of the law.
And good evening. We begin with that breaking news out of Madison, Wisconsin. Just a day after police shot and killed a man in a busy intersection there. Police say the man had fled from officers, then pulled a fixed blade knife, injuring one officer who tried to use a taser before 3 shots were fired. Protests developed almost immediately. And then today, just moments ago, demonstrators walked into a police press conference and took the microphone. One woman holding a sign saying, quote, "Corrupt cops deserve to die too," and "Kill Peterson." The reference not clear, though a police chief Patterson right there in the room. Our Jonah Kaplan has more now on that extraordinary moment and everything that led up to it. Jonah, good evening.
Tony, good evening. We're just a few blocks away from the state capitol, and this right here, this is the spot where police shot and killed 38-year-old Corey Ruiz just about 24 hours ago. And that was a stunning moment. Never saw anything like that before. But it showed how the simmering tensions here, they're reaching a boiling point.
I gotta say, you have to have not been paying much attention to have never seen anything like that before. I mean, this is the United States, right? 2026. How old is this guy? 40s? I mean, his hairline is receding extremely quickly up there. I couldn't be 100%. But I would say his dude's in his mid-40s. Is this the first time you've seen something like this? We just got done watching shit like this a few months ago. In fact, not even a few months ago. Like last week. Like last week we watched 2 people get gunned down. CBS is living in some sort of dream world.
But it showed how the simmering tensions here, they're reaching a boiling point. As Madison's police chief detailed the independent investigation into Wednesday's shooting.
I'm not going to stand here today and render a verdict or an opinion about what the investigation will find, because I believe that will jeopardize what we all want, which is independence.
He then stood still, as did other city leaders, as protesters first interrupted, then stole the microphone.
Give me this microphone then, excuse me. That's right. This is the clown show. This is a puppet show.
This went on for more than 15 minutes, and when it resumed, the chief said this.
We've called for a thorough and independent criminal investigation into yesterday's shooting.
This new video obtained by CBS News shows 4 Madison police officers trying to revive a man they say had struggled with them during an arrest. The suspect died from gunshot wounds after police say he allegedly injured one officer with this knife. Video of the confrontation instantly went viral. Today in Madison, we met Jazz Brown, who says she grew up with Corey Ruiz, the victim in Wednesday's shooting. There was a picture of a big knife, right? How do you square that?
A badge isn't a license to kill.
The 4 officers involved have been put on leave.
This is an incredibly difficult moment for the Madison community. It does not matter who you are or what your past is. You should not lose your life.
This guy just coldly and callously just aimed his gun at this dude and murdered him. He was unarmed at that point. Did he have a knife? Possibly. But at that point, he was not a threat to anyone. He was clearly immobilized on the ground, double tased by 2 officers. And we give these police weapons, assuming that they're going to use them to protect the public. But nobody was in danger at this point. They were in danger of having to do their job and to actually arrest the guy. You know, take him to jail, right? If he did assault them. But they had it covered. They had 5 officers on the fucking scene. They had 5 officers on the scene. The guy was unarmed, and he just unloads on him.
I told these young people back here on our way here that we have the power, not that badge, not that weapon. We have the power.
I think everyone in this room can feel the thinness of trust in this city right now, right? I can feel it. It did not start yesterday, and it's not abstract. It's a direct result, I think, of what our community has gone through and we have watched repeat. But again, I can't do this job, and our police department can't do their job without all of you.
I want to be clear. It does not matter who you are or what your past is. You should not lose your life as a result of an encounter with law enforcement. This officer-involved shooting must be rigorously investigated, and it will be.
My first thought is, when the officer is walking away, why isn't he walking away in cuffs? That's my first thought. Because I'm looking at a Corey who can be a Charles, who can be a Clyde, who can be my son, and I'm angry. There's like no way around.
Yeah. Yeah, people are very upset. Rightfully so. It doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter if you've been to jail before, if you've committed a crime before. This is a country that's supposed to have the rule of law and a justice system, not daylight murders for alleged crimes. You know, that is, you know, like, we are living in this sort of like draconian, this like American draconian era right now. And I feel like some people are like growing numb to it, but this is unacceptable. Like, this shit is unacceptable. And this is not, honestly, this is not even a one-off instance, right? And it's not just ICE like I've been mentioning before. You know, there's a lot of this sort of stuff that goes on, doesn't get enough attention. But the fact is police forces have the obligation to uphold the law. They're not exempt from it. And they're not supposed to be exempt from it. And if they are, that is a system of injustice. You can't have a system where the people upholding the law are exempt from the law. It just creates insane corrupting forces. But unfortunately, we are witnessing the federal government behaving in a way in which they do not face any consequences. And as I've been saying before, we've been watching local and state police forces working with ICE in ways that they're not supposed to, and in ways that make them complicit. And like I said back during the big ICE protests earlier this year, if local police departments and state police departments don't want to be associated with the crimes of ICE, and they want to put forward that they've changed, they better not collaborate with ICE. But we've seen them collaborate over and over again, making them complicit in those crimes. And then, of course, they're doing things like this to themselves, which is making America into a lawless it's just an anarchy to some degree, right? I mean, if the people upholding the law are just murdering whoever they're supposed to be upholding the law, just chasing down brown people and murdering them, we got a real problem. You know, it doesn't matter if you've actually committed a crime, but you can be gunned down by the government, then what is the difference between committing crimes and not committing crimes? Aside from some sort of moral justification, right? Like, I'm being genuinely serious, because the arguments of most of the law and order types is we need punishments, right? And we need a system of justice to prevent crimes from happening, right? To disincentivize people from committing crimes. But if you have the same likelihood of being gunned down, whether or not you've already committed a crime or not, then where's the incentive system now? It's upside down. Well, this was the first protest about 2 nights ago, I think, here in Wisconsin. Status quo news on the ground, of course.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. This is JT Siskowski for Status Quo, live on the ground in Madison, Wisconsin. This is my home, so this story is a little different for me than many of the times I've been reporting for you. I'm used to being on the ground covering murders that have been committed by federal law enforcement, not for executions committed by police, but those do happen every day in this country as well, and that is what we are here to talk about today, because yesterday, a man named Corey Ruiz was executed at this intersection here behind me, the intersection of Baldwin and Willie Streets here in Madison. This is a progressive part of a progressive city that prides itself on progressive things like police reforms, and yet still another man has been shot and killed by local authorities in just a minute here. In fact, actually right now, there is a vigil that is getting underway here behind me, and I'm going to shut up and let you listen in to some of the proceedings here, and then we will go around and interview people in this community, in my home here, to explore how people like me are feeling in the wake of this horrific shooting. For those of you who have not seen the video, I warn you, it's very graphic if you go to find it, but it is what Madison police claim happened, as people are now shouting out Corey Ruiz's name here behind me. What Madison police claim happened is that they had shown up for reports of a man who was looking at vehicles down here on Willie Street, apparently, allegedly, looking to see if any were unlocked that they could allegedly steal things from. They had an interaction with Corey Ruiz. They claimed that he had a knife, that he cut one of the officers, and then what we do see on video, plain as day, is that Corey Ruiz was tased, tackled to the ground, and then while he was on the ground, he was shot 3 times, at least once in the head. Law enforcement did try to administer CPR after standing back, shocked themselves at what had just happened for a moment. And then, after that shock wore off, they stepped in, administered CPR. I actually was just interviewing a man off camera. He didn't feel comfortable going on camera. His name is Aaron, and he lives just down the street here, and was out shortly after. He did not see the shooting itself, but tells me he was out here shortly after, saw law enforcement administering CPR, saw the officer who had did the shooting was being consoled by other law enforcement nearby, but very quickly the law enforcement gave up on that CPR on Corey, and he died. And then
now, as you can see, at this visual, there's candles that were set up. People putting flowers out, paying respects. Okay, now I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit. As you can see, the crowd continued to grow. A lot of people out here demanding justice.
Let's trade, please.
Yes, indeed. The calls for justice for the arrest of the officer who just wantonly unloaded his pistol into an unarmed man on the ground. I'm just trying to cover. I wanted to cover this on Friday, yesterday actually. I also thought about doing it Thursday too. I don't think we did a stream on Thursday. But this has been ongoing since I think it was at least Thursday when this started, maybe as early as Wednesday. I can't remember the exact timing of this. But let's get some more from this protest. Like I was saying, this is the first of the big protests surrounding this police killing.
Mr. Cox dressed up in a
They thought they was the beast. They didn't know we was the beast.
think the protest is going to be starting very soon, about 15. I think it starts at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so... I mean, I see a bunch of people waiting in the Mercado Media chat right now for that. Trying to line these up. But this protest, this first protest, and we got multiple to look at here tonight, went for hours. I'm just going to skip towards the end. This is about 3 hours in.
No justice, no peace. No racist police. No justice, no peace. No racist police. No justice, no peace. No racist police. Our streets, 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 Food City, our city, Food City, our city, Food City, our city, Food Street, our street, Food Street, our street, Food Street, our streets. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. And if we don't get it, shut it down. If we don't get it, shut it down.
Yeah.
First of all, however you want to be identified, name or alias.
It doesn't matter. Daiquiri.
What's it?
Daiquiri.
Daiquiri.
Yep.
Nice to meet you, Daiquiri. I'm JT.
JT.
So first, can you read off the signs that you're wearing?
Yep. It says corrupt cops deserve to die too. And it says fuck you, kill Peterson.
Now, that's a play on the cop's name there.
Yeah.
It's like a strong
Yeah.
sentiment. Why was it important to you to deliver that strong message?
I see what she's done.
He deserves to die. We don't want justice. We want revenge. And he deserves to die.
What do you say to people who... Thank you. Thank you for looking out for me.
Yeah.
What do you say to people who say that, you know, an eye for an eye leaves the whole world blind? Where does it end?
It doesn't. I guess it's just going to be a war on the country.
This killing crime has got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. This killing
How do you ensure that something like this never happens again?
When we start fighting back.
What does fighting back look like?
Doing what they do to us.
There you go. You can see protesters making their voices heard. And their strong opinions about how to solve the issue of police violence in their communities. Protests went into the late evening hours till the sun went down. AP's got a clip of Wisconsin residents gathered at the scene. This is from yesterday. I think this was right before, actually. Now that I'm looking at it, I'm just realizing this was right before the protest.
So this is actually the third police-involved shooting in the neighborhood that I have lived through here. And it's just not okay. It looked like an execution to me. I immediately was like, no, this is not okay. This is not justified at all.
When we think about supporting individuals and each other, it does take a village, as we often always talk about, which is our community. So if someone needs a hand to hold, or someone just to hear them, or to talk to them, or to help wipe their tears, or to provide additional mental health or grief resources, then that is why we are here. It's time for a change. It's time for our Office of Independent Monitoring of the Police actually has the things that they need.
Yeah.
It is time for community to be aware of what's going on. It's time for the senseless, untimely deaths to stop.
My job is to investigate officer misconduct. It is to take complaints from the public. I think I have a duty to be strong in this moment, but I'm human, and I am a Black woman, and I'm tired.
Yeah. This has to stop. Cannot continue. Anyways, I meant to watch those in reverse order because that was actually footage from before it actually got going there. But the family held the press conference, I believe, the same evening.
Justice for Corey Reeves. 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 Justice for Corey Reeves.
Justice for Corey Reeves. Good afternoon. First, give honor to God, who is the center of my life. I am Wisconsin State Representative Sheila Stubbs, and I represent the beautiful 78th Assembly District, which includes portions of the south and east parts of Madison, the city of Monona, a portion of the village of McFarland, and the town of Blooming Grove. I was elected in 2018 to the state capitol. I stand here today with the family of Corey, a member of our Madison community who was fatally shot by a Madison police officer this past Wednesday, July 22nd, 2026. To the family of Corey, please accept my deepest condolences for your tragic loss. My heart and my prayers are with you in this unimaginable, difficult time for your family and everyone who knew and loved Corey.
Another family torn apart by unnecessary violence. Count at least 3 kids standing here. This press conference went on for a while, so I'm gonna just hit a couple of spots here.
Justice for Corey. 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 Thank you so much, Representative Sheila Stubbs. I'm Attorney Ben Crump, and along with Attorney Steve Hart, Attorney B. Ivy Lamar, Attorney Jay Castlebeyer, and a great team of investigators and paralegals, we have the honor of representing the family of Corey Ruiz. I am flanked by his family members, in particular. To my left, his beginning with his mother, Elsa, and to my right, with his future, his daughter, Kalia. His family members are here, his sister, Veronica Ruiz, his sister, Anna Ruiz, his brother, Adam Ruiz, As we said, his mother, Essa Ruiz, and his daughter, Khalil Ali Omar. Also, her mother, Marjorie, is present with us. You will hear from all of them talking about her father, Corey, and how special he was to them, and her in particular. You will hear about he was a son, a brother, and a father. Now, there are going to be people who try to assassinate every part of his character. They will try to say that he's not worthy of your humanity. He's not worthy of your consideration. He's not worthy of your sympathy. Well, I am here in Madison, Wisconsin, because we saw an execution and it shocked our conscience. It shocked the conscience of people all over Madison who saw the humanity in their friend, their brother, Corey. People all over Wisconsin were shocked when they saw the execution of Corey Ruiz. People all over America are shocked when they see the execution of Corey Ruiz, because they understand when they see that video that it was so unnecessary to execute him. It was unnecessary, unjustified, and unconstitutional how they executed Corey Ruiz. Thank God there was video. Marge, if there wasn't video, we can only imagine what the narrative would have been. Thank God there was video, Representative Stubbs.
Yes, sir.
Thank God. You know, his sister Veronica and us were talking. She recalls seeing the police chief making comments saying that he was stopped because we believe that he might have been looking into cars or checking to see if car doors were locked. I mean, he was executed based on speculation. They said that was why they was chasing him.
Exactly. This is what I've been saying here. Is that the claims turned into justification for a murder. And there was no claim of any sort of threat to the community, right? Like physical threat to human beings, right? Like you can't do violence against a car. Like you can damage a car. You could do all sorts of things to a car. But violence, technically, I believe that's reserved for other human beings. Living organisms. And all he was accused of is looking in cars. That wasn't proved. Hasn't been proven. And it's not justification for just blasting a guy. You know, if a crime was committed, okay, do the law then. Do the law. And what better time to arrest the guy than when he's unarmed and on the ground, double tased by 2 different officers? Seems like a perfect opportunity to get him in custody, rather than shoot him with wanton disregard. But that's what he got on that day.
Corey. Justice for Corey. Now you will hear from the mother of. Yeah, we're going to hear from the mother of Corey Ruiz, Miss Elsa Ruiz.
Hi, my name is Elsa Ruiz. My son was Corey Ruiz. My son was an exceptional guy. He was my love. He loved his daughter. He loved his family. He did not deserve to be taken out like that. They took my baby from me. I never thought I would have to bury my baby before you buried me. And I would never.
Justice for Corey. Justice for Corey. Justice for Corey. Justice for Corey.
Justice for Corey. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace.
Esperando que conozco. Thank you. Y'all, this is extremely emotional. Extremely emotional. Thank you so much, Miss Elsa. Now you will hear from Corey's older sister, Miss Veronica Ruiz.
I just want to thank the community and everyone that is standing up to support my family and my brother as we fight for justice for his execution. There's already been so much negativity about him, and nobody even knows who he is. His criminal record tells a tale of trauma, of pain, of struggle. It does not define who my brother was.
That's right.
And for him to be executed the way he was, based on, in conclusion, based on speculation, I don't understand. I need somebody to help me understand why they felt it was okay to execute my brother.
It wasn't.
No, it was not.
Based on no facts at all.
Take your time, Take your time.
Well, as you can see, the whole fucking family is torn apart right now over this unjustified killing, broad daylight. How many of these are we going to have to watch this year, huh? How many of these are we going to have to watch? Now, before we go to the protest that's happening right now, supposedly, let's go to this. Another clip from Mercado Media. They and Status Quo have been covering these now daily protests that have been happening 3 days in a row since this happened.
I didn't think we were going to start right away.
Me either.
Okay. Yep. Just go get it.
One body. The body is the people. The body is the people. One body, one head, one voice. That's how.
All right, chat. We're up.
I don't care what organization you came
Wait, hold on. We don't need this whole thing.
Madison has striking similarities to like Washington D.C. too with its layout. The government building area, especially.
Mercado was an OG in Minneapolis resident. Well, apparently JT from Status Quo. And Status Quo and Mercado are like interlinked now. They're basically collaborating. I think they got into some sort of like actual deal. JT Wiskowski, I think is I finally memorized his name. It took me months, but JT Wiskowski, I believe, is from Wisconsin. So they got some serious on-the-ground coverage here. Yes, people. People have been mobilized by the more horrors on their streets once again. Seems to be a weekly occurrence now. I mean, last week we watched ICE murder 2 different people in a 5-day period or something like that. One in Houston, one in Maine. 2 people who were not even the subject of ICE investigations, who either had pending citizenship or work papers. Benihana 99. Feeding the puppy. Thank you, Benihana. They took it to the Capitol building, which is quite something to witness out here in Wisconsin. Look at this thing. Okay. Now this protest went deep into the night. People still standing around the vigil area where, I mean, how many candles is that? Like more like hundreds of candles and flowers are now set up. Chalk and paint and signs and other sorts of things adorning the area where Corey was murdered. Ah, shit, but they're listening to music. This is where I gotta watch myself because I'm being accused of reusing content. And we have all these instances of like little copyright claims that don't amount to like copyright strikes, but are just identifications of like copyrighted material. Because we watch stuff like this all the time, we have like little like, oh, like this song appeared in the video. But nobody ever comes after me for any of it. But now YouTube's claiming, you know, the existence. So I've been like having to go through the whole channel and make sure there's no more like of any of that, essentially, like getting down to like bare minimum stuff that I'm planning to actually dispute. But it's unfortunately we can't. I just can't fuck with it. Been having too much problems already. Need to get remonetized on YouTube. I still have a chance to reappeal. So I've been doing everything I can while preparing for the stream, literally multitasking, preparing for the stream, simultaneously going through the channel and deleting shit. It's been a real battle over here. Wait, they're still not live? Really? I thought I timed it perfectly. Now they changed it to 9:15. Oh, foiled by my own petard. I had it all perfectly planned. I had it all perfectly planned, and now Mercado Media. Not live. What am I to do with this? Ah. Oh no, and now I'm trapped. Now I'm trapped because I'm on full screen. Double foiled. Double foiled. It is a disaster. I guess what I'll do is I'll go back to the stream from last night. I guess since there's copyrighted music, I'll just watch it. I switch it to a different portion where hopefully it's not copyrighted. But this is, you know what? This is perfect, actually, because now I have an opportunity to make another point. Green Deal, thank you for the backup sunglasses. But, like, actually, this is perfect for me, because this is literally what I was saying earlier. You know? If all those people who love ICE, who I know hate the slogan, defund the police. Thank you for the hat as well. They hate this slogan, defund the police. They should stop with the murdering of people. Right now. You know, if the police themselves, who I know had issues with the slogan defund the police, which really, I mean, meant different things to different people. The vast majority, from what I could tell, just wanted a reallocation of resources and a demilitarization of police forces, more focused on law enforcement rather than like vigilante justice. Because honestly, when police just murder people on the streets and, you know, nobody gets charged with the crime, it approaches vigilante justice, right? Like, I don't care if you had a badge. Nobody got proven. Nobody got proven to have committed a crime. You decided. You arbitrarily decided it was time for them to die. Well, I was saying this before during the ICE protests earlier this year. You know, after Renee Good and Alex Preddy, I was like, look, police need to stop collaborating if they don't want this to be the next fucking step. And here it is. I hate to have them proven right, but this is effectively. I don't think that they're disconnected, right? Like, people keep watching it over and over again, right? Whether it was, like I said, Alex Preddy or Renee Good or Sebastian Guerrero or Alejandro or what's his fuck? Oh, there's too many now. There's too many fucking names. Too many people have died this year. Oh, God. But, like, this is my point. It's like, if you don't want people calling for the defunding of the police, then reform the police and get it to stop doing the things that people want to defund it over. But of course, like I was saying before, most people didn't actually want to just completely defund the police. Although, in my opinion, they're overfunded for their success rates. They're glorified, ticket issuers, which we're now replacing with traffic cameras, although there's a whole other issue we got to deal with because the flock surveillance shit's got to go too, honestly. But the point is we got a federal and local state governments and their police and or law enforcement, whatever you want to call them, that are just doling out violence. Just doling out violence on the streets. And we're being forced to watch it day in, day out. Why should we be paying for it? Why should taxpayers be forced to pay billions of dollars a year for police forces that can't solve crimes? And their only prevention of crimes is by murdering people. How is that a justified expense? That's the question. Why should we not have something different? Why should we not be spending our money, our taxpayer dollars, somewhere else? Why should we be giving the police forces more and more guns, more and more goodies and military gear? For what? It specifically seems to be more and more so to prevent people from doing stuff like this. To prevent people from complaining publicly using the First Amendment. The fact is we're being squeezed. I feel it happening right now, but we're being squeezed on both ends, right? Because we've been told that technically First Amendment doesn't apply on social media because it's a private square, not a public square. But then we're being repressed on the other end. Like, we're allowed to have our accounts taken down by whatever billionaire feels like doing it that day. But simultaneously, we're funding police forces with gear to repress our First Amendment rights in the streets. Is a narrowing, a real narrowing of freedoms happening right now. Unsustainable, in my opinion.
If we don't get no justice,
Okay, I'm hoping this is live now. I'm just gonna make a wild guess that Mercado's finally gone live. Fingers crossed. There's supposedly a protest happening tonight. Oh,
audio better.
Here it
and
is.
They're doing well. If you guys could.
What's up? Hey, everybody, can I get a vibe check, a general vibe check? How are we doing today? How are we doing tonight? Are we all right? Fired up, fired up, fired up. Are we sure? I know we're fired up. Are we fired up, fired up, fired up? Are we fired up right now? Basically immigrants. What I saw in that video was fucking disturbing. I'm getting claps. What I saw in that video was fucking disturbing. I just want to make sure that we know our intent tonight. A lot of times when we organize, sometimes we can have a tendency to like get a little distracted. We are showing support for.
Okay. Well, that's people gathering right now in Wisconsin, continuing to protest the police execution of Corey Ruiz. Okay. Meanwhile, we got two more clips here of police misconduct in the last few days. one in Phoenix, one in Philadelphia.
Some set of cuffs and you're going to go to jail. All I'm asking for is your license right now to identify. What am I being arrested for?
This intense encounter with a federal officer turns dangerous for the man behind the camera. I'm Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum. Let's run it back.
Yeah, and so this shit is completely fucked. I would like to point out to everyone, especially law enforcement, I suppose. You know how you're not supposed to light cigarettes at gas stations? You know how you're not supposed to smoke while pumping gas like it's a crime? It's because of the spark. It's because of the sparks, not the flames, actually. You might be shocked to hear that. But actually, the sparks themselves are the dangerous thing, most dangerous. Like a flame can light more gasoline, but it's actually easier for a spark to catch the fumes from the gasoline than it is for like a lit cigarette to start a fire from a pool of gasoline. I didn't believe it myself, honestly, until someone proved it to me when I was way younger. The fact is sparks are 10 times more dangerous than a lit cigarette, which is why discharging a fucking stun gun while someone's pumping gas, it's just deeply irresponsible, which is what this fucking idiot decided to do.
Set of cuffs and you're going to go to jail. All I'm asking for is your license right now to identify. What am I being arrested for? You are not cooperating for having committed a...
So this guy is a federal game warden. This is Smokey the Bear having a fucking mental breakdown. This is Smokey the Bear gone chud, okay? Like, this guy's out there to protect the fish and wildlife. And he's now aiming a weapon at an American citizen over what is apparently a $10 fine. We're not going to watch this video, but suffice to say, this guy caught on fire because this dude discharged the weapon at him while he was pumping gas. That's flames. You know the difference in color here? Those are flames. Those are flames. Because this fucking guy, this dipshit, chud game warden decided to tase somebody pumping gas. Most ill-conceived fucking plan possible. Yeah, it's Ramrod, exactly. It's a large farva. Like, it's some Super Trooper bullshit. What the fuck is that? Meanwhile, the Philadelphia, I forget what the SE stands for. I think it's Southeast, but I can't be sure. The SEPTA, the Philadelphia Transit Authority, is investigating after a transit officer assaulted a rider, 2 riders technically.
SEPTA is using this now viral video as part of its investigation into a transit police officer allegedly shoving a man who then knocked over another man in a wheelchair. It happened Monday here at the Allegheny station in Kensington. SEPTA officials say the man was caught evading.
Yeah, I'm real sick of people, of watching, law enforcement do stuff like this that endangers the community. You know? I don't care what this guy said to you to upset you. Pushing him into somebody in a wheelchair? It's fucking insane. It's deranged. This absolutely deserves an investigation. But like, I don't know if everybody remembers this, but last year we saw a video of ICE tackling an alleged undocumented immigrant into what looked like an 80-year-old guy with a cane. And throughout the whole video, nobody even, like faked to go for helping the elderly man on the ground. Like, that's the fucking problem with all this shit. We have what seems like people running around with no regard for society and only consider about whatever is at hand at the time, right? Like blasting people who are driving vehicles, right? Like shooting people, like regardless of whether they deserved it or not, like in vehicles, who are actively driving those vehicles, which anybody can tell you is a threat, creates a threat to the rest of the public. I'm just sick of watching this fucking, like, complete and callous disregard from people in, like, positions of authority with badges. Meanwhile, remember when police disregarded a fucking creepy-ass guy hiding out in a van filled with guns? And the fucking creepy rubber mask decided to do nothing about it? And then he went on a murder spree, or finished his murder spree? Like they found a creepy guy in a van after one public official was targeted, and then let him go about his business. And then he went and murdered another official and their spouse. Vance Belter. Yes. All over, God, it's been like a year and a half. I can't remember exactly when this happened now. It might be even close to 2 years. Maybe not. When did Vance Belter do this shit? I cannot remember. Suffice to say, Vance Belter faced sentencing hearings this week.
The man responsible for attacking and assassinating a Minnesota lawmaker is expected to learn his fate today.
Let's head over to the live desk. Maria Liz Ignoli joins us now. Maria, we have new court documents uncovering details in the case.
Later this morning, a federal judge will sentence the man behind last summer's lawmaker attacks. The shooting rampage killed former Minnesota House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark. It seriously hurt Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette, and their daughter Hope was also a victim. Vance Belter pleaded guilty earlier this month. In court documents filed this week, prosecutors said Belter's goal was to give Minnesota Republicans more control at the state capitol. Democrats held a very narrow majority. Prosecutors said Belter knew that, quote, by killing 4 state legislators, the inevitable result would be a shift in the balance of power in both legislative houses. We will have a crew inside the federal courtroom this morning when the judge sentences Belter at 10.
Honestly, Belter needs to be talked about more. Like, his ideology, his espoused reasons for having done the crimes, the violent fucking crimes that he committed. Violent crime is the literal antidote to all the claims being made by the Trump administration right now. This guy literally went out and committed multiple acts of attempted murder to gain political power for the right. And yet right now they're claiming the actual threat is the left. While they literally put guys like Vance Belter back on the street. Not literally Vance Belter, but guys exactly like him. All the Jan 6ers, it's basically the same people. The same people who want to use violence to hold on to or seize power. It's the same ideology. But we're being fed this fucking nonsense, and somehow it's the leftists who are doing this. Where is it? Where are the 4 lawmakers that leftists tried to go murder? There is no story, because that didn't happen. But Vance did it, and he was somewhat successful. And the police didn't think this guy was creepy enough to, check into him after the first attack happened. When he was literally sat outside a lawmaker's house. It's crazy. It is fucking crazy. But unfortunately, this is just another example of police not doing their jobs. Or doing them improperly. Which led to the deaths of innocent people, one way or another. Lack of action or too much action. Oh, it's just a creepy white guy in a mask sitting in his van by a fucking lawmaker's house after one reported attack on a lawmaker in the middle of the fucking night. No reason to fucking hold on to this guy. What's that? Brown guy? Unarmed on the street? Blast him. What's happening? Oh, what?
The man was...
Whoopsies, what did I just do? This was not what I meant to do. I meant to skip ahead. Jesus Christ.
During the same rampage, Belter admitted to shooting Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette and attempting to shoot their daughter Hope. In those newly released documents, federal prosecutors asked for 2 consecutive life terms and another 40 years in prison after that, saying Belter's crimes are among the most serious ever presented to the court. Meanwhile, Belter's defense attorneys say he pled guilty to very serious crimes because he wanted to take responsibility for his actions.
Some of the most serious crimes ever presented to the federal court. But right-wing extremists, political violence, not a problem. That's not the focus of the federal government. Guys like Vance Belter, the Jan 6ers, according to Donald Trump, Republicans, the White House, those guys deserve money.
We're just glad that it's over.
They deserve restitution, And the fact is, the same people who want to justify the murdering of Corey Ruiz are the same people who want to claim that Ashley Babbitt was a fucking hero who did nothing wrong. Right? There's a serious hypocrisy that exists on the right. They can all day justify their own acts of political violence, and turn their own into martyrs, while they look at other people in even much less justified circumstances, get murdered and say, actually, that one's fine. They can look at Ashley Babbitt, a woman who was forcing her way onto the Capitol to prevent democracy from happening. They can look at her and say she was an innocent victim of the government. And then look at somebody like Corey Ruiz and say that guy deserved it. It's a real fucking schism in the brains of Republicans between reality and thought. Those two do not meet very often. One more clip from after the sentencing of Vance Belter 2 days ago out of the Associated Press.
We're just glad that it's over and he's going to prison forever and he won't hurt someone else.
It's over, but it's never over, and we'll, She was a force, and her husband was a wonderful man, and the world is a poorer place without them both. So.
So yeah, he got life sentence plus 50 or something like that. He'll hopefully never be allowed out of prison. But these days, I hear somebody get a sentence, and I go, oh, when will Trump or some other politician provide a pardon? Right? And these are federal crimes. These are federal crimes. That's the thing that I'm thinking about right now. This went to a federal court, which technically means the president could pardon him, which is truly disturbing to me. But that's my understanding of this. I could be wrong. But to think that that guy, this is why we need just basic, non-corrupt leadership, let alone actual, genuine, progressive change. We're all, I think, screaming for at this point, but god damn. The fact that a guy like this, like, could be headed to prison, that a person like me is sitting here like, dude, this guy could be pardoned by next week. Or at least by 2028. I mean, what about let's not forget, Trump came into this with a pardon spree, and then has pardoned all sorts of people throughout his term, last year and a half. But let's not forget what happened right before he went out. Like, he tried to pardon everyone he could think of as he was leaving. And if you don't think it's going to be like 50 times crazier this time, you're kidding yourself. Speaking of kidding yourselves, let's go here to liberal Justice Elena Kagan of the Supreme Court, one of the 3 liberal bastions of justice. She had this to say about the functionality of the Supreme Court.
Some have commented that the Supreme Court recently has been operating less as an independent judicial body and more as an arm of the current administration. Would you comment on that?
Yeah, I think that that's wrong. The first thing is this a really conservative court? The answer is yes. The second question is this a court that does whatever the current administration wants? The answer is no. So starting with tariffs, tariffs is probably the key policy issue for this president. I mean, something he campaigned on, he ran on, he cared an enormous amount about. I don't think that there are all that many decisions in recent times where a court strikes down such an important policy.
Oh my god, it's such an important policy. The Supreme Court's never struck down such an important policy. Trump had a book of important policies. Justice Kagan is living in an alternate fucking reality. And she honestly represents this sort of like liberal bastion establishment mindset that is still holding on to the relevance of, honestly, of herself, right? And of the Supreme Court and of some of the established things that we've, held on to over the years, especially people like Justice Kagan, the rule of law and whatever else. Like they undermined all of it. And for her to be sitting here going, look, we kind of slapped down his tariff policy. They didn't even fully slap down his tariffs. They said, oh, well, in certain circumstances, you can keep doing it. And he's doing exactly that. He just levied 50% tariffs on Canada. And that's her big example. Trump just threw a 50% tariff on Canada. She's look at what we did. We prevented his one policy. Meanwhile, they greenlit like literal stop and frisk for brown people across the country and daylight murders for ICE and CBP agents. They've greenlit everything on the Republican and Trump agenda. Get rid of abortion, check. Chevron doctrine, check. Homelessness is a crime now, check. Did I say abortion? I'll just mention that again. I mean, I just honestly don't have time to go through all of the things that they've greenlit. Oh, that's right. They also said that Trump can't commit crimes. The presidents are kings. And she's like, we're not doing everything the president wants. Have you heard of tariffs? Spare me, Elena. Spare me. You're just proving just the irrelevance of your job to me. Thank you. Awful.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
All right, well, just a reminder, everybody, if you haven't already, hit that follow button on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube. Hit that bell icon, the like button too. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. Without your donations, we would cease to exist, and so would this stream. Got like a few short hours to complete the galactic content goal. And honestly, I'm getting more and more stressed out about the galactic deficit. As you can see in front of you, we're only slightly halfway through that. And we're down to 1 week. Less than 1 week to complete it. Your donations needed now, perhaps more than ever. Especially since we still haven't gotten monetized on YouTube. All right, we got to talk about ICE. And what better way to segue into this topic than by going here to local PD, and I actually don't know what locality this is, collaborating with ICE, chasing down protesters. Oh, it's distressing. Hold on, I'm just going to skip ahead because this is the...
You're going to be arrested if you run.
What, sir? Literally for what?
Oh no, you start one more unit.
How could I be arrested? I'm not doing anything.
I need your ID.
I don't even have it.
I need your ID. You don't have it with you?
Don't. Sir, I know my rights.
That's fine. I know them too. All right? Yeah, you too.
Me what?
Hey, listen, I'm not done. You're coming with me. You're not running. No, you too.
I'm gonna go walk.
So this is Cedar Rapids Police Department in Iowa, chasing down ICE protesters, anti-ICE protesters. Guy acts like a complete douchebag the entire time. Eventually, ICE shows up in their jeans and t-shirts and their dollar store badges.
Carried me by my arm over here.
Yeah, for no reason. For no reason at all. He didn't do anything.
I'll tell you why.
We were in a parking lot.
You all are going to be very educated when I get done.
Yeah.
So, we'll start with her.
Please, start with me.
Put her in handcuffs and put her in your car.
Put me in handcuffs for what? What?
Step over here for me.
No, tell me what I'm being arrested for. Tell me what I'm being fucking for. Nothing. What the fuck?
Don't resist.
Fuck you.
Don't
Fuck
resist.
you. Fuck you. Fuck off, bro. First time you ever had me. Fucking
just get her.
So this piece of shit walks over here and body slams a woman without even telling her what she's being arrested for. This is more police misconduct. Real piece of shit, this guy. Here's video of it from the other angle now. Look at this. Look at this. What is this, fucking WWE? Look at this fucking douchebag. Body slams a woman without even telling her what she's under arrest for? You've got to be shitting me. Defund the police. Defund it. These guys are fucking out of control. It's not bad. It's not a bad apple. Turns out apples are bad.
This is America, huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Yeah. Meanwhile, businesses across the country are being forced to witness ICE arrests, atrocities, and a serious slump in traffic. Meanwhile, we're paying these douchebags to protect ICE and body slam women for, I guess, using the First Amendment. Is not clear because he refused to identify what she was being arrested for.
This is one of my favorite places, you know.
Christian Zayas has more than 30 years of professional photography experience.
We have a lot of quinceañeras coming up.
But it wasn't his camera that captured what happened Sunday outside of his quinceañera boutique in Tacoma.
Hi, you are currently being recorded.
Sunday morning, his security cameras recorded ICE agents arresting 2 men. Zayas says he went out to find this truck left behind.
I run, I say, close the door, and then this is the first time I see that close. You know, it's a little scary, you know. Llegó la migración aquí.
New numbers from immigration court documents show immigration judges are ordering far more deportations. In June, judges issued 79,000 removal orders compared to around 60,000 in May and April nationwide. At the same time, arrests continue in Western Washington.
Our Latinos community, our family is the more important. You know, we want to be all together. And when you separate one member of the family, you destroy the whole family.
Communities are being absolutely eviscerated by ICE's just blatantly racist tactics, draconian fucking behavior. Even though we don't see all of it all the time, it's happening across the nation. Like there in Washington, like we've seen in Maine and in Texas, and in every other goddamn state. It's just not being covered enough by the news. But luckily, you do have the galactic news. Keep you up to date. Now, we talked about the arrest of this woman, I think a little over a week ago. A nun who was walking to Mass in her habit. Who I'm sure's identity as a black woman had nothing to do with the fact that an ICE agent decided to tackle her and throw her in the back of a fucking van and into a detention center for hours before they realized that she was totally here in the United States legally and had to release her. She gave a press briefing earlier this week. Here's the AP 2 days ago.
And it's for me a nun not to go to Mass on Sunday, not to receive communion, it was very, very heartbreaking for me. I was told, even when I told him, can I go to Mass? Can I just attend Mass? Can I receive communion? And the answer was no. So I did not do anything else. When I have two men armed, I'm just a small woman, a nun, armless, just with my rosary, my key, and my phone. I am not only the only one. There are many others in this same situation. People who have been given some form of protection under our laws, who have followed every rule asked of them, and who still live with uncertainty about where they might be sent.
Exactly. Thanks, SCOTUS. Like I was just talking about. Tackling brown women, black women, you know, anybody of the wrong hue or dialect, accent is effectively, I mean, if you're in the wrong spot, according to the Supreme Court, that is justification for ICE to tackle you, detain you, and then figure it out later. This is authoritarianism.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
She wanted to attend Mass, at the very least have communion. Two things I hear are important to Christians. She was denied both. Unjustly, just completely unjustly. Oh, where is the outcry from all the Christian nationalists? Is this the wrong kind of Christian? What's going on? Meanwhile, of course, for like the last year, Donald Trump has been threatening to send ICE agents to polling locations. And those threats seem to be amping up lately. Let's go here to Kyle Kalinske, Secular Talk, 2 days ago. This video titled Emergency. DOJ sending federal agents to midterm polls.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
All right, y'all. So this story right here, as far as I'm concerned, is a red alert story. This should be a wake-up call. This should be a slap across the face. It doesn't get more clear than this when it comes to the intentions of the Trump regime. So take a look. CBS News, the Department of Justice announces they are sending federal agents to monitor polling sites in 3 Arizona counties for the midterm elections. And they say it's Maricopa County, Apache County, and Pima County. So here's what it says. Justice Department announces monitoring of polling sites in 3 Arizona counties. Today, the Department of Justice is monitoring polling sites in 3 Arizona counties for the state's primary election to ensure transparency, ballot security, and compliance with federal law. The department, through the Civil Rights Division, enforces federal voting rights laws that protect the rights of all eligible citizens to access the ballot. The department regularly deploys its staff to monitor for compliance with federal civil rights laws in elections in communities across the country. The Department of Justice today continues to monitor elections consistently and in a uniform fashion nationwide, ensuring our elections are safe and secure, said Assistant Attorney General Harmeet K. Dillon of the Justice Department's Civil Rights Division. Transparent election processes and election monitoring are critical tools for safeguarding our elections and ensuring public trust in the integrity of our elections. We appreciate Arizona's cooperation in these important procedural safeguards. Ladies and gentlemen, yet another dry run. Yet another dry run for what's coming for the midterms. Yet another dry run for what's coming for 2028. They are preparing. They're all in. There's no doubt about it. So add it to the list, right? So what else have they done? They seized ballots in Georgia. They also in Fulton County, Georgia. They also seized some ballots from Arizona. Okay, Trump did an executive order to try to force the turning over of the voting machines to the feds. Force the states to give that stuff to the feds.
Yep. Just another installation in Trump's and Republicans' efforts to steal the midterm elections, maybe prevent democracy from ever happening ever again. Dictator day one. Just day one. Or maybe for 2 more years. You know what? TBD. Dictator TBD. Speaking of voter fraud, you know how Trump has been claiming California's committing voter fraud because mail-in ballots just keep coming in and they just keep counting them? Well, here's an awkward story. California mail-in ballots have continued filing in to the tune of 150,000 since the cutoff day. Yes, that's right. A literal pile of ballots going to the ceiling. All invalidated due to not having come in on time. This story gives like makes me wanna, oh my god.
Nearly 100,000 California voters had their mail-in ballots rejected for the state's June primary, which is up by around 40,000 from 2024. According to data compiled by the Secretary of State's office, the primary driver of the higher rejection numbers is late-arriving ballots that are postmarked for after Election Day. Since 2021, every California voter receives a mail-in ballot that can arrive at an election office 7 days late and still...
Oh my god, look at this. Now, I would love to count these, me personally, but like, the rules are the rules, and I accept them, right? I do have the distinct impression, though, that if we did count them, we would actually, we, as in like us, the people watching the show mostly, and myself, would like the results. But, you know, it's like they're complaining that California counts too long, right? But we have 150,000 uncounted ballots. And I'm almost wondering, do Republicans, would they like to count these? Do you think Spencer Pratt will win if we count these 150,000 votes? I'm just wondering. Just wondering for a friend, you know? Or for some candidates that I personally supported, right? Because if we count all of the ballots, you got to count for all the elections. I'm not saying they're going to do it. I'm not even suggesting that we actually do it. We've gone too far, in my opinion. I'm just playing the hypothetical game right now. But like, we know the direction these ballots probably lean in. Is this voter fraud too? This 150,000 uncounted ballots? I just posit that, pose this question to the election fraudsters. And by fraudsters, I mean the lovers of election fraud conspiracy theories. What's up with this? What's up with that? Explain it to me. Slowly, like you would a child. How? What? Is this voter fraud or not? What about these 150,000 uncounted votes? When is it counting too long, too long? It's my question. It's the only reason we're watching this. Because they stopped counting. According to California law, that left out 150,000 votes. But everyone's claiming to count too long. At least Republicans and Donald Trump specifically, claiming all the vote counting is disenfranchising Republican candidates. But democracy, though, Speaking of voter fraud, there was one instance of voter fraud which actually led to the deportation of a long-time legal American resident that did not have the legal right to vote.
Like I said, she recognizes she broke the law. So in that sense, she realizes she should be prosecuted. She does at the same time will very quickly say, but it seems very unfair. The crime is a misdemeanor. It is not a felony. You know, she was in that detention center for 6 months or maybe even longer than that before she was deported. Yeah, probably the most interesting character we connected with was a woman named Dora D'Amata. Dora is a resident, was a resident of North Carolina. She was born in Panama. She entered the United States as a lawful resident in 1973, and she was here ever since. She's a great grandmother. And she voted in the 2016 election. And then in December, she was stopped by immigration authorities for that vote, for that crime. And when I connected with her in the month of May, I think it was the first time, she was already in a detention center on her way to being deported back to Panama. She truly believed that she could register to vote because she had been on YouTube and had seen something, it's a little unclear what she saw, that seemed to indicate that she believed President Obama had issued an executive order allowing long-term lawful residents to cast ballots.
Yeah, but it gets worse somehow.
To her confusion, she went to go register to vote using her driver's license. She's a resident of North Carolina. At the time, a North Carolina, and still today, I believe, a North Carolina driver's license is stamped with something that says limited term. She understood that the person she gave the license to would realize limited term means I'm not a citizen. She handed over the driver's license. They signed her up. She went to the polls to vote, handed over the driver's license. They let her vote. So in her mind, you know, she'd done everything right. She identified herself as a non-citizen and she was allowed to vote. She's 70.
She's a 75-year-old woman. She's lived here for decades as a non-citizen resident legally. Voted for Donald Trump and got deported for it. It's crazy. It's fucking insane. I mean, you know, what do you want to call it? The chicken's coming home to roost on this vote. Fascinating to me. But, like, this woman was given every indication from the government that she could vote. She saw something from Obama that she thought, and then the literal government itself registered her to vote. The North Carolina government, the red state of North Carolina, registered her to vote. She voted for Donald Trump, still got deported. I just find it fascinating. The leopards eating face party has quite a myriad victims. Real diversity. It's like she lived in the United States, what did they say, 40 years or something like that? She's 75 years old. Whose grandparents don't get confused at 70 years old? And then the government told her it was fine to vote and then deported her for it. It's insane. It's deranged. She wasn't even here unlawfully. Like, that's the most crazy thing about it to me. It's like maybe finer or something. I don't know. You know, like a slap on the wrist. But why are you going to deport a grandma? A confused grandma. That's the topsy-turvy world of elections in the United States and of being brown and or black in the United States. Let's get to more elections talk, to the meat of the elections, the actual candidates running in the election. That seems important, right? Not just the act of voting, but the people we're voting for. Now, of course, the last few weeks have been pretty crazy in Maine. Graham Plattner, everything that we now know about him, is dropping out of the race. And the shit show that has ensued. The fighting, the I told you so's, the, I think, unnecessary drama farming to some degree. Of course, the more important aspect of all of this is who we voting for. Who are we going to be voting for in November? And by we, I mean Mainers. And there's been a little contention, even galactically so. I initially was on Team Bellows. Shenna Bellows was my initial... She was my pick for... Was it the governor's race? I think she was up against Troy in the governor's race. Although Troy got more votes than she did in the election, if I recall correctly. That's for the open seat of Janet Mills, because she had to drop out to get in the Senate race. Troy lost that. I think he came in second place in the Democratic primary. And within 24 hours had gotten himself at least an application in at the DNC for the ballot, an endorsement from Ro Khanna, and Hassan endorsement / Hassanabi bump. Within days, I succumbed to this also shortly after, because I've already learned my lesson in terms of fighting certain forces. And I also learned that he had DSA backing in the governor's race, something that I was unaware of during that time. But even before... I'm getting ahead of myself here. Even before any convention was had, which was set for today, I believe, or yesterday, whatever it was. I think Friday might have been when it happened, technically. Disregard the specific date. Point is, before the convention ever happened, the hit pieces on Troy Jackson happened immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
DSA back candidate, the clause came out.
Troy Jackson is the nominee now for Senate in Maine. He, overwhelmingly basically got the support of the delegates.
Did I just say the word camed? Which is obviously not a word.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Look, listen, I say a lot of words. Happens. Hassan is prego? I don't think so. Where are you getting that news?
This kind of pop-up convention, and it's a foregone conclusion that when it's made official at the end of this week that he will be the nominee to take on Susan Collins in Maine. And Troy Jackson was endorsed by DSA for the Maine governor's race. He has been a longtime state lawmaker from the north of Maine. He was a logger. He has a lot of union support. He is a candidate that I think, if you're interested in the left making progress with his platform, with DSA vouching for him in a different race, you can feel pretty good about this campaign. It's exciting, and it's good to see that the forces that be in the Democratic Party did not get their way this time, and that the platform that Plattner ran on is being respected by the delegates, and overwhelmingly the volunteers from Plattner's campaign wanted Troy Jackson to take up the mantle, and he is going to do that. There's been some exciting polling that has come out. A University of New Hampshire poll had him up narrowly against Susan Collins. There's a lot of time until November.
A 2% increase from what Plattner was pulling at right before he dropped out.
So they're
Okay, hold on. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit to the clip here of this supposed hit piece. Oh, I see. You're making a joke. I said Hassan bump. You said Hassan pregnant. I see the confusion now.
Elevated for certain candidates and which ones are not, and it's disproportionately targeted towards the left.
So my colleague Sarah Ferris and I have been speaking with many folks in the Democratic Party in Maine over the last week, and it seems that there is real concern about Troy Jackson's temper, or as some said, a fiery personality. Of course, culminating in the oft-cited water bottle incident from some 5 years ago, where in a closed-door meeting with other lawmakers in the state.
The off-cited 5-year-old water bottle incident.
You know that everyone totally heard.
Everybody's heard about it. The water bottle incident. My lord. This is horrifying.
Why hasn't anyone told me this?
About before I decided to elevate it from 5 years ago over a conversation about lowering prescription drug prices where Troy Jackson was on the right side, right?
The Dasani heard round the world.
The face that launched 1,000 bottles.
They're in a
The Perrier of corruption. Oh, God. The smart water of misogyny.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Door meeting with other lawmakers in the State House. Jackson, in a state of frustration and anger, threw a plastic water bottle. Now, we spoke with 5 sources who were briefed immediately after this incident occurred, and they said that it appeared that the water bottle was aimed at a female lawmaker. Jackson's
appears.
does not dispute that.
No. The appearances of water bottle throwing in the direction of female lawmakers. This is Grandma.
That's too much, man!
Empty or full? Honestly, both are two of the most unthreatening objects on the planet, first off. Empty, of course, more unthreatening than a full. But, you know, even if it's only partially drank, that thing becomes much less threatening very quickly. And once again, like a full water bottle, still one of the least threatening, most blockable objects on the planet, right? Like, I don't know if this female lawmaker also happened to be 100 years old, but water bottles, they're pretty predictable trajectories on those things. Kind of easy to just sort of put your hand out and block it. Maybe it was a blind woman, a blind elderly woman. I don't know.
He threw the water bottle, but they're saying it was not
You're
at
goddamn
her
right
or
I threw
anyone
it.
else for that matter. Now, 3 of those sources described to us that this woman was very distraught and rattled after this happened, and in part it contributed to why she did not seek re-election. It's important to note here, though, that all of the folks
Wait, hold on.
including the most.
She's blaming
Troy Jackson
him
threw a
throwing
water
a
bottle at Helen
plastic
Keller.
water bottle in her direction on why she chose not to seek re-election. We should probably look into what the actual factors were in that race.
Yeah, no, that's a fascinating development. You're telling me a water bottle was the thing that broke you, that prevented you from... You got a weak spirit. I can almost guarantee that's a white woman. That a water bottle broke your spirit before... Wow. That was enough to prevent you from running for office a second time? You'd think that this sort of injustice would make you want to stay in your position. Fight the injustice. But no, it was too much. A water bottle? Not to be confused with like a water hose, right? Like like a fire hose. Or like a fucking police dog. Or, no. No, water bottle. That was the injustice. It said, I can't do this anymore. I'm wrapping it up. There's a lot of injustices in this country and on this planet, but this personal injustice is too much. You know what I mean? How am I supposed to face these kinds of horrible injustices while, standing up for other people's injustices? Can't do both. I couldn't possibly be personally exposed to injustice on a personal level, while also simultaneously standing up for other people. No, I'm kidding about the police dog. It's a joke. It's just the level of injustice of this fucking water bottle. It's just like, it's Crimea River status. Okay, please do not feign injustice when clearly no injustice has been had here. There's no way. And like, we're not gonna watch this whole clip, but they do watch a clip of Zoran Mamdani talking about all the death threats that he's gotten, right? Not water bottles thrown, but literal death threats that he's gotten in writing or email or on social media to him or his family for being brown and Muslim. Because he so supposedly wants to bring Sharia law to New York. And this woman is claiming that a water bottle is the thing that prevented her from continuing her role in government. Like, let's not forget that, like, Zoran got those death threats before he got to office. He was getting them throughout the whole campaign, actually. We talked about him around here because we followed his campaign for, like, the whole thing. That didn't slow Zoran down.
Zohran Mamdani.
Work with them because of all the fucking death threats we get. So this idea that, people are concerned because Troy Jackson threw a water bottle. And I'm sorry, those 3 Democrats that said it was directed at her are fucking liars. And they should be purged from the party.
Well, there's not really information that I can find this quickly that is going to go into why she chose not to seek re-election in 2022, but
good riddance.
Close to that decision after that, she had represented it in the Maine House and Senate for 6 years and then opted not to seek re-election in 2022. Janet Mills appointed her to the public advocate position. So it's not like she's down on her luck. She still is in the good graces of Janet Mills and the Democratic establishment in Maine. The ones that are insisting that this lawmaker was so horrified by a plastic water bottle being thrown in her direction that she had to leave public office. Like,
get real.
I'm gonna say this as a white woman myself. Give me a break with the self-victimization when you have women of color constantly receiving death threats. Like Ilhan Omar is another person. Like racist, nativist, psychotic attacks on them. And it's not just women of color as well. It's just disproportionately people of color who are in elected office, but women in particular. But when white women use this kind of stuff to victimize themselves constantly as a way to, one, it waters down actual claims of
exactly. It's for a political agenda. It's for to make these sorts of claims of misogyny just for politics. Absolutely, it undermines actual feminist issues and actions and or accusations, right? To make sort of spurious, ludicrous claims about water bottles. We got all sorts of real instances of misogyny to deal with. Real feminist issues to deal with. Seems sort of selfish to me,
Been 50% cheaper, thanks to
And wrap after the happened. And in part, it contributed to why she did not seek re-election. It's important to note here, though, that all of the folks we spoke with, including the most ardent Jackson critics, were quick to say that this is not a Graham Plattner situation. They are not worried about allegations of any kind of physical abuse or criminal wrongdoing.
Thanks for that clarification.
They're just concerned about his temper.
Yeah.
Oh.
And what
I'm
else
so
is the
concerned.
campaign saying about this? The Troy Jackson campaign.
Keep pressing,
Yeah,
Dana.
so the Troy Jackson campaign is sort of framing this temper potential issue as passion. And they think that it's a good thing and that voters like that he's authentic and a little rough around the edges. And many of his supporters echoed that sentiment to us on the record, which you can read in our piece at CNN.com. The Troy Jackson campaign also supplied us with, or they told us about a eyewitness who was in the room that I spoke with, another state lawmaker who says that yes, he did see Troy Jackson throw the plastic water bottle, but it did not appear to be aimed at anyone, which is what the campaign.
So he threw a water bottle that was not aimed at anyone. And that's this glaring instance of misogyny. He was upset, and so he threw a water bottle, but it clearly not intended to hurt anybody. Didn't hurt anybody. Why are we even talking about this? Why? Well, I know why we are talking about this, because it's on goddamn CNN. Because they're elevating this to the fucking mainstream media platform that they have. That's why we're talking about it. And it's the only reason why we're talking about it, because it's clearly the most nothing burger fucking story you could come up with. Oh, he just threw a water bottle one time. A woman was in the room.
Also saying,
Oh my God.
I will also note that the campaign said, and I quote, that Jackson's behavior is, quote, passionate and deeply invested in the people and policies that he advocates for.
Okay.
Over
yeah.
22
I mean, this
years
is the truth, but
important reporting.
Why?
Important reporting.
Like, why even start it with that, though? Thank you. I don't know if I would have found that clip without them. I think that was on Twitter. I don't think they posted that to YouTube. God damn it. What was the point of that then? That's my question. It's very frustrating to me. It's very frustrating to me that they think that they end it with like, actually all that stuff we just said totally meaningless because it was not targeted at anybody. And he's a fine guy. We just don't like him because of his policies. And we're just trying to stir up dirt. We're just trying to stir dirt in the water. Just out of spite. Just out of spite. Like, I can't wait for the primaries to be over and for us to like look at the field of candidates and to watch people like CNN, MSNBC, other sorts of mainstream outlets have to cope with who it is that are in the general elections. Because right now I think they're primary brained, right? They're in this weird limbo they usually ignore, but because but like, you know, broadly leftist independent media has managed to bring primaries into the spotlight. They've been forced to talk about it. And all they can do is complain and whinge and moan about the candidates being supported by the broad base of the party in most instances. And I'm just wondering, I just can't wait to watch what happens when the general comes along. They're gonna start supporting all the Republicans in the. I'm just interested to see what happens. They're gonna be Trump supporters now. Like, actually, Trump's agenda is not that bad. We don't need control of the House or the Senate, if that includes actual leftist policies. I mean, is that going to be the next iteration of this? That's something I've been asking myself. Okay, now 18 hours ago, it was announced Friday evening, the main Democratic Party's intention to put Troy Jackson on the ballot for Senate in the state of Maine. A few hours later, Troy Jackson was posting this to his YouTube channel, Troy Jackson for Maine. Here it is, 10 hours ago.
We've been robbed of so many things in this world by the people who control it. You know, I think about my sons, I think about my wife, my granddaughter who hasn't been born yet, and those things to me are everything in this world. And what little time we have is being stolen by an oligarchy who see us as nothing more than a commodity.
You know, we're seeing a movement of everyday working class people, people that have been left behind, people that don't have health insurance, people that don't have child care, people that are looking for a government that's going to fight for them.
Together, we can fix what's broken in Washington. We can pass Medicare for all. We can take on corporate power and the politicians in their pocket. We can create the future Mainers and Americans deserve. They said that a bunch of loggers could not take on the big landowners exploiting them. But we did. And they said a guy from Allagash could not rise to the Maine Senate, and I did. And now they're going to say that a grassroots campaign powered by working people cannot defeat Susan Collins. But you know what? They're wrong. They're wrong again. We're not from the left. We're not from the right. We're from the bottom, and we're rising. And I know what happens when working people decide that they've had enough. We lock arms, we fight back, and then we win.
There we go, Troy Jackson. Immediately coming out with the campaign videos. With a class message at the end there, if you picked up on that. Not from the left, not from the right, from the bottom. A message that may resonate with Mainers. I guess we'll have to see. But within 2 hours of Troy getting that up on YouTube, Fox News Clips. Fox News Clips was posting this too.
Organizing a hetero awesome fest.
All right, the deadline is here. Today, Maine Democrats are set to replace the scandal-ridden Graham Plattner with socialist candidate Troy Jackson. To face off Maine's Iron Lady, Susan Collins. The polls are very tight. So what
this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Joining me now, GOP strategist Mehek Cook and Democratic strategist Tiffany Raspberry. This is a very exciting contest. It has been from the wake of Graham Plattner, and here we are in the aftermath, so to say.
Is this Tiffany? I don't know which one's which, actually, but damn, this woman's got some serious MAGA face going on. Some serious Mar-a-Lago happening all in this area. Good God, so much work done.
Mehek, I want to start with you. The Democrats are in an awkward position. They're picking a new candidate. It looks like it's going to be this gentleman, Troy Jackson, who has, you know, the bona fides of a real working class background, but also he's a bit of a political insider. Long career in politics. Is he going to check enough boxes to actually deliver a victory against a very formidable Susan Collins? Your thoughts?
Molly, I think that Susan Collins once again is going to secure this deal. At the end of the day, you saw Maine Democrats, over 156,000 voters came out and voted for Graham Plattner. And in good old Democrat fashion, we are seeing a massive replacement. And they went from Plattner.
What does that mean in good old Democrat fashion? We're seeing a massive replacement. This woman is incomprehensible. Mehek, are we listening to right now? By the way, she does not get more comprehensible throughout this piece.
to somebody that's just as progressive. And I know Troy Jackson's bio is all about a rural working man with a massive back.
So just to be clear, what her opening salvo is Graham Plattner won his election 70% to 20%, getting 150,000 votes to like 30,000 or something ridiculous like that. And then the Democratic Party, shock of shocks, they actually put somebody in place who represented those values. Now, I don't know how long Mahek has been doing politics here. She says, according to Fox, she's an RNC surrogate. I don't know what it takes to become an RNC surrogate, but it's clearly not an understanding of what's been happening in the Democratic Party. But this isn't even close to true Democrat fashion. The Democrats are constantly trying to go against the voters. This isn't true upset. This is a true upset to anything the Democrats ever do, which was listen to the voters and put somebody in the place of Graham Plattner who actually represented the same issues that Graham Plattner campaigned on in the primary, rather than just sneaking in a neo-libbed up corporate APAC candidate. They were like, fine, if you're all going to complain this much, which they did. All of the former Graham Plattnerites who abandoned ship in record fashion immediately jumped on Troy Jackson train and said, no, this guy, go fuck yourself or we're not voting, basically. I mean, to some degree or another. And the Democratic Party was like, fine, we concede. That's like, but according to Mahek, that's normal Democrats. Democrats always conceding to the voters. Just like Joe Biden, right?
I'm staying in the race.
Round of working in the legislature, but at the end of the day, he's just wrapped up as another Bernie Sanders because he's talking about abolishing ICE, Molly. And think about this. Pew just came out with another poll that's
oh no, he's another Bernie Sanders. He's a communist. He wants to abolish ICE, Kelly. God damn it, Kelly. He wants to abolish ICE. We can't have this, says Mahek.
Could you drum up?
Oh, Mahek. You silly idiot. That's exactly what voters voted for in the primary. You stupid person. Now Mahek is given the opportunity to close it out. What a name.
To a win in November in both the House and likely the Senate.
We shall see. Mahek, your thoughts to close us out.
Well, Republicans have a massive opportunity. They've already delivered on affordability when they passed the big, beautiful bill under President Trump's leadership. Safety and security, again, is paramount.
What's this woman's name? Is it Kelly? I always forget this woman. I'm just going to call her Kelly. And look at Kelly's face when Mahek says, do you see her? Like, she's trying her very best not to crack under the pressure of painfully untrue statements that she knows the viewers are going to throw their like right now Kelly is imagining the Fox News viewer throwing their do they still drink Bud Light after Dylan Mulvaney? It's not clear. Their Bud Light replacement at the TV right now. While Mahek is over here claiming actually Republicans solved affordability. I just want to hear that one more time.
Well, Republicans have a massive opportunity. They've already delivered on affordability when they passed the big, beautiful bill under President Trump's leadership.
Did they?
Safety and
Already?
security, again, is paramount. And you're seeing so many Democrats, from governors to senators to congressmen, continue to obstruct just basic things like deporting illegal, violent criminals.
Well, according to Mahek, if we just deport more illegal, violent criminals, we'll solve... What are we going to solve exactly, Mahek? Finish that sentence. Finish that thought.
back to where they came from. So if Republicans can stay laser focused on the economy and continuing to say Iran.
If we can stay laser focused on the economy. Wait, what? The heck is getting more and more incomprehensible. Just to be clear, I just want to make sure that we have it all in a line in this one sentence. It's sort of run on and it hits on a lot of different points, so it can be difficult. I'm just going to go back one more time.
To senators to congressmen continue.
Oh, right. Okay. So we got, just make sure I've got this.
Thoughts to close us out.
Well, Republicans have a massive opportunity. They've already delivered on affordability when they passed the big, beautiful bill under President Trump's leadership. Safety and security, again, is paramount. And you're seeing so many Democrats, from governors to senators to congressmen, continue to obstruct just basic things like deporting illegal, violent criminals back to where they came from. So if Republicans can stay laser focused on the economy and continuing to say, Iran, once it wraps up, our fuel prices will continue to decline. It's a win-win, but it's really Republicans' opportunity to win or lose these.
Okay, so once again, this is one of the most incomprehensible statements I've ever heard. She starts it off with, Republicans have already delivered on the economy and affordability. We've solved it. Because Tiffany Raspberry made the claim earlier in this piece that they hadn't. Right? And Mac's like, no, what? No, we solved it. We passed the big, beautiful bill, the one that gave all the tax cuts to the billionaires and took away funding for your health care. That was the affordability solve. That solved it. And the way to maintain it is by deporting illegal, violent criminals. I'm not sure how that plays really into it. As we know, deporting people from the country is actually a negative effect on the economy. But then she all of a sudden shifts.
Do you know what we're here for?
Again. Gust Broadcast. Thank you for the raid on Twitch. Welcome in, Gusties. We're just talking about the main election right now. Mahek Cook here, GOP strategist. It's claiming Republicans have already solved the affordability crisis. And they just got to keep deporting violent, undocumented immigrants, because that'll keep it going. And then stay laser focused on the economy, which I guess involves just deporting immigrants. It's not clear, because they already solved it, right? So she said they already solved it. The only thing you got to do to maintain is deport immigrants, because the big, beautiful bill is so great. And just stay laser focused on getting those immigrants out. Once the Iran war is over, gas prices will be back down, baby. Oh, yeah. Now, it's interesting that in the same sentence, she says they already solved the economy, but then makes a concession on gas prices, which we all know are fucked and are ruining everybody's feelings on the economy. I really hope the GOP sticks with this. This is Joe Biden 2024. This is Kamala Harris. This is Democrats, DNC, Joy, back in 2024. We already solved it. If you can't feel how great the economy is, you must be a Republican. It's the reverse of that, right? It's like, look, we already delivered on affordability, says Republican strategists like Mahek. Oh, Mahek, you talking about right now, Miss Cook? You sound crazy.
This is ridiculous.
You sound crazy. This was all, of course, response to the Democratic National Committee in Maine deciding to make Troy Jackson the candidate for the general in Maine Senate election later this year. Well, I guess it's already started. And the race is on. Speaking of which, Troy Jackson wasted no time in getting on for an interview with MS Now, earlier this evening.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And we start with the seismic event that took place in the very town where I am. Just a short time ago, Maine Democrats finished their nominating convention to replace Graham Plattner as their Senate nominee, hoping to leave the impact of Plattner's shocking fall from grace in the rearview mirror. Now it will be up to Troy Jackson to deliver for Democrats who desperately want to flip this crucial seat and, by extension, help flip control of the entire Senate.
Okay, that's the intro. I'm just going to skip ahead to the actual interview. Want to hear the man speak a little bit. I think we all do. But actually, before we actually listen to Troy, I do want to just quickly look, hopefully it's working right now, at his website. JacksonForMaine.com. Okay, JacksonForMaine.com. Troy Jackson, Mainer by birth, logger by trade, senator for the people. Look at him there on the picket line with the UAW. Oh! Let's go to the priorities first. Pass Medicare for all. Lower Can't say words. Lower the cost of prescription drugs. Tax the billionaires. Deliver tax cuts for the working class. Dismantle and abolish ICE. Pass a federal right to abortion. I don't know if that... I guess that's more of a... And the genocide in Gaza.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Protect the right to vote. Pass comprehensive civil rights legislation. Overturn citizens... You gotta... This is Troy. This is the fucking platform. This is the kind of platform that, as you all know, I get behind. But who else is getting behind Troy Jackson? Good God. Good God, look at this list. It's crazy. Wow. It's a little ridiculous. So many workers' unions here. IBW Local 104, Local 567, CWA Local 1400, Interior Systems Local 352, International Bridge Structural, Ornamental, and Reinforcing Iron Workers Local 7, Union of Operating Engineers Local 4. Local 327 Laborers, Local 976 Laborers. He's just so many. Everybody wants this guy. And now he is, in fact, going to be at least the Democratic nominee for the general for Senate in Maine.
Appreciate it.
How are you feeling?
I don't know. I'm excited. A whole bunch of different things, but, I know it's a big deal, and a lot of people are counting on me, so there's, a bit of trepidation and...
Lowercase continuing to abuse the sunglasses. Twitch. What do they call them? Not bits. The Galactic Space Bucks redemptions. I'm going to be wearing sunglasses and or tinfoil hats for the rest of forever because of how many have been bought at this point. But I continue to leave it up for whatever reason. Maybe I'm just a masochist. I don't know.
I want to make sure that I deliver for people.
Well, let me tell you some of the things I've read in the papers. That this race is high stakes, must win. the most closely watched race of the midterms. Are you feeling the pressure?
Yeah, no, definitely, like I said, but the pressure for me is like, it's always been about fighting for Mainers, and you know, I want to deliver, and that's what the pressure is for me.
Why should someone vote for you?
Well, I think they know that I'm on the right side of these issues. You know, I've been fighting for universal health care, prescription drug coverage. I mean, I'm a big labor person. I believe that workers need to have somebody in their corner, you know, child care, nursing homes. I mean, there's so many things that I've been fighting for in the Maine legislature, and they know that, you know, I have their back, and I'm not fighting for billionaires. I'm not fighting for Elon Musk and those people. I mean, I don't believe in income tax cuts for wealthy people. I don't believe in ICE should come to Maine or any other state and create the chaos and hate and discontent and murder people. I mean, these are huge differences between me and Senator Collins, and that's why I think people are going to vote for me, because they want somebody that has their back instead of the wealthy elite.
There you go. Troy Jackson with a quick pitch there on MSNBC. Sorry, MS Now. The interview does go on longer. But for time-related purposes, I gotta keep this moving. Speaking of time, we're almost 3 hours into the stream. We're running out of time to complete the galactic content goal, of which we've made zero progress so far tonight. No Twitch donos. No donos on Cash App or PayPal. And from what I can tell, no new memberships on Patreon. So many great ways for you to show your support. Of course, if you don't have money, I understand it. The bare minimum, please follow on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube. But truly, every dollar, every cent helps keep the Galactic News Network alive. Still got a massive galactic deficit we got to solve before the end of the month. So those Cash App and PayPal donos, those Patreon memberships, big helpful. Otherwise, we're going to have some serious problems in a few short days. All right. Let's move on from the Maine Senate election, talking about a different fight in the Democratic Party, although certainly a parallel one. One which has been stirred up even more by one David McMahon. I think that's how you pronounce it. I'm just joking because David struggles too sometimes with pronouncing things like APAC. Stuff like that. Mr. McMahon released a video here, something of a manifesto, asking everyone to exile Hassan Parker from the party.
Hassan Parker?
And Hassan was forced to respond.
David Pakman, we're going to watch this. As you guys know, college Democrats invited me. The Republicans are obviously freaking out. Some of these like liberals are freaking out too. And it's really funny because like the idea that I'm not like eating it from both ends here is so funny. Like the notion that people are too afraid to stand up to Hassan is a hilarious take. Prominent liberals yell at me all the fucking time. All right, well, let's see. So David was one of the guys that bit.
Listen to the whole segment before you send me hate mail. You know when it starts that way, it's going to be good. Listen, the Democratic Party is showing the early signs of the same disease that destroyed the Republican Party. I've got so many friends on the left texting me and saying, David, we're not going to allow the same thing to happen on the left that Trump.
The same disease that destroyed the Republican Party? I think he's talking about the Tea Party. I think he means the same people that took the presidency twice in the last 3 elections, won multiple like trifecta majorities in the House, Senate, and with the White House. Is that what he's talking about? We can't let like leftists in the Democratic Party turn us into winners? Is that the problem? Doesn't like too much winning for David?
to MAGA, that Trump and MAGA did to Republicans, are we? Republicans.
What, you mean winning? Like,
exactly.
I'm sorry. They have an odious worldview on the right. The reactionaries do, right? But the one thing you can't say is they're unsuccessful. Donald Trump literally owns the government, okay? Donald Trump owns the government. Donald Trump almost single-handedly rewrote American politics for the last decade. Every aspect of American politics has changed for the worse because of Donald Trump. So when you say, oh, we can't let these fucking leftists do the same, what are you saying? Do you disagree with the policies? Is that what you're talking about? You think getting everything they campaigned on in a 6-3 majority is bad because they actually got what they wanted? Perfect Dem influencer. Yeah, like, no, I wish the Democrats could fight like the Republicans do. But instead of for odious, horrible, repulsive, toxic, and outright awful plans, I wish...
Like, seriously, like... You know, I am unfortunately on things like Twitter. I'm online enough to know that the most odious wing of Trump's base will hold him to the most odious desires of the Trump base, right? And they will scream at him at the top of their lungs, and their posts will go to the top of Twitter. And like you know, like, for instance, when Mark Wayne Mullen last week came out and said that we're going to stop doing traffic stops because too many brown people are getting murdered, he didn't say it like that. But like, he was like, maybe we're going to pull back on traffic stops for a little bit and reassess the policy. People were freaking losing their minds. They're like, what? You're going to stop murdering brown people at will inside of their vehicles? They were losing their fucking minds at Trump for that. And he immediately reversed within hours of Mark Wayne coming out and saying that. Meanwhile, you had Democrats saying we have to capitulate more to Republicans, not the voters. It's the reverse. We have the reverse when it comes to Democrats. They insist on us, the voters, making the concessions, not them. Not them sticking to the things that we voted for or that we are demanding. It's the reverse. We're told, oh, no, you just blew no matter who. Over and over again. And then, you know, it's like, we'll be better. We'll be better than them. And then they vote for Trump's budgets. Like, literally last year, when 7 Democrats and 1 independent, Angus King of Maine, by the way, voted going into the holidays because they thought a government shutdown would be too odious. Couldn't let people talk about how Trump's agenda and unwillingness to concede on any points with Democrats. Unwillingness to do the very thing Democrats demand Democratic voters do. No reason to even no, we can't allow the government to shut down. Even it's the Republicans' fault, and they would have been completely blamed for it. And it would have been the very most politically expedient thing to fucking do. No, we have to collaborate and vote for the budget that funded all this shit that Trump has done. Allowed them to keep the government open. And get that big, beautiful bill passed. And we were told we have to accept that kind of politics. Oh, we have to be bipartisan. All the bipartisanship is almost always the worst shit. Every time.
Democrats will fight like hell for good shit. Medicare for all. Housing for all. Federal jobs guarantee. And also cutting all aid and sanctioning Israel. Holding Israel accountable. Oh no. Oh no. We can't let the Democrats be too sweet. We can't let the Democrats be too successful. What does the Communist Party of China do? 5-year plans.
Welcome to the resistance.
Okay? They write it out like Babe Ruth. They called their shot and they swing and they do not miss. Republicans did the same. They said Project 2025. Here is all of the awful shit that we're going to do. And then
Exactly.
they followed through on it. It's horrible.
Exactly. Meanwhile, like, I've heard like things about like the Project 29, like the fake resistance movement, which is just like restore the government to the status quo. It's like, no, nobody's on board with that shit. We need a real Project 2029. You know, universal health care, adequate environmental policy that averts fucking disaster, not just with energy consumption, with other things. Like mitigating the disasters we're still gonna see for at least a decade or more to come. Even if we do hit, like, the goals that we need to hit. Like, a lot of this is baked in. Stuff can... The Earth can mend itself over time, but we have to make such a huge dent in our... And I mean our. The United States is the #1 emitter per human on the planet. We're the most unsustainable country in the world per human being, which is the way we should be looking at this. It's like countries shouldn't be like awarded extra energy consumption just because we're more powerful than everyone else. You know? Like, because right-wingers are always coming out and claiming, oh, but China uses more energy than the United States. Yeah, well, here's two important statistics to point out when talking about that. China makes everything for America. All the stuff we buy comes from China. We would otherwise be making it here and be having that carbon footprint here. They also happen to be a country 3 times the size. So they make all of our stuff, and there's 3 times as many people, right? And they're barely more than us. But if you go down to by person, we're like leaps and bounds over China. I can't remember the exact statistic off the top of my head, but it's like 5 to 1 energy, maybe higher energy consumption from U.S. citizens to Chinese citizens. Like you are personally using at least 5 times probably as much energy as most Chinese people. Because they're doing things that are environmentally sustainable. They're getting better and better at that. Or at least, actually, I take it back. Not using the most energy. I think that's the wrong statistic. You're using more energy, but you're also emitting more carbon dioxide and or greenhouse gases. Because actually, that's the important... I've used the wrong statistic in making the argument. Still kind of stands. It still makes, I think, the same sense. But I think an important distinction nonetheless. What was my point with all this? Why was I talking about the fucking Chinese right now and environment? Like, I just went on some monologue. I can't even remember what we were talking about now. Jesus Christ.
It's awful. It's unbelievably bad.
Awful,
but
awful,
it is
awful.
successful
Weak.
for their agenda. So yeah, I wish the Democrats would have their own Project 2026, Project 2028, which featured socialism heavily in it. So no, when you say, oh, we can't let the fucking MAGA style situation take over the Democratic Party, what are you talking about? We believe in the opposite things that they believe. We believe in the opposite things that they believe. We want to advance the opposite things. But if you're going to talk about success, MAGA has been unbelievably successful. Let's continue.
Back in 2010, their leaders laughed at the Tea Party. Conspiracy theorists, they're far-right internet trolls. They're not gonna do anything. And then the Tea Party took over local...
I remember what I was saying. I was saying that we need a Project 2029 that's actually radical. Or like would be perceived as radical. Like things like universal healthcare, childcare, housing, and serious environmental policy that actually tackles the Paris Climate Accords goals and further. I think these are, like, honestly the bare minimums of a Project 2029. Like a legislated like Troy Jackson was saying, like a legislated enshrined in law right to abortion as like an amendment, I think. Honestly, a constitutional amendment is probably the only way. And then honestly, I would go so far as to either abolish or pack the Supreme Court. I continue to fall further and further on abolishing the Supreme Court because they seem to be waging a lawless. I know that they're the arbiters of law, but they've become the arbiters of lawlessness, in my opinion. They're just making arbitrary distinctions and decisions not based upon the Constitution or anything in precedent or anything in terms of like the betterment of society. And it's just about an ideological framework that they are upholding in the law. One that is authoritarian and deeply problematic and backwards and regressive. The fact that we still got people like David Pakman out here complaining about people demanding changes and actually engaging in the elections is fucking hilarious. It's pathetic. I remember back in the day when, you know, he was vaguely complaining about Bernie Sanders being, you know, disregarded by the Democratic Party. And now he's DNC operative Pakman. It's like, actually, leftists should stay away. I am a liberal, okay? And I hate the left. I, David Pakman, hate Bernie Sanders and everybody like him. He's, Team Pelosi. Team Hillary Clinton. You know, that's, you know, he's Team Obama. Team Obama Pakman. He loves neoliberalism. What can I say?
The hell? The left and Democrats can't make the same mistake. There is a small group, far left extremists, gaining influence inside youth groups and party organizations because they spend all day online organizing and enforcing ideological purity and attacking anyone who disagrees. Now, let me be very liberal. I am not talking about people who want Medicare for all and affordable housing. I want all that stuff. I'm with all that stuff. I'm a social democrat in the style of Northern Europe. Of course I want those things. These are folks who treat political warfare like a full-time job. And when they can't build...
Dude, you're literally a political commentator.
Seriously.
What are you talking about?
What the fuck?
Does David Pakman do something else other than this? This is his job,
well, he
right?
does not. Well, he...
Yeah.
He's a literal Democratic operative, right? Now he works for Chorus. He's one of the up-and-coming streamers. You know, as a guy who's been on YouTube for how long now? 15 years? As one of the first YouTubers on the planet, David Pakman, up-and-coming YouTuber. He's been getting money for his, you know, just involvement in Chorus now, right? As just like an operative, as a literal operative. He's one of the Chorus peeps, right? Like him and all these fucking losers. All these people who are crying in unison about Hassan. In literal unison, because they have like meetings to discuss what the Democrat approved talking point is of the week, which is apparently like the last 3 months, just cry about Hassan. Just cry about Hassan and do it as loudly as possible.
Is back is they have an agenda, they seek to accomplish that agenda, and they're pushing for it, and now perhaps most terrifyingly they're winning
their own coalition. They attach themselves to popular causes. They take real concerns about healthcare, housing, police misconduct.
Like, is anybody else? Maybe not. I'm just personally upset that I struggle to pay the bills every month, and David Pakman is getting quote-unquote up-and-coming influencer money from an organization like Chorus, right? Because he's willing to toe the fucking line. It's crazy. Like, David Pakman? How much money is this guy? Millions. This guy's made millions of dollars on YouTube and other platforms over the years. And he needs your help? He needs 10 grand a video? Or however much they were getting? And are still getting, you know, purportedly. Meanwhile, you know, I'm struggling. Thankfully, we still have Individuals like Cthulhu donating $11. It's a very specific number. On Cash App. Getting us moving on that galactic content goal that's like 25% of the way there. Let me add it to the deficit counter here. Another goal we're making slow progress on as well. Month's not over. Never give up.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up.
Yeah, that's a good point. When you're already a corporate shill, money just keeps coming, doesn't it? I mean, he's been doing crypto shilling and all sorts of other paid sponsorships for a super long time. A lot of real questionable ones, in my opinion. Like, everybody, there's not everybody, but a lot of people do paid sponsorships, like the Majority Report. But the Majority Report tends to pick, I think, good businesses, right? Like, they actually put some effort into, you know, finding companies that are paying a living wage or are unionized or at least something that, you know, fucking Sam or Emma are like actually personally using. But like, there's so many people who are just out there like just blatantly hawking anything that anybody will pay them to sell. Blue Chew, sure, yep. That's certainly one of them. There's a whole myriad of these products. People are willing to you know, put in front of their audiences for the right amount of money.
Countries like debt is a major one.
Sorry, hold on. I'm just skipping ahead a little bit more on this Hassan David Pacman response. We just can't watch the whole freaking thing. It'll take too long, for one.
Easy about this. You don't even need to go to Norway. But these guys love posting about Norway. What the hell?
Rent control, abolishing police and prisons, and abolishing the Senate, and replacing our political system.
Like the abolishing police. I'm not in favor of police abolition. Okay.
Sam sells CBD by the seashore. That's true. Which is, once again, a product that the entire office reportedly uses, and which I believe pays a living wage. I think it's like a co-owned. I think it's like a part co-op. It's like a co-op. Like, I think it's like more than 50% as a co-op. Like, I think the original business owner owns some part of the business. I don't know exactly what part. And then the rest is owned by the workers. So yeah, it's one of those situations where it's like, yeah, do that. Sell that.
But I understand where these guys are coming from, and it doesn't matter because I'm not crazy, okay? I don't spend a good deal of time being like, I can't believe some of them said abolish police. What the fuck? Like, I'm not losing sleep over it, okay?
Some of these ideas are reasonable to a degree. For example, I support universal health care, and I've talked about 4 or 5 ways that we could get to it. I want affordable housing, and I've done a dozen interviews with housing experts on what would and wouldn't work to get us there. I support progressive taxation. We need to collect more taxes from the very rich. Voting rights have been hurt in this country. We need police reform. There's elements of this that are great, and any social democrat like me will tell you we got to do that. But you bundle it together, and this fantasy in which capitalism, private industry, and major parts of the government simply disappear, most Americans don't want that. Most Americans understand that there is no way that you could impose that without extraordinary authoritarianism. My one hesitation.
Wait, what are we imposing with extraordinary?
Bundle it together. And this fantasy
What is it, David?
in
Get
which
to it.
capitalism, private industry, and major parts of the government simply disappear.
I mean,
Oh my God.
you're just describing laws. You're describing, again, you're describing a policy agenda that you disagree with without actually explaining what you disagree with on the policy agenda.
No, it's insane. No, he's completely. Maybe because we've stopped checking Republicans on hypocrisy. We've stopped checking ourselves or something, or some of us have. But, like, David is completely just. Like, he's contradicting himself in the same utterance. He starts off by going, look, I want universal health care for everyone. I want, national, government-run health care. Because what does he mean? Just one mega corporation when he says that? Of course not. At least I hope that's not what he means when he says Medicare for all. That's a government-run institution. So he's saying, he starts off with, look, I want Medicare for all, but I don't want government-run institutions all of a sudden. It's like, bitch, pick one. You can't have both. You can't play both sides of this line. They're too distinct. The fence is so razor thin. You're in serious trouble the second that you move. Like, the second you make a movement, you're getting sliced. Okay? Because this shit is so stupid. You can't do both.
You're just simply saying people oppose it and you want to be authoritarian. Yeah, okay. How is it any different than when fucking libertarians say, oh, taxation is theft? Yes, public ownership of key sectors is authoritarianism, I guess. But guess what? Many other social democracies do this because it's good, okay? I'm sure there was a point in time when the motherfucking private profiteers of the fire departments, the private fire brigades were really frustrated. The local governments came down on them and authoritarian style took over and said, nah, we got to do this. It's got to be a public service. Sorry. They were like, no.
Exactly. Most Americans don't want that. Most Americans understand that there is no way that you could impose that without extraordinary authoritarianism.
Yeah, I hate the extraordinary authoritarianism of the fucking postal service and the fire department, even the fucking police.
Extraordinary authoritarianism against the billionaires and the capital owning class. Those who own vast swaths of property and land. Individuals. Oh, the authoritarianism against the individual. Hassan's absolutely right. This is a libertarian argument. We're going to repress the uber wealthy by taxing them a little bit more, or telling them, hey, you can't own this much property, and let it. And by the way, libertarians should love this argument. You can't just let it sit there. You can't just buy up property to prevent housing from being built. That's wrong. That's bad. That's deleterious to society. But David's like, actually, no, we can't go that far and actually tell them what to do with their land or property when it gets out of hand and bad for society. We just got to be like, hey, you, I don't like that. No, I don't like that. I won't regulate it, but I don't like it.
Department of public schools. I hate that. We need to stop with this authoritarianism. Dude, are you a libertarian? No. Are you an anarcho-capitalist? No. So obviously there's a level of authoritarianism that you're actually comfortable with, right? I thought you were
Honestly, I do think almost that he is like a anarcho-capitalist, right? I don't know how deep invested Pac-Man is in crypto, but I get the sense that he was paid in crypto way back because he's been shilling it for a long time. I think he's sitting on some sort of treasure trove of fucking crypto money because of all the crypto endorsements he's done. I get the sense he does have sort of a libertarian streak in him. I feel like a lot of the liberals that's actually what they are. They're guys who see themselves. They have enough money that they see themselves as being part of the 1% or perceiving this as being directed at them and take offense to it, right? That's just my sense.
level of authoritarianism that you're actually comfortable with, right? I thought you were far, far more open to the level of authoritarianism presented by the likes of FDR, or even presented in countries like Norway, Sweden, Finland, and many of these other places that social democrats love to point to and say we should do the same thing that they have over there. But now, when DSA is putting out a platform that's identical to the things that already exist in these other social democracies to a certain degree, you're like, that's authoritarianism. So apparently,
Exactly.
you're not in.
Exactly. Immediately.
This is the very definition of totalitarian.
Columbia _9505 just cheered 100 bits. David A. Pac-Man sees Israel in his dreams. Quoting Haley Stevens, what gives?
Columbia Regan.
What gives? What gives? A Columbia Regan? Huh?
Was that a good Haley Stevens impression? I'm working on it. It's gonna come in handy as we go into the general here. I mean, the primary is almost... Actually, I take it back. As we end... Because, like, between now and the end of the primary, this is the last, hopefully, the last I'll ever have to use it. After this, like I said, I would stop making fun of her when she loses. It's gonna happen, hopefully, in less than 2 weeks. Thank you for those bits. Also, just want to say thank you to multiple individuals. No name here. Just a message for the galactic deficit. I'll say AB. Thank you for the $7 on Cash App. And on PayPal. Another dono. Aw, shit. God damn it. Yes, this is the one. You're not going to hold me. It was a bad impression. It was a bad impression. Wow. It's a bad impression. It's deeply offensive. I thought it was good. I don't think I'm the only one that thought it was good. Okay.
This is ridiculous.
I thought that sounded exactly like Haley Stevens. I need to add some Haley Stevens to the soundboard. You need some Michigan Fist? Is that what you need?
I want the Michigan Fist!
Is that what you're telling me you need, Michigan Fist?
I want the Michigan Fist! I want you all to unite! Fist! I want the Michigan Fist! I want you to punch a hole in the wall of resistance! Fist! I want that Michigan Fist! Fist! We got points to put on the board!
Oh, that's what you want, is it? Okay. All right. I gotta say a big thank you to Glitchmaster. 40 bones. 40 big, beautiful bones donated on PayPal. I assume this is in response to the David Pacman video we were just watching. More like David Wackman. Am I right, GSL? If us lefties were as online as everyone claims, where we would hold no political power, 0 wins and influence, we are simultaneously incompetent, ineffective, yet destroying the entire Democratic Party.
I'm staying in the race.
It's true. Thank you, Glitchmaster. Incredibly generous. That's gonna do it. It's gonna do it on the Galactic Content Goal. We completed another one. Boy, we got a slow-ass start, and then a hot second half to the Galactic Content Countdown this evening. 3 hours happened, and the goal just suddenly completed.
Immediately, if not sooner.
It's like you all realize the stream might end immediately, if not sooner. So I better not test the luck. I appreciate that so very much. Your contributions keeping the Galactic News Network alive, and me, in theory, from going homeless soon. Last look at the confetti. It's about to go away. Just editing the content goal. What is this? 5? I think it's this.
This
Yes.
is the very definition.
Making
of
progress.
totalitarianism.
We're at 550 now of 918, which is what, 368 away? Yes, we're making serious progress, Space Fams. As I always say, and it's proving correct, never give up.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up.
I will not shut up. Nor will I stop giving up. Stop not giving up, I mean. Alright, back to the show. We can't just sit around celebrating ourselves all day. That's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
Can't do it. But I appreciate all you Space Fams. For those of you who cannot donate with monies, don't forget your engagement in the stream is helpful. Following the channel on Twitch, subscribing on YouTube, and I do mean both. Hit that bell icon so you get notifications on YouTube, and the like button on the stream, of course. All very helpful. Maybe comment. Throw a comment in the chat. If you're feeling shy, no one's gonna bite, hopefully. Fingers crossed. He's a numbers-based guy. It's true. I'm a numbers guy. I'm actually fairly good at math, although I gave up while I was doing calculus for personal reasons. I gave up on school when I hit calculus. I was doing multiple degrees. Let's just say I danced around for a while. Educationally, once I left high school. All right. Now to a very similar conversation. This one on News Nation. This one actually, I take it back, that wasn't really a conversation. It was a reaction from Hassan to David Pakman. Not an actual discussion. This was a three-way discussion between, oh, what's his name? God, I cannot think of this fucking dude's name. The guy from Current Affairs and the, oh, what's her name? I can't think of her name either now. And she's got a YouTube channel. I cannot think of her fucking name. Right, Nathan Robinson. That's right, Nathan Robinson and Monty Mader. They went on to News Nation. I guess because they hate fun. They just like having conversations with deluded morons or something. I don't know. I don't know why they would do this to themselves. Maybe to get the word out to the oppressed News Nation viewer. But here is Nathan on his channel.
Medium of right-wing cable news that is intended as an ambush, but given the constraints that we were under, I think we did all right in giving the socialists a pretty good showing. So have a look.
Well, despite everything you've heard so far, tens of thousands of Americans are still members of the Democratic Socialists of America. It's been a wake-up call for Democrats, and according to Vice President Vance, it's a wake-up call for Republicans, too. Listen. So what are these problems, and what are drawing voters to socialism? Joining us now, Nathan J. Robinson.
Damn, I wasn't fast enough. I was trying to get to this sound shot.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
It would have been so much better if I could have done it at the right timing.
President Vance, it's a wake-up call for Republicans, too. Listen.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
And what are drawing voters to socialism? Joining us now, Nathan J. Robinson, current affairs editor-in-chief, and Monty Mader, progressive political commentator. Great to see you both. So, Nathan, you told our producers that you don't have any DSA members to vote for in Louisiana, and you wouldn't call yourself a DSA voter, but you definitely say you're a socialist and are sympathetic to the DSA platform. So what about them is interesting to you?
I wrote a book called Why You Should Be a Socialist. So,
why should we be socialists? Tell me.
Well, you asked what the problems are, why people are upset, and J.D. Vance actually gets some of it there. I interviewed Mem Downey when he was running early, and he said he talked to New Yorkers and listened to their anger. Some of the things people are mad about. The rent is too high. Young people feel like they can't afford a house. They'll never buy a house. Cost of childcare is too high. They see a bloated military budget deploying our tax dollars for death and destruction. They see their jobs being replaced with AI. They feel they have no rights at their place of employment. They have no family leave. They're drowning in student debt. Billions of dollars are being spent for ICE to drag your neighbors away, throw them in a cage, or shoot them in their car. Then we have a totally out of control climate catastrophe with global warming spiraling out of control. Meanwhile, trillionaires are being minted while people are sleeping in the streets. And so a lot of young people look at that situation. They see it as crazy and unjust. They're angry, and they want someone to do something about it.
All right, that's a long list of very serious problems, many that young people have gone through in generations past, I might add, but there are.
I love how she immediately rushes to disqualify and minimize the problems currently faced by this generation. The only thing that she can list as being an actual problem is AI. She's losing her fucking mind. She's living in some sort of alternate universe.
Very serious problems, many that young people have gone through in generations past, I might add, but there are some new ones, and I understand the AI questions for sure. We cover that a lot on this show. But Monty, you're not a card-carrying member of DSA, but you also support many of their policies. Why are you interested in what they have to offer, and what problems do you see that they're solving, or at least claiming that they're going to solve?
I think that democratic socialism operates as a guardrail to where capitalism fails. We've seen over the past year where we have watched tax law favor the wealthiest among us instead of the working and lower class, who it should fail. We have so many systems in our country that are not working, one of them being healthcare. We spend more per person than any other developed nation, and we have the worst health outcomes, including infant death and life expectancy and preventable disease. We can do better. I believe that they address the income equality while also saying, hey, we can do better by the numbers. We can actually make this better for everybody, not just the few. Because I see it as a guardrail to the greed and the inequality we're seeing everywhere by implementing programs that allow for us to get something for our taxes. I don't believe that American money should be going overseas when Americans need help here. Our tax dollars can help us here. We don't have a money problem. We have a priority problem. And a lot of people in the U.S. are suffering, and that money needs to stay here. Voters need to have more say in where their tax dollars go, and tax law should always favor the lower and the middle class.
Well, I would agree with you that I would like better stewardship of my tax dollars. Absolutely. But Nathan, we hear a lot.
These people are talk out of like both sides of their mouths all the time. I would love better stewardship of my tax money, meaning don't give it to brown and poor people and tax me less, which is the exact opposite of what she was just saying. She's pretending like she agrees with her when clearly they couldn't be more opposed on tax policy. She's like, yeah, I agree. Tax policies. Oh, stewardship of my money is bad. These News Nation ghouls 100% support all of the foreign wars and all of the billionaire tax cuts and all the cuts to healthcare and all the cuts to all the other social safety nets. They are deranged.
The billionaires one of our reporters just detailed how billionaires are actually dumping money
into the DSA when it's saying it's this grassroots movement? So are there like good billionaires as long as they're, you know, donating to socialist causes, whereas Elon Musk, who's a trillionaire but created thousands of millionaires when SpaceX went public, is evil and one who should be taxed to death?
Created them.
Well, I mean, that's the report that you had really overstates the number of rich people who support these kinds of policies. It's actually very difficult to fundraise on the left. And in that report, you heard that the DSA's budget is actually $6 million. It's tiny. And what you didn't do in that report is you didn't compare DSA spending to corporate and other PAC spending. And if you start looking at that, you'll start to see that they're outspent like 50 to 1. If you look at the billionaires who donated to Cuomo, yeah, you find one eccentric rich person here and there. But Mamdani was massively outspent by the rich. They poured money. And around the country, you see this. We're seeing this in the Michigan Senate race right now, where Abdul El-Sayed is being outspent 50 to 1 by AIPAC. They're spending $50 million. So you got to do the comparison if you're going to have a real analysis of who's funded by the rich.
All right, Monty.
Yeah, and the reason why is obvious for multiple reasons. But like the right-wing talking heads are now in a real uncomfortable spot. They've all been, for the longest time, claiming all Democrats are socialists and communists. From Bernie Sanders to Nancy Pelosi, they're all the same. You know, they just want to take your guns and give food to poor people or whatever. And basically, now they're being forced to try and bifurcate those two things, to separate the left, democratic, socialist left, whatever you want to call it, of the party, and the rest of the DNC apparatus, right? But they're struggling with how to do that without looking incredibly hypocritical, because they have been screaming like from the tops of every possible roof about like George Soros and all the big money and democratic and leftist politics. But all this been going to like libbed up neo-centrist candidates all this time that they've been calling communists. And now there's no money going to the people who you could maybe compare, to the democratic socialists, right? And so they're having a hard time.
There has been this debate too within DSA and promotion of groups that have been sanctioned by the U.S. government for terrorism. Hamas, for example, is that a group that you support, or is that an outlier?
Do you see what I mean?
Pushing?
There is absolutely no promotion of Hamas. There is a defense of the Palestinian people to be able to live and survive.
You see what I mean? She immediately switches over to Hamas. She's like, forget answering that very uncomfortable fact about our inadequate reporting on the numbers. Let's talk about Hamas.
What you cannot have is a war with a region that does not have a standing army. When you are attacking hospitals and schools and you are intentionally targeting civilians, you're not defending yourself. You're also not targeting a terrorist group. You're targeting civilians. I'm talking about the nation state of Israel doing that. There is no movement within the DSA to support Hamas, but it is to defend the civilians in Palestine, to defend their right to live and live freely, and to prevent settlement and abuse in the West Bank. It's a legal apartheid and a genocide that's going on, and that's not just my opinion. That also includes the International Criminal Court.
I think we could have you back to debate those facts. I think a lot of those are opinions, but we are happy to have you.
They're the consensus
Nathan
of
and
human
Monty,
rights groups around the world.
Thank you
There
very
are
much for
reasons
being
that
here
there are people
today.
in Israel facing war
We'll be
crime
right back.
charges.
Thank
Not
you,
my
guys.
opinion.
Thank you very much. We got to run. Good to see you both. Thank you very much.
I loved that.
Thanks
clip.
for watching.
Thank you, Nathan. Current affairs. I thought that was very enjoyable and informative. And it was quite something to watch that News Nation lady flounder, struggle to maintain the control of the narrative, switch from one thing to the next, and then be met with more uncomfortable responses from the guests. Like, she tried to get away from one thing and then found herself getting decimated on Gaza and Israel. She's like, can we talk about Hamas, actually, instead of how much money is being funneled into the DNC? The DCC and the DMFI and these people instead? Can we talk about Hamas? Hamas, please? And then she runs away. Bravely runs away. From just the facts. Like that the ICC has a warrant for Benjamin Netanyahu. Among other things. It's just like your opinion, man. Exactly. It's just like your opinion and like the opinion of like the ICC, ICJ, all the experts, all the aid organizations. And it's like totally indebatable. It's like people who don't know anything disagree with all of those other people, okay? People who base their opinion solely upon where their money comes from, or where their ideology falls, rather than facts. They disagree. Big disagreement. Yes, the great retreat of victory. A victorious retreat. Bravely running away. Gallantly turning the tail and fleeing as fast as possible in the other direction. Now one man refuses to run away. No. Independent media. David Rubin. Oh, David is very, very upset. Oh God. But he's not gonna run away. He's gonna take to his YouTube channel. And he's gonna post some of the most racism fueled copium / hyperventilating that exists on the internet, perhaps. In fact, sort of incredible that this is still up, monetized. Okay.
Jon Stewart interviewed Zoran Mamdani. Jon Stewart said some things that weren't...
You mean John Leibowitz? As Dave Rubin's going to remind us here.
Are you joking?
No.
That is literally a 30 Rock bit.
It's also Trump started this.
Yes, this is an anti-Semitic thing that you hear about Jon Stewart, where God forbid, he has a stage name, as if nobody has ever had that. But there's a Jenna quote where she says Natalie Portman, whose real last name is Hirschlag, by the way. And Liz goes, I don't know why that's relevant, and she goes, I just think people should know. That's essentially what this is.
What that is.
Like Dave is taking his opportunity to call Jon Stewart, I don't know, something anti-Semitic as a Jewish man himself.
When we talk about
Zionists love to do that.
When we talk about Zionists being anti-Semitic, we're going to back it up with the next couple minutes of this clip here.
Here we go. So he's upset that Jon Stewart decided to speak to Zoran Mamdani and
The jihadi.
Calls Jon Stewart some pretty gross things here. So
this goes crazy.
Dave is really taking full advantage of what is, look, I don't know what the case is, but we did show earlier this week that the Wall Street Journal had reported that Israel is engaged in a multi tens of millions of dollars influence campaign here in the United States via Brad Parscale, the Cambridge Analytica guy who used to work on Trump's campaigns.
Hold on. I'm just going to skip ahead to the Dave bit of this.
Talk to Zoran.
podcast. And again, I hit Jon Stewart pretty hard yesterday. He should have been what Bill Maher is, which is a standard bearer for liberalism. They always used to say for 20 years in America, everybody always used to say more young people get their news from The Daily Show than anywhere else. I never bought that. I never thought that was actually true. But he was somewhere that was out there, let's say on the left, not completely insane, and you can say he was funny or not funny or whatever. As you know, I interned for him.
I'll say he's not funny, and his politics have always sucked. Bill Maher is somebody who was saying, yeah, we should have gone into Vietnam because we needed to show the world what we were about.
I think he's talking about Jon Stewart.
No, but he's talking about Bill Stewart should have been like Bill Maher, who upholded liberalism. And to the extent that he upholded liberalism, it's a liberalism that should be torn down.
Exactly.
Insane, and you can say he was funny or not funny or whatever. As you know, I interned for him at The Daily Show in 1999.
As you know.
Did not know that.
No one cares.
Little Lord dump
Well,
there.
it is very revealing because it tells you that all of this is coming from a place of jealousy. Like he talks about Stewart's net worth. Like he wanted to be, he's a shitty comedian who interned at The Daily Show.
A shitty comedian. What makes you say? What makes you say that he's a shitty comedian? It would have been.
There we go.
27 years ago. You guys weren't even born, you weirdos. Anyway, it was a long time ago. So this is not personal in some sense, but unfortunately, he has decided to dive all in on all of the leftist lunacy, and he seems to want to become a dhimmi. H-I-M-M-I, a dhimmi, and that is someone who lives in a Muslim majority society who has separate laws, separate ways of life, probably has to pay the jizya, that is the tax to their overlords, and it is worth noting that his real name is Jonathan Leibowitz, so he's a big Jew, but he loves that they are ushering in the Muslim communist, socialist over there. Here they are.
Being a Muslim democratic socialist, I thought it would be pretty straightforward.
You just saw
like,
well, what if I label myself something that scares people the most? I'm a Muslim democratic socialist.
If you scare him twice.
He's just a Muslim democratic socialist. And the funny thing for you, Jon Stewart, is that you're a really rich Jew.
Oh, wow. Dave Rubin is having a meltdown. And he's exhibiting it in some of the most disturbing possible ways.
You have a mental health problem.
Like, I think he's really having a mental breakdown. He doesn't know how to deal with it. But since he's a political commentator for a living, we're all being forced to watch it. Or, well, I don't know, forced. But, we're all here to watch it. So sad.
You're worth $120 million. And your last name's Leibowitz. So when they come and they start beheading people with machetes, you're going to be one of the people that they get. But it'll take a little extra time because, they'll go for the other Jews first and the other dhimmis first because you're a useful idiot ushering in their nonsense. What Jon Stewart has become.
Okay, this whole thing is deeply anti-Semitic in all of the ways. Because we've talked about this, we don't talk about it all the time. We've certainly talked about it on multiple occasions. The actual definition of Semite is a person who is who speaks either one of the Hebraic or Arabic languages. Like, hold on, let me pull up the exact definition, just because. Here we go. Semitic means related to a family of languages native to the Middle East and North Africa, including Hebrew, Arabic, and Aramaic. He's being both anti-Semitic to Jews and to Arabs simultaneously here by both sitting here and calling Jon Stewart a dhimmi, a capo, a collaborator, somebody who's sending Jews to death camps, essentially, is what he's claiming. He's literally claiming it. He's not even being coy about it. He just said people are going to get their heads cut off. Right? Like, this is deeply anti-Semitic, both against the Muslim mayor, right? And against Jon Stewart. He's doing both versions of anti-Semitism at the same time. We just got to get somebody who speaks Aramaic in here. We can get the trifecta.
This is ridiculous.
Stop right there.
And never start again.
Yes. Can I quit the show? I'd like to leave this industry forever.
How did they not give him the Daily Show with those kind of chops?
I mean, come
Seriously.
on. So
This is a full-blown meltdown.
I need to understand what DHIMMY means. Please help me out. What does Dimmy even mean?
It's DHIMMI. But it's just, we don't need to get it. Honestly, we don't need to do it on this. Go down this fucking road. It would only be relevant if it were like literally a state under Sharia law. And since we don't live in the fever dream of Dave Rubin, I'm not even going to entertain it. Okay? Because, spoiler alert to everybody, no Sharia law in New York, as it turns out.
Zohran Mamdani.
To decide to consider that Muslim people might actually be human beings as well, versus people like Dave, who, you know,
They're enemies and conquerors.
are unburdened by those moral anchors.
With machetes, you're going to be one of the people that they get, but it'll take a little extra time because, yeah, they'll go for the other Jews first and the other dhimmis first because you're a useful idiot ushering in their nonsense. What Jon Stewart has become here is a capo. He is a capo, and you know what that is? We'll even give you, I think we pulled up the actual definition of what a capo is. A capo, which is the shortened from the German word for corporal or foreman, was a prison.
You see what I mean? He's literally being an anti-Semite to Jon Stewart, as well as to Zohran Mamdani. He's claiming that Zohran's planning on doing mass murder of Jews in New York City. Which is fucking insane. Like, this is like beyond Alex Jones conspiracy level fucking shit. Like, this is some serious hate-based fucking racism, but meanwhile he's being racist to other Jews in the form of Jon Stewart, calling him a self-hating Jew, basically. And also, worse than that, a collaborator. That he's gonna send people to their deaths. It is fucking disturbing just how much hate is being spewed out of Dave Rubin in this clip. Like, I gotta end it at this point just because of it. Honestly, we don't need any more. We get it. Dave is having a fucking mental health episode. Somebody needs to get him off the internet. Because he's spewing some very hateful stuff. Enough of Dave Rubin. Let's get to talking about the economy a little bit. Something which I think a Republican operative claimed to have solved just a few clips back. Let's see what Georgia Senator John Ossoff had to say about state of health care. And what is the name? What is Georgia's? Like, I know New York's Empire State. What's Georgia? The Peach State. It is the Peach State. I wanted to call it the Peach State. I was like, it can't be the Peach State. That's too boring. Nope. Peach State. Okay, Peach State.
What we all know as Georgians is that we're living through a healthcare emergency. in the state of Georgia. And it's an emergency that our so-called leaders at the state level try to dress up as normal. They try to numb us. They try to numb us to the suffering and death that result from their decisions and their poor leadership. Angela, if you are born today in the state of Georgia, your life expectancy is less than if you were born today in Lebanon, a country that's been in a state of intermittent civil war for decades. Now think about this. Lebanon's national economy is 40 times smaller than Georgia's state economy. Y'all follow me? But they live longer than we do. Half of our counties, as you all know, have no OBGYN. We've lost in Georgia 21 hospitals in 20 years. We have among the lowest newborn weights at birth in the country. We have one of the worst shortages of mental health care providers in the country. And none of this is necessary. This isn't just the way things are. This is a choice that our governor and Republicans in our state legislature have made. They have chosen not to expand Medicaid. They have chosen to leave people without health.
Unfortunately, John continues to give sort of milquetoast answers to these kinds of problems. It's like, we got to expand Medicaid. He can't take himself to go Medicaid for all or Medicare for all. He's like, we got to expand it. And it's lackluster. But he did make an interesting point there, which I think we should take into consideration while we're talking about healthcare, while we're talking about affordability in America. Why is it that in the richest country on the planet, where we've minted the first trillionaire in existence, do we have people who can't afford healthcare? Why is it that Georgia's life expectancy is lower than the country of Lebanon? It doesn't make any sense. Although, you know, I feel like you could have found another comparison, but just by the numbers. Just by the numbers. I mean, Lebanon's GDP in 2025 was $34.5 billion. $34.5 billion for a population of, what, 20 million, I think. Isn't it 20 million or something like that? 15 million? 10 million. No. Really? Is it 6 million? That can't be right. Is it 6 million? I could have sworn it was more than that. Am I losing my mind? Okay, 6 million. Population of 6 million, $34 billion GDP. United States, 300 million people. 100 times the size. But US GDP in 2025 was $30.7 trillion. Right? So 1,000 times the GDP of Lebanon. 34 billion instead of 31 trillion. Right? Yet somehow Lebanon's able to keep people alive longer. Maybe it's because we're so focused on funneling all of that productivity to the very wealthiest people in society, rather than redistributing it first. The people who need it most. People whose stock prices didn't go up because they didn't have stocks. Whose profits didn't go up because they didn't have profit statements. They had debts. They had car payments. They had mortgages. They had rent and health care to pay for. Childcare and food, gas, The simple things, not the $500 million yachts. You know, it's about priorities in society. Do we ensure that people can afford $500 million yachts? Or that there aren't people starving, homeless, and uninsured? You know? Like, what's the priority in this country? Speaking of healthcare spending, the state of healthcare in America. Let's see what Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez had to say here on the steps of Congress.
No, I think that Americans of all backgrounds are sick of seeing the United States enter wars without justification, spending trillions of dollars in our engagements abroad, and people can't even afford an inhaler pump here at home. And I think that this is a message that of both the depravity and wrongheadedness of going into Iran, upending the global economy, and also a complete lack of focus on the needs of working class Americans.
Yeah, Republicans are claiming a big win with this NDAA and the blueprint for the reconciliation. I mean, this is just more spending, is it not?
Not only is this more spending, but this is spending in the exact areas that working Americans are telling us we should be tightening our belt on. People want to see less spending on bombs and more spending on their health care. And what Republicans just did is the opposite. They cut $1 trillion in health care from our overall system, and they're boosting and adding even more money to our already inflated and under-audited Pentagon budget.
What would you say that it's a national security issue?
This is what they always say to justify any amount of reckless spending. And they say if you are against, I mean, look at our defense spending. We are not paupers here. We are spending some of the most amount of money per capita on defense spending, and it goes up every year without an audit.
Yep. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez making some very cogent points here. There are people who can't afford their freaking inhalers, while the Defense Department asks for more money for their wars that nobody wants. It's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
But one man disagrees. The President of the United States actually had this to say about prices, the cost of living, while in Marietta, Georgia, earlier this week.
So every day we're fighting to put more money back in the pockets of the hardworking American families, and that's why, with the help of our incredible Republican majorities in Congress, we've done so much. I proudly signed the great, big, beautiful bill delivering the largest tax cuts in American history. Largest in American history. And we did big ones first. You know, we had the best economy in history in my first term. A lot of people don't, because we had a COVID period, went all over the world. And we did a great job where they got no credit for it. We did Operation Warp Speed. And I'll tell you, we did a great job, but we got very little credit for it. We should have.
What did he just say? Did he just say we had a great economy because we had a little COVID period? The little COVID period was the worst part of the Trump economy. Mass unemployment. Negative GDP. Like, not negative, but like negative GDP growth. Mass inflation. What is he talking about? That little COVID period. It's actually pretty good because of that little COVID period.
The COVID period went all over the world. and we did a great job with it. Got no
Did
credit
such a good
for
job.
it. We did Operation Warp Speed, and I'll tell you, we did a great job, but we got very little credit for it. We should have been given big credit, but we got credit for everything else. And we had the best economy, but this economy is ready to blow everything away ever of any country. There's never been anything like what's happening in the United States of America right now. So I just want you to remember that if you're paying a little bit more, a lot of it's come down now. We got it coming down very rapidly, actually. Look at the number just released. But it really would, you know, we inherited something.
Okay, there it is. There's Donald Trump. And look at everybody's faces. Even the kids know this is a fucking lie. All the parents are just like looking away from the president, looking down. They're too embarrassed to, you know, actually speak out against these lies that are coming from their leader. But they all know this is a fucking lie. If you haven't noticed, you'll notice soon. Prices coming down. Big time. Big time prices coming way down. You'll notice soon. If you haven't already, you will notice big, great numbers. Big, great, beautiful numbers. Now, let me just bring this up real quick. Where is it? God, what fucking day was it? This was the 22nd. I don't even know exactly what numbers. Like, I was bringing up the week, like the job, like not the jobs, but like the economic calendar from last week. There were no good numbers that came out last week. And all of the numbers that we've seen have been bad. Inflation has been going up, not down. Gas prices are now going back up, not down. You know, the average at the pump is back over I think 450 or something like that. I can't remember the exact number, but it's back up. Oil prices back up. And he's over here saying, if you haven't already seen it, you'll see it soon. Claiming that prices are down. That everyone knows is not real. He just doesn't. He's the only one. He's like one of the only people on the planet who doesn't know prices haven't come down because he has so much money that he has no frame of reference. He doesn't look at the price tags on anything. When you're as rich as Trump or as Elon Musk or whatever else, you buy what you want. And you don't think about what's affordable. You think about what you desire at any given moment. He doesn't have to think about what he can afford at the grocery store. Prices haven't come down anywhere. And there's no numbers that show that they have. It's a complete fiction. He is a complete fiction. It is a complete fiction. Donald Trump is a fiction. And these fucking numbers that he's talking about don't exist. Every numbers, like every single inflation number that we've seen has been a positive inflation number. And I don't mean good when I say positive. I mean, inflation was up. I mean that inflation was prices were increasing and have continued to increase every single month since Trump took office. That has not been a single month of a break. Not one deflationary month. Prices have not come down. Just look at the numbers.
Holy Toledo.
Meanwhile, remember earlier when Justice Elena Kagan claimed that the Supreme Court wasn't a rubber stamp for Trump because tariffs? Well, not only did Trump unleash a 50% tariff on Canadian goods, he also unleashed a 12% tariff on 60 different countries for supposed forced labor practices.
Give me a joke.
The Trump administration is praying that the third time's the charm when it comes to the president's tariff agenda. You might remember the U.S. Supreme Court struck down his first round of tariffs in February. That led to the current temporary second round, which is a 10% import levy that can only last 150 days. As we've gotten closer to day 150, the Trump administration has not just been standing on the sidelines when it comes to the future of their tariff agenda. Earlier this week, President Trump announced an additional 50% tariffs on what totals close to $20 billion in Canadian imports, items such as wine and hockey sticks and cement. The president claiming the duties will offset Canadian mistreatment of the U.S. auto, dairy, and alcohol industries. Those are scheduled to go into effect on August 19th. The president also posted that starting August 1st, quote, all generic drugs being brought into the United States will have a tariff of 0% for a 2-year period of time, unquote, and then a 100% tariff in 2028 and an eye-popping 200% in
100 and 200%. So yeah, remember the Supreme Court Justice Elena Kagan fucking like an hour ago was telling us actually tariff policy that's Supreme Court prevented Trump's biggest, most loved policy. He just keeps doing it. He just keeps doing whatever the fuck he wants. He's doing whatever the fuck he wants. Tariffs on drugs was something that he promised that he was going to make cheaper. And now tariffs on alleged countries that do forced labor. I would point out Trump has had a real problem with paying his employees. You could call that forced labor. There's been like a bunch of lawsuits of contractors who weren't paid by the president back when he was just a real estate developer. People got stiffed. Some could call that forced labor. Illegal, at the very least. And this is laughable that they want to make this claim of forced labor while they literally try and force people to work by taking away their health care and food stamps. Yeah. The hypocrisy is so deep. Do I have where's the list? I'm trying to find the fucking list. Where are the countries? Oh my god. This is unreadable. This is not helpful at all. There it is. So we got a whole list of countries. Apparently, the European Union and Taiwan, Japan, South Korea, and Switzerland, 10 and 12.5% tariffs. This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
A flat 10% for forced labor in Argentina, Bangladesh, Cambodia, Canada. Forced labor in Canada, Ecuador, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, India, Indonesia, Jordan, Malaysia, Mexico, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Trinidad and Tobago, and the United Kingdom.
Help! I'm being repressed.
12.5% tariff rate for another 38 investigated trading partners. Those being Algeria, Angola, Australia, the Bahamas, Bahrain, Brazil, Chile, China.
China!
Colombia, Costa Rica, Dominican Republic, Egypt, Guyana, Hong Kong, Iraq, Israel, Kazakhstan, Kuwait, Libya, Morocco, New Zealand, Nicaragua, Nigeria, Norway, Oman, Peru, the Philippines, Qatar, Russia, Saudi Arabia, Singapore, South Africa, Thailand, Turkey, United Arab Emirates, Uruguay, Venezuela, and Vietnam. And for those of you wondering what forced labor in New Zealand, in Norway, in the United Kingdom, in Canada, in Switzerland, in Japan, what forced labor are you talking about? You would be right in thinking that there's not a whole lot of evidence for these claims. But this is the Trump administration. They do not operate on evidence. They operate on their beliefs, on vibes, on their very racist fever dream world that they're insisting us all live in. But this one is just delusional and insane. I'm going to spare us Jameson Greer, who did an interview with Jake, who tried to justify this nonsense. Actually, we'll listen to a tiny bit of this bullshit. It's deranged. It is nonsense. It's complete nonsense. It is like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. How can you justify this? Yeah, Canada's doing forced labor. Really?
Probably do, but we have a very robust investigation. You can look back and you can look at articles from the past few years of, solar panels being stopped at the border, car batteries being stopped at the border because they're suspected of having been produced using forced labor in China and other places. So this is something where the United States has actually been really ahead of the curve, again, across administrations. Biden enforced this. President Trump enforced it in his first term, and now it's something that we regularly do. And I understand your surprise. You would expect that other countries do this, and they don't. And we're trying to get them to take the same view as sweatshops that we have. We don't approve of it.
We don't approve of our sweatshops.
On the matter of what the president announced the other day on social media, can you explain the wisdom of taxing generic drugs imports at up to 200%? That's going to hurt a lot of sick Americans who are struggling with brand name drug prices and can't afford brand name drugs and can't afford that tariff, that tax.
And that's why that type of tariff doesn't come in for several years.
Yeah, it'll only hurt people if companies choose not to onshore their drugs manufacturing. The companies won't be affected. They don't have to pay. Actually, I guess technically they have to pay. But you're the ones who have to pay for the drugs themselves. They're not going to bring in drugs that you're not going to pay for. So they'll be fine. Anyways, I couldn't listen to much of that nonsense from Jameson. Real psycho. God, I got a long list tonight, and I'm moving super slow. And I still haven't taken a break yet. We're already 4 hours into the stream.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. We know this is Trump manipulating the markets. He wants the stock market to crash so he can buy low and then make them rise again when he says he's dropping the tariffs. Corruption in the highest order.
Could be. Could be. No way to know for sure. But it's certainly a viable theory. Thank you for the biddies, Columbia Regan. Look at all the puppies nagging in the Twitch chat. That's a good visual reminder to make sure that I feed the puppy. All right. Fuck. I am so hungry. And I've run out of food that I don't have to cook. on a stove. Oh, God. All right, moving on from these new tariffs being announced by the Trump administration this week, the very thing that I can't get off of the fact that on the same week that Justice Kagan is claiming that the one thing that shows clearly how unrubber stampy the Supreme Court is, the president is literally defying the Supreme Court actively with a whole slew of different tariffs against Canada, 60 other countries, or 59 other countries, and yeah, whoever else, I've already lost track. I've literally already lost track of them. Oh, whatever. I don't care. He's a psycho. He's ruining the economy. You're a yummy space tamale, first off. Not a tamale. Second off, even if I were, what am I going to eat myself? Come on.
Come on!
Well, while the Donald robs America of more money in the form of tariffs, which, yes, we do pay, he's also robbing his supporters directly with good old-fashioned monthly subscriptions.
All right, y'all, here we go. Again, yet another massive MAGA con game that's being run on, all the people who love him. Take a look. 2 political action committees affiliated with Trump paid nearly $8 million in legal bills over the first 6 months of this year. In total, Trump's political committees have spent more than $100 million on legal bills since the 2020 election. So understand what's happening here. All of those hardcore MAGA supporters who donate a shitload of money to Trump and Republican causes. This is what your money's going towards. This is what it's going to. You think, I'm giving my money to make America great again, man. No, what it's actually going for is this motherfucker paying his legal bills because he can't go 3.5 minutes without committing a new crime. Okay, charged with 91 crimes, 34-time convicted felon, found liable for tax fraud and insurance fraud and business fraud and sexual assault and all sorts of stuff.
Illegal.
And so this is what the money's going towards. All right, here we go. MS Now says Trump's PAC spend millions on legal bills as his personal court battles continue. President Trump's political committees have spent more than $100 million on legal bills since the 2020 election. By the way, let me pause to point out, isn't it bizarre how few people talked about the fact that the president literally had to pay out, $5 million, $6 million to E. Jean Carroll because he raped her? Isn't that crazy? That happened and nobody really talked about it. Can you imagine it was Barack Obama who had to pay out $6 million to somebody because he raped them? What would the reaction be across this country? What would it be in conservative?
Oh my God. All the Alex Jonesian would be calling for Barack Obama to go to jail. Right to jail. Immediately.
Right to jail. Right away.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Right to jail. Right away.
Media. What would it be from politicians? What would it be across this country? I think we all know what it would be. Well, with Trump, it barely even got fucking mentioned. So what happened was he appealed it all the way to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court threw it out, which meant the lower court ruling was upheld, which meant he had to fucking pay, and he ended up doing it. So E. Jean Carroll got paid. She got paid because she got graped by Trump in a department store, what was it, in the 80s and the 90s? And there was this big kerfuffle about it. Remember, Trump sued a journalist for calling it grape?
Yeah, it's pretty wild to me. I think because of the fucking insane election law, I'm not actually sure whether it's a crime or not for election. I think it might actually be legal, but just deeply corrupt for a political action committee to be paying legal bills and lawsuit settlements for the president, for the political candidate that they support. I don't feel like most people donating to PACs are assuming this, but I guess maybe they do. I don't know, especially when it comes to the Trump I would not be shocked if they weren't directly fundraising, saying, like, if I recall correctly, I think they were like literally funneling emails saying that the president needed his legal defense funded. I can't remember, but it's just wild to me that people, like the Trump supporters, paid for all of this. They're continuing to pay for all of this.
Law firms that have been defending him in personal and political court fights that have trailed him through 18 months of his second term. Save America and Make America Great Again PAC also reported about $5 million still owed to law firms, according to their latest disclosure filings. Since Trump returned to the White House last year, several of his high-profile court battles have slowed down, and so has his political committee's legal spending. But many of the cases have not gone away completely, still costing the president millions in legal bills. This week, $5.6 million in damages and interest paid by Trump was transferred to writer E. Jean Carroll 3 years after a jury found him liable for sexually abusing her in 1996 and later for defaming her on social media. Also this week, a federal judge lambasted Trump's settlement with the IRS as the product of collusive backroom dealings, and Trump is still appealing his conviction on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records to conceal a hush money payment to adult film star Stormy Daniels during the 2016 campaign. According to the latest campaign finance disclosures, the biggest chunk of Trump-affiliated PAC's legal bills in the first half of this year went to Sullivan and Cromwell LLP, a law firm that has represented Trump in his appeal of the hush money case. The firm, which has also reportedly been engaged to handle Trump's ongoing appeal of Carroll's $83.3 million verdict over additional defamation cases, has been paid at least $2.3 million by Save America disclosures show.
This shit's crazy to me. Sudden Apollo, with the very good decision with the resub on Prime. Subscribe for 9 beautiful months. Thank you, Apollo. I appreciate you. See, apparently Trump PACs are just paying for all of his legal bills. Meanwhile, this.
Now, what did this remind me of? This reminded me of this. Do you guys remember this story? From 2022. House January 6th panel says Trump raised millions for a non-existent election defense fund. So, 100 million DZACs robbed from MAGA and, used for his legal bills. They didn't think it was going towards that. That's what it was going towards. Okay.
That's right.
And listen to this. NPR's Rachel Martin talks to Richard Painter, a George W. Bush White House ethics lawyer, about ex-President Trump's use of lies about the 2020 election outcome to raise $250 million from supporters.
That's right. I almost forgot. I did forget. I misremembered. It wasn't that they asked supporters for money for legal defense. It's that they raised $250 million for something else and then paid for the legal defense fund with that money.
Illegal.
That's right. A crime.
Right to jail, right away.
Now that one's definitely a crime. Wait, which one is backed by DSA and or GSL? Wait, which one? Where? What election are you talking about? What election are you talking about? You talking tamales or chimichangas? Which one is it? Which one is endorsed by me? Tamales or chimichangas? I gotta go with tamale. I'm sorry, chimichanga over tamale. I'm sorry. Tamales are too involved. Okay. Chimichangas are too involved in the eating process. You gotta do all this unwrapping. Like, come on. Don't make me unwrap. Don't make me do that. There's too many Mexican foods that don't require me to do all that effort. Okay? Chimichanga, one of them. If you're going to put them up against the... Honestly, tamale is going to lose up in most one-on-ones with me. Okay? Put it against a taco, a burrito. Honestly, almost every single Mexican food will win in that matchup. Because of ease. The flavors are all relatively just, delicious. So I can't. What is this? Hype train. That's a delayed ass hype train. Where'd that come from? Out of the blue. Hype train activated on Twitch. Can we get to level 2? That is the question.
Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained, Twitch? Can we not get to a level 2 hype train?
This is ridiculous.
This is the question. All right. Speaking of the corrupt acts of the Trump administration, let's come back to the second term. Trump doing the very thing that he's been threatening for a while now. Or at least, I take it back. Not doing, but admitting to doing the very thing that they've been threatening doing for a while now.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Because let's not forget, Trump came into office before actually taking the oath, threatening California with withholding federal tax dollars for emergency aid if they didn't pass elections legislation that he wanted for voter ID. But they've been claiming they're not doing anything like that for a while. Okay, I'm getting a lot of hydrating going on over here. I am talking. I can't hydrate and talk simultaneously. But,
so hot right now.
Yes, it is hot. Yes, it is hot. Thank you. Donald Trump, the Trump administration, admitted earlier this week to canceling federal grants to non-Trump voting states. Here's CNN from yesterday.
A stunning admission from the Trump administration. Officials from the Department of Energy now acknowledge they cut billions in federal grants explicitly because those grants, that money, is supposed to go to states that didn't vote for President Trump.
Whoa, Young C gifting of talk time.
When it announced the cuts in October, the Trump administration said that it had, quote, determined.
Young 4,200.
Oh wait, no, A sub. I was just confused by all the notifications. A sub gifted by Young C. Thank you, Young C. Gifted sub to Mastermind Rodak.
That these projects didn't adequately advance the nation's energy needs, weren't economically viable, and wouldn't provide a positive return on investment of taxpayer dollars.
Gifted one
now we know
subscriptions to the community.
that was not true.
Another gifted sub from Young C. Is beautiful. We're almost there to a level 2 hype train. So close. So very close. I can almost taste it.
Investment of taxpayer dollars. Now we know that was not true. In recent court documents, first reported by the New York Times this afternoon, the Trump administration acknowledged that decisions around the grants were made, quote, based solely on the political identity of the grant recipient's state, i.e., whether the recipient's location and or place of performance was in a blue state
Young
or a non-blue state.
4,200 gifted one subscriptions to the community.
I mean, this is deeply unconstitutional. This is authoritarianism, right? This is no longer a democracy, okay? These are federal tax dollars, which all 50 states, including non-state territories, contribute to, which we vote on, which are supposed to be given out to the states. Withholding a single dollar is a fucking crime. It's the opposite of what democracy is supposed to stand for. Vis-a-vis representation and taxation. If your tax dollars can be withheld because you didn't vote for the right person in your fucking state, you're living in a fucking tyranny. Like, sure, like, if, like, the person you voted for in, like, the House, like, votes for withholding, like, you know what I mean? Like, that's a different situation. But the federal government just withholding appropriated funds by the Congress is a fucking crime. Whether or not there will be any repercussions for this shit, unclear, but it's just violating the Constitution blatantly. Supreme Court, where are they? I don't know. I'm sure they'll put it on the shadow docket any second now. Get that right. Get that there just as quickly as they got the trans issue and the homelessness issue or abortion, right? Like, for certain issues, they're willing to rush to make a decision. Other things, they'll wait their sweet fucking time on. I wonder how long it'll take for them to hold the president accountable for violating the Constitution. What do you figure? Bets in chat. Okay, one more clip, and then I think we'll take a galactic intermission after this one. But while Trump continues to rob his supporters, pay for his legal bills, wage tariffs on a unilateral basis on whomever he wants, while Trump continues to think that actually everything is perfectly fine, the prices are back down, but people can't afford healthcare, groceries, or rent. The U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve, which we depend on and have been talking about in the sort of vague, anomalous sort of future. And, that future being a tank bottom is rapidly approaching. Here's NBC News from Thursday.
A critical oil cushion rapidly shrinking. America's Strategic Petroleum Reserve, or SPR, now at its lowest level in more than 40 years. Just 311 million barrels of crude remain in the SPR, about half of where we were just 4 years ago. And it's 100 million barrels lower than in March, with tens of millions more still to be let go.
Yeah, this seems pretty bad. Lowest level in 40 years since the last Suez crisis. And now we have the Red Sea closed, too. On a development from the end of last week. This can't possibly bode well for our petroleum reserves. If that hits bottom, all of a sudden we see not high prices, we see no prices. We see shortages and lines going out gas stations for blocks down the street. Everything is bad and it's getting worse. And the people in charge are ushering it in like it's going to make things better. Like everything that we know is going to make things worse, they're claiming is a solution. I don't know what the solution to the tank bottoms is. Well, actually, I do know what it is, but nobody is suggesting it. Which is the end of the war in Iran, regardless of whether it's a W or an L. It's gotta end. Hype train coming to an end. Level 2, 22%. Well done, Space Fams. Thank you for helping to keep the Galactic News Network alive. Alright, now we're going to take a quick galactic intermission so I can make a snack. Now, if you don't want me to have to make snacks, which is a huge inconvenience to keeping me fed during these streams, having to make pasta on the fly or whatever else, it's a bit of a hassle. You could go on places like Throne. Link in the description. I'm sorry, my bio on YouTube and Twitch. You buy me snacks. You buy me drinks for competitive prices. Of course, there's lots of ways to contribute to the Galactic News Network. We'll be back to all the GNM programming in just a moment after these brief messages. All right, everybody, hope you're enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. So many great ways for you to show your support. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, Prime subs. You got Cash App and PayPal donos. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream, right in the bottom line of Amazon. We got Throne. If you prefer donating to physical, real-world items that you would know eventually arrive at my doorstep down on Earth. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on one of our break screens, shout out at the end of every show, secret content, and much, much more. All right, everybody, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I'll be right back. All right, Space Fams, we're back. That's right, the break is coming to an end. And all the content is about to get started once again. So, you better get yourselves back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. Okay, Space Fans, we are back. Break over. I burned my food. It's a fucking disaster. Oh, God, I really needed this. Just the tiny amount of sustenance to get me through the stream. Why have you forsaken me, Quesadilla? It's really my fault. So many reasons why this is all my fault. Okay. We're already deep into the stream. 5 hours in. I think I gotta hold off. I was gonna do an AI section of the stream today. I hate to do this to all of you. I know we completed a galactic content goal. But I have 140 videos to get through tonight. I have gotten through 20, 30 of 140. Maybe a few more. 35. Call it 35. It's not enough. I guess that's the point I'm trying to make to you folks. I gotta make some progress here. And so we're gonna have to do AI talking tomorrow. You're all disappointed. Carob chips are a decent cheat? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. What am I cheating with carob chips exactly? My diet? You think I'm on a diet? It's very cute. All right, now the, oh, fuck. I forgot I was gonna do this. This shit is bonkers. You know, this is perfect. You know, we'll talk about data centers tomorrow, but this is what the president has to say about them. While at the EPA, Trump went to the Environmental Protection Agency and said this among a whole host of bonkers shit. An hour of nonsense. Here's one quick clip.
The ratepayer protection plan to me is very important because you have to convince your community how great these things. You can't fight it. You have to go with it. And you're going to have all that protection, and we're giving you automatic protection, but you're going to make a tremendous amount of money. You're going to reduce taxes, and you're going to have something that if you don't have it, everybody else wants it. So
These are the smartest people. Most of you in this room, we have a couple probably on the other side of things. They disagree, but I don't know how they can disagree. Your community and your state's going to become rich, and there's very little disruption. And again, if you don't take all that money, somebody else is going to take it.
There you go. If you don't take that money, somebody else is going to do it. You might as well put data centers all over your states. It's all the smartest people. It's all the smartest people doing AI. According to the president. That's a sneak peek on tomorrow's stream. Let's go to Hawaii. Start talking environmental news because we have a fuck ton of that. So very much environmental news. It's been an insane week. Let's not forget, it's Saturday, but it's the week-ending report. Because yesterday, we did the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And so now I just have an inordinate number of things to cover. It's been a crazy week. Meanwhile, in Hawaii, residents are expecting a hurricane heading their direction. Hurricane Fausto. However, it is expected to potentially weaken as it makes landfall.
While forecasters expect Hurricane Fausto to weaken before reaching Hawaii early next week, emergency officials stress residents should not let their guard down. Nikki Schenfeld has more.
Although forecasters expect Hurricane Fausto to weaken into a tropical storm, emergency officials still want people to prepare.
The impacts that we are expecting are the heavy rain, the high wind, power failures, all could be likely from this type of storm.
There you have it. Now, anything could happen with this storm. It might not weaken. Best to just be prepared. Best just to be prepared if you happen to be in Hawaii. Because that storm's coming. Regardless of size, it will have some effects. Meanwhile, all the way up and east in British Columbia, fires have continued to rage across the province. And other Canadian provinces, for that matter. Here's global news from yesterday.
Sarah McDonald is in Kamloops, where many of the evacuees are staying.
Donna, it's been another stressful and anxious day in this part of the province, especially for evacuees. This wind is not helping matters this evening. Even a safe distance from the threat of those flames, you can see what that smoke is doing to the air. It's impossible to escape the smoke in south-central British Columbia.
It's bad, very bad.
And in the Fraser Canyon, you don't have to go far to find flames. New
Holy
fires igniting
Toledo.
Thursday, even as rain brought relief to a region that desperately needs it. The village of Boston Bar now surrounded by flames. Fire erupting with explosive force on Tuesday, forcing residents to pack up and get out.
Everybody was panicking. Both sides of the mountain are on fire.
Premier David Eby addressing the situation from Atlantic Canada, urging anyone who's still staying behind to leave.
Please leave the community. It's not safe for you to stay.
With the complete closure of 2 highways, including the Trans-Canada blocking southbound travel, evacuees are now scattered to the north in Kamloops and to the east in the Nicola Valley.
And I can't even see the mountains at the moment.
Where the air is thick with ash.
It just was unbearable, like I was choking.
Separate out-of-control fires cornering Kimberley in the Kootenays and Clinton in the Thompson-Nicola region, where the 59 Creek fire has destroyed more than a dozen structures in Big Bar Lake.
Oh my God. Look at these things. It's entire forests on fire. Just horrifying. Now, of course, there's like 1,000 fires still burning across all of Canada. They've been going for weeks. It's a real fucking... It's a catastrophe. There's no other word for it. I mean, people are losing their homes, businesses, whatever else. Lives in some cases. I know at least a couple firefighters have lost their lives, if I'm not mistaken. And the, you know, you got like tens of thousands of Canadians across the country living as refugees, so they can't go back to their homes because they're either burnt down or everything around them is burning down. People just constantly running back and forth trying to get away from the flames. It's horrifying. And honestly, Canada has just been seeing this kind of thing, you know, more and more frequently. For more, like, longer and longer periods of time throughout the year. Having wildfires just being threatening daily life.
Columbiarican _9505 just cheered 100 bits. Where the heck is Superman? Is he slacking? There's wildfires, wars and criminals in governments. SMH.
At the very least, Captain Planet would be great, you know? I'd even settle for Planetina and the Planeteers from fucking Rick and Morty at this point.
Our next guest was among those who had to leave Clinton. She left her ranch. She's now in Kamloops, about an hour and a half drive away. Mary Ann McKenzie is with us. Mary Ann, thanks for joining us. If you can, walk us through that moment when you realized you needed to leave your home.
Well, we were aware that it was a strong possibility. We had been following the fire since it started last Friday, and we knew from where it was located that it could be a danger because of the prevailing winds in Clinton. We'd also been on evacuation alert for the last 48 hours, and we had a big community town meeting last night to talk about possible evacuation and how to prepare.
Shit, sorry nobody saw the fucking clip. We don't need this whole thing. It was just about how people in Canada are being forced to evacuate before being forced to consider evacuating, already evacuated, the middle of evacuating. Especially wildfire refugees. But this is what we've been saying for a long time now. I've been saying for a long time. Is that the climate crisis is going to create internal refugees more and more so until you get refugees going from country to country, right? This is just sort of the warning shot. When you have massive refugee populations living internally inside of a country displaced because of climate change related natural disasters, this is just the step before entire countries are forced to evacuate their country. That's going to be a whole other crisis, because right now we're dealing with a lot of anti-immigrant sentiment in a number of countries that have directly contributed to this disaster. Looking at you, Western world. All right, for more on these out-of-control blazes in Canada, here's global news from me 23 hours ago.
Turning to the wildfire fight now, and a growing number of evacuation orders and alerts in BC. In the Fraser Canyon, 2 out-of-control fires have now merged together, threatening homes in and around Boston Bar. And further north, hundreds of people in the village of Clinton have now been told to leave the area. Those evacuees are gathering and taking shelter tonight in Kamloops, and that's where we find our Sarah McDonald. Sarah, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Jeff, the city of Kamloops has become a place of refuge for hundreds of British Columbians and their pets tonight. The village of Clinton was ordered evacuated early this morning, but even so, as flames get dangerously close to town there, some say they won't be leaving. Surrounded by flames from 3 separate out-of-control wildfires, including this one. The village of Clinton has been ordered to evacuate.
We all watch the news, the global, right? And we see this happen to people, and it's funny, now we're going through it.
More than 600 people here have been on alert and ready to go for days now.
There's nothing you can do about it, right?
Reluctantly ready to hit the road at any time.
Yep, everything is on fire. One more clip in Canada before we go to all the fires in the United States still burning.
And already in a couple of minutes, it's risen to about 27.5.
A warning for pet owners ahead of a heat wave. Hot cars can kill.
In a matter of minutes, the temperature within a vehicle can rise to dangerous levels, making it unsafe for animals left in that vehicle.
After setting rain records in June, Edmonton is under a heat warning, with temperatures expected to soar past 30 degrees. Calgary, too, with forecasters warning the heat right across the prairies won't be cooling down anytime soon.
In some areas, especially in the southern prairies, the southern interior, we're looking at daytime highs staying in the 30s potentially for the rest of the month. So this is going to be a prolonged streak of hot air.
For those hosting outdoor events like the Calgary Folk Festival, weather conditions are top of mind, with the sun this weekend coming with a side of smoke.
Yeah, shit's all fucked up. Shit is all fucked up around here. And by around here, I mean Earth. Earth all fucked up. Everything's on fire. Or underwater. One of the two. As we say. As we say, galactically speaking. Is everything's on fire or underwater season. This is our third Everything's on Fire or Underwater season at GNN. Hopefully we can have many more and one day get to the point where we no longer have everything on fire or underwater season. We just have some things on fire and underwater, which is normal, I would point out. Some things on fire underwater during the summer. It's perfectly normal. It's just not the level to which we are exhibiting. This is catastrophic on a human scale level of fires and storms and things like that. Excuse me. All right, let's go down to Washington State. Get us started on the United States, where everything is still on fire. Or newly on fire. Either still on fire or newly on fire. One of the two. Kaiser Canyon, the massive fire has erupted there, burning tens of thousands of acres. I think it's nearing 100,000 as of now. This was a report on that fire from 3 days ago. Seeing as it's the week-ending report, get a little sense of how this all happened.
Very few people in Nespelem were prepared for the Kaiser Canyon fire to take off the way that it did on Saturday. Steve Ankeny says it had rained the night before and was hopeful that would prevent the fire from spreading.
All of a sudden we got a phone call and it was my friend's son, and he said that they were making him evacuate, and we was like, what? The fire's right there again?
Ankeny was away from his home at the time, and by the time he got back, the fire was too close to his house to save it, but he was able to help save his dog and a neighbor's horses before he left.
I thought the horses were going to get burned, so I ran back over there and cut the fence again and then let them out, and, you know, pretty much just sit there and watch it burn. It was hard.
Ankeny lost his wife just a couple years ago. Now he has to grieve losing his home as well.
Jesus Christ.
This is ridiculous!
Why must we have so much goddamn suffering on this planet? Why are there so many people averse to solving some of this suffering? We know the things that we need to do to solve climate change is fairly easy. Decarbonize the grid off of fossil fuels to renewable energy sources. And there's a bunch of other sort of secondary, tertiary sort of things to tackle. But if we can do that one, we have a real shot at just solving it. I feel like the rest of it kind of comes with the societal acceptance of these things. Like, it'll be easy for us to address, I feel like public transport and things like that, in my opinion, if we can just deal with this. Because we have constantly shifting sands when it comes to things like public transport. Should we build this train that's going to be underwater if the, ocean continues to rise for the next 2 decades? Maybe not, right? Like, those are the sort of things that make improving our infrastructure, public transport, whatever else, a real fucking shit show. Right? You build one thing, we've talked about a number of different infrastructure projects that completely failed a few years later because nobody thought, hey, climate change might get worse than it is right now. Kermit? I don't know. I don't know if Kermit said that, but I wouldn't be shocked. He's pretty woke. Anyways, mass evacuations happening across Washington as these wildfires continue to grow. King 5 Seattle yesterday.
This morning, evacuation orders are expanding in Chelan County after the Little Giant fire exploded in size yesterday from 1,000 to 7,500 acres. The fire is burning about 40 miles northwest of Leavenworth in the Okanagan-Wenatchee National Forest, where there are numerous campgrounds along the Chippewa River. Level 3 Go Now evacuations are in place for the Trinity area north of Lake Wenatchee. This morning, it is 4% contained. New Level 3 Go Now evacuation orders have been issued for the largest wildfire in the state. The Kaiser Canyon fire continues to grow on the Colville Reservation in Okanagan County, burning another 10,000 acres yesterday. The fire is now pushing. At least a dozen homes have been destroyed. A firefighter had to be airlifted from the fire line yesterday after suffering a medical emergency. This morning, that fire is just 3% contained.
Ay. Shit is fucked. West coast of America, North America, just on fire. Moving down that coast to Oregon, you have multiple enormous fires burning there. Yes, indeed. Huge blazes burning in Oregon. I'm honestly shocked that we haven't been covering these more. There's apparently 150 wildfires currently burning across the state of Oregon. Hundreds of thousands of acres currently burned. Actually, I take that back. Hundreds of thousands of acres currently burning. I think it may be approaching the millions of acres burned. Shit is on fire in Oregon. Here's KGW news from yesterday on the Akawa Butte fire, which is destroying homes and itself burning 25,000 acres.
Inside a cool auditorium at Sisters High School.
I want you all to stay strong. We will get through this together, and please stay calm, but stay informed.
assurances and information from fire officials.
This Aqua Butte fire is the #1 priority fire in the nation. In essence, gives us dibs on resources.
The panel didn't downplay the seriousness of the 26,000-acre fire, which intensified Wednesday before rain set in. Thursday, they said, was better.
The wind wasn't as bad. As you guys noticed, there wasn't a giant column of smoke out there today, right? So it settled down. The rain helped us out quite a bit, but it was still, with the wind coming in, it dried the grass out, so we were getting spot fires.
The Deschutes.
Yeah. The Aqua Butte fire burning over 25,000 acres in like a 24-hour period. But local fire crews getting a little help from rain, but it's not out. Still burning. And any amount of wind could they get that thing going again, because Oregon is still under severe drought condition, I think, or at least moderate drought condition, something like that. Practically most of the West is under drought condition, from one end of the spectrum to the other. Let's go here. Another KGW clip from yesterday on the harrowing story of evacuees escaping these blazes.
An Oregon City man lost everything in a devastating fire Wednesday evening. Tonight, he's sharing more about how he helped get his family out and how he had to run back in to save his mom. Devin Haskins joins us from the newsroom with his story. And Devin, sounds like the mom is doing okay.
Yeah, she is. She's still in the hospital right now, Tim, recovering from smoke inhalation, but her family says they're hoping she's home soon. For now, the son I spoke with today says he's trying to find a way to replace the mobility scooter she used to get around that was also destroyed in the fire.
And then my wife's car is over to the left there, and I think that's my dad's truck.
A mangled mess of cars.
But yeah, there's the memories. That's the car that I took our son home from the hospital in.
And a destroyed house, or all that's left at Justin Fagum's Oregon City home.
So there's a picture. My wife and I were married on the deck.
Wow, apparently we have multiple chatters in Oregon. One on Twitch, one on YouTube. You're 15 miles away. You're 30 miles away. Like I've said before, everyone, have a go bag ready. You should have one regardless of an impending disaster, but now's the time. Now's the time to consider simple things that you would prefer not go without, either be destroyed in the fire or not have with you. Medicines, IDs, vaguely like some like camping supplies, but hopefully you're able to get to somewhere with electricity and whatever else. But like simple things that you would need on the road where you're not necessarily in a hotel or another home, potentially, was my recommendation. Could go further than that. But thankfully, we're not in the actual apocalypse right now. So, generally speaking, we can get to safe places. Other not on fire places.
Right, more or less right there. The deck's completely gone.
It's been 9 years since he married his wife at his parents' house.
There's my mom.
Yeah, but even if you don't have a car, Vilma Rygar, to me does not, it worries me that you wouldn't be able to leave fast enough, so you gotta pack light. If you don't have a car, you gotta pack with whatever you can, whatever mode of transportation, even if that's on foot. You have to think about that. But you should still have a go bag. In fact, if you're walking, you're going to need a go bag more than if you were in a car, right? So please think about it. Battery, right? If you have portable batteries, remember those, and chargers. Simple things like that. I personally have a go bag. I will tell you all, I have everything. I'm apocalypse ready, okay? On Earth, shit goes down. I got a portable solar panel. a portable fire pit that turns thermal energy into electricity. I've got, blankets and medicines, towels, rope, multi-tool, compass, like a whole bunch of shit. Like if everything goes down, I can still access certain things, right? Like I can still charge a phone, right? Like I could still check a map. I technically, although I'm trying to think of where this is, but I have a device, what's it called? Like an Amazon Kindle, because there's so low electricity needs because of the what do you call it? The magnetic screen that they use is completely not an LCD, doesn't require power aside from to change pages. I have one of those loaded with maps and survival guides and shit, for on reference that doesn't require the internet access or whatever else, right? But these are all crazy things I'm saying now to you, okay? These are the words of a crazy prepper-minded human being who's taken to space already on an interim sort of basis, right? I'm just saying, there's things you could do in preparation right now. Grab, like I said, the medicines, the IDs, the family photos, the stuff that you wouldn't want to have burned down in the fire and not be caught without outside of your home. Charger, shit like that. Probably good to get ready now so you don't forget it. Because when you're panicking, you're going to forget. I guarantee you're going to forget something, and then halfway down the fucking road, you're going to be like, shit. And then you're going to look back, and it's going to be on fire. And you're going to say, I can't go back because it's on fire now. Do you see what I'm saying here? Preparation is key.
Columbia Arican _9505 just cheered 100 bits. Damn GSL. You ready for a zombie apocalypse?
Halfway ready. I won't say full ready, but vaguely able to sustain myself for at least a few days in a zombie apocalypse until I can, get to some sort of vague civilization, if you will. I started prepping back in the day where I actually thought, 15 years ago that maybe 2012 was going to be a real thing. It's been 15 years since then, but I didn't start throwing shit away I spent money on. I mean, come on. That's ridiculous. Come on! And now that the climate's collapsing, we don't need a zombie apocalypse. It's coming in. It feels like it's going to come in handy, or vaguely give me a sense of security.
Dad.
A home destroyed in a fire Wednesday evening.
It was very hot.
Justin says around 5 p.m. Wednesday evening, he found his garage on fire. He tried to put it out with an extinguisher. His dad tried with a hose. Justin was able to get his wife and son out safely and went back inside looking for his mom.
I couldn't see her. It was black and pitch black, smoke pouring everywhere. So I yelled out, "Mom, can you hear me?" And I didn't hear anything and my heart sank.
He yelled again. This time, she answered.
I was able to pull her out. She had inhaled a good amount of black smoke. I got some myself. But I got her pulled away, got 911.
Clackamas Fire says they don't know exactly yet how the fire started. Justin and his family had barely any time to escape.
That dude saved his mom. $140-year-old rations. Okay, that's the thing I tell people not to do unless you have some crazy amount of space. Hoarding food is not a sustainable thing. So unless you live on a farm, that's not sustainable in the long term. If we're talking long term, because we're talking zombie apocalypse, so I'm vaguely thinking in that mindset. But that's not having some food, absolutely. But The people with like garage filled with food, like that, in my opinion, maybe not the best. Really, just not a great strategy. And plus, if anybody knows about that store of food, you're gonna get hit. You're gonna get, somebody's like, oh, Jim's got a fucking garage filled with food. You know, like that. It's probably not a good plan. Anyway, let's stay talking about the fires in Oregon. KGW News 23 hours ago.
Well, tonight we continue to track the growing wildfires across the state. Over 155 fires are burning, covering over more than 460,000 acres. Now, those are updated numbers from the Oregon Department of Emergency Management. All right, let's take a look at the big picture first. Right now, we're looking at the state's current wildfire map, and you can see that big cluster in north central Oregon that's largely the Roe Creek Complex fire. The cluster to the left there, that's the Akawa Butte fire burning north of Sisters, and that's where we will start. 1,100 firefighters are working to put out the Akawa Butte fire right now. It's currently the #1 priority fire in the country. Officials say 2 homes have been lost so far. Many people in Sisters tell our crew that's on the ground there that they're just taking things day by day.
I think the firefighters and all the command teams are doing a spectacular job of keeping the town safe and doing everything they can.
More than 1,500.
Yep, fire crews doing everything they can. I think multiple states have come to help the effort at this point. But there's 450,000 acres currently actively burning across the state of Utah. 500,000 fucking acres currently burning, let alone what's burned already. Oh. Meanwhile, down in New Mexico, severe floods. In fact, all along the sort of south coast there, the Gulf Coast, flooding as a result of a bunch of rain seen this week with Hurricane Bert, or what it was. I forget the name of it, but yeah, Bertha, Hurricane Bertha. Rain seen across Louisiana, Texas, New Mexico as a result of storm activity here. Here's KOAT from yesterday.
Greetings from the governor of the Zuni tribe. The Pueblo of Zuni issuing evacuation orders for residents at 3 of its locations: West Riverbed Drive, Eukenstein Drive, and Vista Drive. This after days of severe flash flooding.
When you deal with the water issues, it's very powerful.
Governor Arden Kukati allowing us.
Am I the only person for whom that looks like vaguely like blood?
Orders for residents.
I know it's just clay in the water, but like when I first saw the thumbnail, I was like, what in the fuck am I looking at right now? It's like a little lighter color, but it's like, you know, it's like so strange to see this like dark Pepto-Bismol colored liquid making its way across the New Mexico desert.
Locations: West Riverbed Drive, Eukenstein Drive, and Vista Drive. This after days of severe flash flooding.
When you deal with the water issues, it's very powerful.
Governor Arden Kukati allowing us a glimpse of what his town has suffered since last Thursday. Homes surrounded by muddy floodwaters, extensive damage stretched along the town of Zuni. Parked cars inches deep.
We just need to really look at how best.
The only one that looks at this is like, dude, are we sure the apocalypse isn't happening right now? Because this shit looks biblical right here.
Cars inches deep.
We just need to really look at how best we can mitigate the damage.
The locusts are coming.
Look, Cam, you've been very bad and the robots are coming.
That's already been done.
Officials urging parents to keep children away from the water. Heavy rain triggering rising waters near the riverbed. The governor telling me they have not experienced severe floodwaters like this since 2000. That was 26 years ago.
That was the first time that we, experienced a significant flood coming through. And now this one has tripled in terms of the velocity of water.
Evacuation orders, they have now been issued.
Mm-hmm.
However, there's still a few people that have refused to leave their homes. What's going on with that? What message do you want to send to them for their safety?
We've made an effort for relocating the families, to evacuate and try to take care of it. But unfortunately, majority of them are very reluctant.
Yup. The Zuni Pueblo inhabitants do not want to leave their homes regardless of being flooded. Which I can, to some degree, understand. Considering. Well, let's keep making our way across the nation from New Mexico to Texas, where flooding was seen throughout the week. Here's news for San Antonio from Wednesday.
The latest this morning on a big developing story as a number of communities in South Texas are dealing with flooding as a couple of major rivers continue to rise.
Yeah, so it was a week ago today that the catastrophic flooding hit the Hill Country for the second year in a row. This is exclusive video from DJC's Law Sky 4. That's from Cotulla, where the Nueces River is at a major flood stage right now.
Several roads in and around Cotulla remain underwater. Data from NOAA shows the river rose about 28 feet overnight.
28 feet overnight?
This is ridiculous.
You go to bed and the river's 30 feet higher. Better hope you don't live next to the river. Good God. Holy shit. It's 30 feet higher overnight. No big deal.
Emergency officials are closely monitoring the Nueces River and Mustang Creek with rescue boats on standby if conditions worsen. LaSalle County leaders say they're on the ready if anything happens. Firefighters in LaSalle County are highly recommending residents on J Street, Martinez Street, Copp, and Guadalupe Streets to evacuate.
Yup, if you're not evacuating fires, you're probably evacuating floods. Everything's on fire underwater season. Oh, it's here. It's here and it's in full force. I just want to look at some more of the footage of these floods. I mean, some of this shit is fucking insane.
At this time, we have no evacuations planned.
There are more emergency crews from across the country in place there in McMullen County. However, if the conditions do get worse, for now, most of the floodwater is spilling into creeks and open fields and not into the neighborhoods.
Over in Carrizo Springs, water services are getting back to normal after floodwaters submerged the city's electrical pumps and backup generators that power the city's wells. Temporary repairs were made to the system yesterday, but permanent repairs won't be able.
Look at this photo. It's just everything is underwater that's clearly not supposed to be. Oh my God.
This is ridiculous.
Okay. more clip in Texas. Now to Houston from 2 days ago.
All right, now we want to take it to our Jillian Hartman, who's covering some
Oh my God.
in our area.
Why is it so
Jillian,
quiet?
Where are you and what are you experiencing as tropical
I can't hear any
that
of it.
continues to make its way through Texas?
Oh my God. Oh my God. What is wrong with her mic?
Yeah, so we are along 5th Street near Independence Boulevard in Missouri City. You can see behind me, this street here is dealing with some flooding. We have seen several cars drive through this, though. Obviously, officials always advise drivers to not drive through high waters, but we have...
Yeah, you got people doing that here. Sorry, the fucking volume is so bad. I'm just going to look at some of the footage. People driving through the floods. It's all the same spot, isn't it? Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. All right. Suffice to say, Storm Bertha, not as bad as it could have been, was reduced to a tropical depression before making landfall in Louisiana. Could have been a lot worse. Meanwhile, this weekend, the Plains states, including Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, Iowa, the Dakotas, so on and so forth, seeing some extreme heat.
Big time midsummer heat will be sizzling across the plains this weekend. Some areas have been especially hot in the Texas Panhandle lately, but the heat's also building north through the weekend into parts of Wyoming and the Dakotas. Even sections of Minnesota will be sweating it out, with the core of the heat migrating north, expanding across the northern plains. We're going to see widespread highs between 95 and up to 105 degrees in some of these areas, and certainly there will be the risk of heat-related illnesses. When we come to some record-challenging highs on Saturday, it will still be hot in parts of Texas.
Yeah, Montana looking for record temps there. Cheyenne, Sheridan, Wyoming, challenging their 100-year records. And Texas challenging his 2023 daily record of 106 degrees. Hot as fuck. Hot as hot. And okay. Don't envy the Midwest on the heat this weekend. Hopefully our Midwestern viewers are managing to stay cool. Meanwhile, slightly east of the Midwest, West Virginia was slammed by heavy downpours on Thursday. Here's Reuters 2 days ago. Whoops. Even the Walmart completely flooded. It also looks like a substation, too. Yeah, gas station underwater, substation underwater, Walmart underwater, everything underwater here in this West Virginia town. Got a couple more clips from on the ground on this historic flooding. Yes, another historic flooding event. Seems to happen every day now. It's weird.
This is bad. Cars floating. Wow. Cars completely underwater.
Yep, even the FedEx truck almost completely underwater.
Come on!
Yep, pretty crazy. A little more footage from inside of a hotel. You're on vacation, you're in West Virginia for some reason, and this. Hello, welcome to the Hilton Garden, West Virginia.
What is it?
We'll have somebody right out to help you with your bags. How was your trip? Would you like some towels to go with the massive floodwaters? Yeah, as you can see, historic flooding. That hotel wasn't expecting these floodwaters. Not at all. Very unexpected floodwaters here in this sleepy West Virginia town. Which is apparently, here's a fun fact, the hometown of CBS chief White House correspondent Weijia Jiang. I know, crazy. You learn things every day, Space Fams. Hang out around here. Guaranteed to learn a couple more. All right. How are we doing? Good God, 5.5 freaking hours left. I mean, done so far. 5.5 hours done already. Oh my God. Oh God. I still have a full clip's worth of clips left to get through. Oh boy. I gotta turn on the afterburners here. Get us through these environmental clips. Oh my God. Ouija, yes. But spelled, I believe, with a W? Not like the Ouija board? Because that's how I want to spell it initially, is O-U-I-J-A. But I think it's spelled W-E-I-J-A. Ouija. Well, we're not quite done with flooding because, of course, as we talked about earlier this week, the tri-state area saw some pretty significant flooding. Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York. Here's the view from the Bronx Parkway here. From, was this Wednesday or something? I think it was Wednesday. It's like Wednesday or Tuesday. Yep. Totally normal. Just completely flooded roads. And cars underneath the floodwaters. Even a couple of tornadoes supposedly touched down. Which is, you know, a little unusual for the region. Now all the way down to Peru, where seabirds are literally starving and are being forced on land to begging humans for food, as Pacific ocean species are being decimated with the extremely warm waters being caused by a confluence, a combination of climate change and the super El Nino. The pelicans and other birds are running out of food.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Hundreds of hungry pelicans are flocking to Peruvian ports and coastal markets in search of food. It's an increasingly visible sign of a strengthening El Nino weather pattern that is threatening key sectors of the country's economy. Marine biologist Carlos Zavalaga says warmer ocean temperatures linked to El Niño are disrupting marine ecosystems off Peru's Pacific coast. He says cold water fish are moving south or going deeper in search of colder waters.
This is just a trend we've been talking about for years now. It's so frustrating to see the worst of these effects that I've been predicting and others, scientists have been predicting, just kind of coming to fruition, unmitigated, just broad daylight. All the worst predicted effects of climate change just slowly coming to realization, to the real world. All right, let's go across the Atlantic to all the goddamn fires that have been burning across the western and the Mediterranean region of Europe, as well as Africa now. Yep, Africa's getting in the mix too. Why not? Why not? Everything else is burning down. Why wouldn't Africa be burning too? Right? Come on! Only makes sense. All right, started off from Tuesday. Al Jazeera English. I feel like a broken record. He's been saying the same things over and over again, but those same things become truer and truer every day. It's a weird vibe.
Kilometers of scorched earth in central Spain. The La Mila wildfire has damaged 300 square kilometers and forced evacuations in at least 34 municipalities. It's the biggest wildfire in Spain this year. The fire moves fast.
Can you see how the burnt bark is falling here? They can travel for kilometers, and as soon as they land on the grass, it burns. They turn into new fire outbreaks that spread.
With fire raging just outside their town, these residents created fire breaks with tractors and backpacks of water, while firefighters used trucks and helicopters.
The wildfire has advanced in a very uncontrolled way, but with good firefighting efforts, we will be able to control it.
Good God.
Merignac Airport. In Sicily, an olive grove has been decimated.
We were unable to save anything. We lost both this year's harvest and the trees themselves, which means losing future production of Sicilian extra virgin olive oil as well.
Yup, delicious Sicilian olives burned to the ground. Same for the trees. They're not coming back. Certainly not anytime soon. I don't know how long, but I think it's got to take at least 5-10 years, if not more, to get the olive tree to start producing olives. Yeah. United Kingdom, Spain, France, Italy, Greece, Turkey. All seeing severe wildfires this week. Let's go here to The Guardian. 2 days ago. We're just going to do these chronologically, not by country, since the whole EU is on fire now.
On était tranquillement en train de dîner, puis on a vu des flammes, le ciel est devenu rouge. Ça sentait descendre sur la voiture, sur la caravane, sur la petite tente de mes petits-enfants. Et puis 2 heures après, on les a laissés partir parce que le feu risquait de se propager partout.
Ça veut dire quoi?
Yeah, people sent scrambling. Get away from these fires in France that are in a fairly populated region. But there's multiple fires across France. Some of them are more populous regions, other less populous. But suffice to say, multiple regions are being threatened here. Some insane fucking views of these fires.
C'est rouge. Et quand vous passez dans
look at this.
Je dirais une lisière,
Look at
on voit
this.
bien
It's
ce qui se
ridiculous.
passe, vous voyez une barre de feu rouge, et là c'est
Everything's
vraiment
on fire.
impressionnant. C'est oula, on se pose des questions, franchement.
On ne sait pas ce qu'on va retrouver. On sait que ici.
We don't know when we'll return. Yeah. Yeah, but unfortunately, climate change is the thing that is supercharging these wildfires being seen across Europe. The extreme heat, the droughts, are the things that creating the conditions necessary for these fires to burn in the manner that they are. For more coverage on all these deadly European wildfires, let's go here to BBC from 2 days ago as well. To more apocalyptic visions.
Wildfires are raging in Italy, France and Spain as southern Europe endures another spell of severe heat.
Des flammes de plusieurs mètres de haut.
Extremo en la región de Murcia, Alicante y también en la provincia de Valencia.
First noticed the fire break out yesterday. In the last 10 minutes, the police have come round and they've told us that we've got 30 minutes to get out.
So, wildfires raging in France, Spain and Italy. Record dry conditions triggering a drought in parts.
I'll be right back. I gotta plug something in. Burb.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Of Wales and warnings about the environmental impact of the hot weather. Well, over the next 10 minutes or so, we'll have all you need to know about the extreme heat and also ask, is it hotter than 1976? But first, look at these dramatic pictures of a huge fire that is burning in and around Bordeaux in France. About 12,000 people have been evacuated so far. Our Europe correspondent Nick Beak has the latest on that and the fires in Italy.
We're only halfway through the summer of 2026, but already this is one of the worst years in the past 20 when it comes to the amount of land within the European Union that's been burned by wildfires. Temperatures of more than 40 degrees in some places have been really fanning the flames. 3 firefighters across southern Europe have been killed trying to contain them. In France, more than 20,000 people have been evacuated. A lot of tourists, also people living there, camping sites and other holiday accommodation have been cleared out. We're talking about Bordeaux in the southwest of the country in particular. No homes have been destroyed and no reported injuries in the past 24 hours. In Italy, it's the island of Sicily where they're particularly concerned about this. They've been using aircraft to dump a lot of water on the fires that have been burning. In the nearby Calabria region, the authorities are talking about arsonists setting fire to a lot of different places there. And also in one particularly grim scenario, they say that people have been using rags which have been doused in flammable liquid and tying them to the tails of cats. So a pretty nasty story coming from there. We know in Spain as well there have been fires. So really across southern Europe at the moment there is a battle to contain this summer's seasonal wildfires.
Well, Nick mentioned there Spain. It is also tackling those fires. Our reporter Sergi Forcada is there.
It's real disgusting to me that anybody could start a fire like this. But some of those descriptions are maybe the most horrifying things, like most like inhumane things you could possibly do. Oh, damn it. Shit is so fucked.
Now, in an attempt to reduce the risk of wildfires, local communities in the area of Galicia have revived a traditional method of clearing undergrowth. They have brought in native goats, sheep, and cattle to eat the scrap so it doesn't pose a risk.
So what's the impact of all the extreme heat? We mentioned a drought has been declared in North Wales, and this map from the European Drought Observatory shows the situation across the continent, with the areas in red under an alert.
Yeah, and here's your problem. Europe looks exactly like the United States does. Under extreme and or severe and or some form of moderate drought condition. Just the whole thing. You know, more so than not, right? More drought than not drought. That's what we're looking at. And that's what is fueling these blazes, whether in the United States or in Europe. Are humans causing some of these fires? Yeah. Some of these are being caused by lightning too. And other sorts of events that cause sparks. But if the ground itself wasn't tinder dry and ready to spark a blaze, you know, just the fucking, you know, the faintest hint of a spark, you know, we wouldn't have the same kind of problems. You know, if the entire ground wasn't ready to just light on fire, the first sign of a spark, we wouldn't have gigantic blazes consuming millions of acres across the planet. Oh, and we're definitely in the millions of acres. We're probably at like 15 million acres right now. Count Canada, United States, and Europe, some of the other places. Gotta be approaching it already. It's real disturbing. Staying on this topic, but moving on from BBC. Let's go to DW from 2 days ago now. At this point, everybody in Europe is talking about this because everything's on fire or under threat of being on fire. And they've been putting up with weeks of extreme heat. I too would be pretty focused in on the fires myself. Even more so. Because, of course, we're already focused.
Spain, France, Italy. Wildfires are raging in much of Europe, causing devastation, disruption, and sometimes death. Firefighters from Spain's military emergency unit battled through the night, hosing down flames to quell fires in the Madrid region and other parts of the country that led to the evacuation of hundreds of people. Meanwhile, in France, blazes gained ground in the southwest, forcing thousands of holidaymakers to flee campsites and vacation homes. The skies turned orange near the city of Bordeaux as the fires ripped through wine country and left some people feeling terrified.
There were embers rising. In the fields it was close, very, very close to the houses, and we were very scared, really, really scared.
In Sicily, the scenes were similar, with fires threatening homes and businesses. Some 6,000 firefighters and civil protection officials are working to contain the fires, backed up by water-bombing aircraft. The Interior Minister said a firefighter died while battling the flames. Those who rely on the land for their livelihood face an uncertain future.
There were 130 hectares of pasture land that we rent every year, and it's all gone up in smoke. It's been a disaster.
The blazes follow a series of heat waves, increasingly common extreme weather episodes linked to climate change, which are causing excess deaths, drying up rivers, and fueling these devastating wildfires.
We really need to do more to tackle climate change, space fams. And I don't mean you individually, like it's been sold to us for years. I mean our governments. I mean businesses. We need governments to make decisions, and we need governments to force businesses to follow those decisions. Still got a bunch more clips on these wildfire space fams.
Mi casa la tengo ahí, o sea que jodido, de verdad.
¿Tiene miedo o algo?
Bueno, un poco de susto, sí.
Pues yo muy desolado y muy destrozado. No me esperaba, llevo 36 años viviendo aquí y nunca había visto eso. Ni me lo esperaba. Pensaba que se iban a hacer con ello anoche, pero era tarde.
There you go, Spanish residents witnessing flames, things that they haven't seen ever. One guy living in the region for 35 years apparently has never seen anything like it. And rightfully so, terrified. Many of these residents are. Now I sound like Yoda. Spain declaring a wildfire emergency and evacuating 10,000 people near Madrid.
Let's speak to our correspondent, Sarah Morris, in the capital to find out more. Hello to you, Sarah. Some of the latest reactions coming in, Pedro Sanchez, the Prime Minister, saying that Spain is living a dramatic situation. Tell us a little bit about the government's declaration of national emergency.
Yes, they have declared this a national emergency for the Madrid region and Avila, and they say that that is basically because there are simultaneous fires going on in parts of the region and fires that are threatening the region. We know that the leader of the Madrid region, Isabel Díaz Ayuso, wanted this to happen. It is a first for forest fires, as we understand it. Normally the regions use their own resources, they handle the things themselves. But the leader of the Madrid region said 10,000 people have been evacuated and affected, and basically she needs more resources, and we've seen the resources being organised and being deployed. The Interior Minister is now supervising the situation, and we know that they have appointed a military chief to head it up.
Spain involving the military to fight these fires here. Meanwhile, over the last 24 hours, France's own wildfire crisis is escalating. Staying with France 24 English.
Firefighters watch on as flames engulf this building. After spending the night attempting to save the houses in the residential neighborhood of Les Cap-Ferret.
It looks like the apocalypse.
There's a fire behind the house. The wind is picking up. We're trying to stop it spreading to the houses. Fire's over there.
The flames have crossed the containment line, leaving firefighters surrounded on both sides. Flames are now spreading into residential neighborhoods.
There aren't enough of us, but we're doing the best we can. We're going.
Good Lord. This situation's getting worse, not better. These images in France are fucking insane. This is threatening Syria's city centers now. Bordeaux in Spain, Madrid in... I'm sorry, Bordeaux in France, Madrid in Spain. There's actually multiple city centers. I just can't remember which ones at this point. Oh, it's bad. Major tourist destinations in the south of France being forced to evacuate. Yesterday, here's France 24 again.
For more, we can speak to Dutch tourist Barry Pollock. He joins us on the line from the Gironde region.
Look at these crazy
Barry,
fucking
you're
images.
on holiday here in France. Tell us a little bit about what happened.
Yes, good morning. Yes, we are a family from Amsterdam, the Netherlands, and we were supposed to stay at Cap Ferret. But it was being evacuated, so we drove to the south, to Biscarrosse, and before that it was a safe choice. But on Thursday afternoon, a van caught fire on the road, and in the evening the sky was very brown, and the sun was small and had an orange disk. And during the night we were evacuated by boat across the lake, and then towards a channel, towards Navarros. And then a very nice French lady took us in, Valerie, 6 others.
This is a fucking insane story. Dude comes for vacation from the Netherlands, winds up getting evacuated 3 times from 3 different locations. Fuck you. That is crazy.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Like I said, these images are like apocalyptic. This is like LA fire shit. This is like major metropolitan centers just on fire in Europe. Like, it is really... This is why I decided to do another segment on this today. Like you know, dedicate like a part of the thumbnail and the title to this, because this shit is getting out of hand. It's not just here, right? We're watching it happen back in the United States too, and it's 5-alarm fire territory, and yet we're just acting like, honestly, people are just walking around like nothing's happening. You know, if it's not right in front of you, everything's fine, and we got to stop with that. We got to stop with that goddamn mindset. That's what's leading us into these sorts of situations. It's happening on our planet. The only habitable planet in this solar system that we're aware of. As a result, we might want to keep this one from burning to the ground. Or getting engulfed in ocean waters. Letting all the precious frozen stuff on this planet melt. You know, all that frozen stuff is the only reason we're able to survive. Without it, we're fucked. Chud Punter. Great name, good life choice on the Galactic Follow on Twitch. Good reminder for me to remind you, all of you folks watching, to follow, as Chud Punter has done here on Twitch, or subscribe on YouTube. Do both. Do both. It's smart, because all of our content gets saved on YouTube, at least for now. And for multiple reasons. What if I stop streaming on Twitch suddenly? Or get kicked off the platform? Or vice versa, when it comes to YouTube? That's already happened one time. Oh, not following or subscribing to both. It's a very bad life choice. Just gonna point that out. All right, to continue with the horrors. Up next, global news. Yesterday, Spain's Madrid tackles worst ever wildfire season on record. Yay, another historic natural disaster event. Yay. No, we don't clap from the ground and we don't clap the air. I'm sorry, that's my bad. That's my bad. Got excited. Big numbers. I get excited. And then I remember, wait, it's bad. These are bad big numbers. It's the wrong kind. We don't clap for these kinds of numbers. This is a disaster. Historic fucking disaster.
From the ground and from the air, the vistas are equally terrifying. Fires across a huge area west of Madrid have triggered Spain's first ever wildfire national emergency. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sánchez says the government has deployed all available resources. The president of Greater Madrid calls it a perfect storm of heat and wind, and the emergency management chief now says the fires are out of control.
If you've noticed, you didn't pick up on it, like I had mentioned earlier, we're just going day by day, chronologically, hour by hour, rather than country by country, since the whole EU's on fire. As you all know, I usually go country by country, but this situation has become a EU situation, in my opinion. So, great job, EU. You're as together as ever. Oh, this whole thing is fucked. Ah, bad. Real bad. All right, back to France 24 from 23 hours ago to people and their stories, to those individuals evacuating Madrid.
Well, for the very latest, we can cross to our correspondent, Sarah Morris in Madrid. Sarah, what's the situation like this Saturday morning?
Well, the Madrileños have woken up to find smoke across most parts of the city. It does smell of burning, even though most of the fires are being tackled towards the west of the region. You can see as you come in to land at the airport, this red hue across the city, very unclear vision. And basically, more people had to be evacuated last night before the night settled. That brought the total of those evacuated away from their homes to more than 50,000 people. And if you can put that together with the fire in Avila, that's another 15,000. So 65,000 people evacuated, staying in
65,000 internal refugees in Spain from these wildfires. 65,000 people. Once again, this is just this similar story. Wait, I could have sworn this one had... Oh, I was wrong. It's just a reporter. But she is on the ground. You can see the smoke literally behind her. Whoops. But I'm afraid that number pales in comparison to the number evacuated across all of Europe, which is now over 250,000 as of 12 hours ago. Here's not BBC, Channel 4 News. I'm skipping a couple of these because we don't need each and every one of them. I've got like dozens and dozens of these clips. I'm just picking from the ones I think help illustrate what's happening best here. The fact is, I subscribe to practically every news outlet on the planet. From centrist to independent leftists, local news, and even Fox News. And I have so many clips. I subscribe to so many of them. We don't need each and every one. I just want to give you all the most important clips, the broad strokes, and the important facts on all of this stuff. Hopefully some eyewitness testimonies and things of that nature. You know, it's what I do here every goddamn night. Or at least my very best facsimile of it. Yes. Here we go. 250,000 people now evacuated across Europe as a result of the wildfires.
This is ridiculous!
Yep, it's a ridiculous number. If you add in all the people evacuated across the United States and Canada, it's got to be close to 500,000. Canada's a fuck ton of people evacuated across Canada. I think it's over 100,000.
Last night, Scottish police declared a major incident after a change in wind conditions accelerated the fire in the Cairngorms National Park, prompting the evacuation of local residents as a precaution. Meanwhile, on mainland Europe, the rapid spread of wildfires is causing devastation and upheaval. Across Sicily, firefighters are tackling numerous individual blazes. A major fire west of the Spanish capital, Madrid, has already forced 70,000 people to leave their homes. And in southwest France, the government has now sent soldiers in to help battle a massive fire, which this morning forced the evacuations of some residents in the suburbs of Bordeaux. Jane Deeth has the latest.
There's no stopping the fire in France's southwest. Having started on the coast, it's now advancing on the city. Last night, people in the suburbs of Bordeaux got the message to evacuate.
We just have to deal with it. It's unimaginable. It's incredible. But, well, that's how it is.
There's a lack of resources. If the fire hasn't been put out, it's because we're short of water-bombing aircraft. We lost 2 men in the town, firefighters, 2 days ago. The situation is unacceptable.
A military cargo plane has been conscripted, converted so it can drop fire retardant. 1,500 soldiers are being sent to the region. Tonight, around 5,000 people will try to sleep here.
Yeah, shit's so crazy they're mobilizing NATO to fucking battle the blazes. I mean,
Come on!
it's chaos in Europe. Across the entire, like the coast. The Mediterranean there, Spain, France, including the United Kingdom now. Turkey's been seeing a number of blazes, but they've managed to put out most of them that popped up. But it's a tinderbox. Europe is a fucking tinderbox right now. Threatening to all go up in flames. If you saw the map of the drought, it's most of Europe that's in a drought condition. And you're seeing places that have been there for hundreds, over, like Madrid, I think has been there for well over, I want to say like thousands of years. I don't know the exact, on modern Europe, modern Madrid, I couldn't give you an exact number, but it's been there a long ass fucking time for there to be a fire, like a historic fire in Madrid, of all places, is bad, right? It's fucking bad. It's at least, the very least, a multi-hundred year bad fire, right? Like the worst possible. Oh, like I said, this is giving me big time LA fire vibes. I really hope you don't see the same level of devastation in Madrid or in Bordeaux. But these are very populous city centers. I don't know the exact populations. Madrid's the capital of Spain. Bordeaux is not, it's not the capital, but it's like at least I think like 1 million people that live there. Maybe like 500,000. I don't know. Hold on. I gotta look this up. I don't know this off the top of my head. Okay, yeah, 250,000. But if you count the whole Mediterranean, if you count the whole metropolitan area, it's a little over 1 million people, right? So you're talking about huge to moderately sized city centers. Millions of people under threat right now. 70,000 just in Spain alone from the Madrid region already evacuated. You can see mass evacuations of millions coming up if this continues in the way it is. You can see the entire capital of Spain be under evacuation order potentially. Like, that's what we're talking about. That's why we're spending an hour on this today.
The exhibition centre in Bordeaux.
Mais voilà, on part jamais content et
We're never happy to leave our home. We felt bad, like most people. It's very hard. I didn't understand. I'm in tears because I don't get it.
Yeah.
With people left trying to
poor
protect
woman.
their homes on their own.
That poor fucking lady. She's got to be in her late 80s. Maybe older. You know, like a centenarian French woman can't comprehend what she's seeing. Because nothing like this has ever happened before.
With people left trying to protect their homes on their own, France has requested help under the European Civil Protection Mechanism. Planes and helicopters are coming from countries including Portugal and Switzerland. More from the EU's firefighting team.
Humanity is under threat. And we need to find like radical concern and solidarity. Even though your backyard isn't burning right now, it's somebody else's. Next week it could be yours. If we don't do something soon, this is what we're going to be left with. And I much prefer, frolicking through the meadows and forests rather than watching them burn to the ground. Don't you prefer enjoying the outdoors, the beach, whatever it might be, rather than sweltering under oppressive heat waves or hiding for your life from extreme storms or events like this? Wouldn't you prefer to just be doing literally anything else? Well, the only way to do that is for us as a society, us as a species, not only grasp the threat underway, but to tackle it with action. On a top-down, as I have been saying now for years, on a top-down level. Don't get me wrong, I'm not here to poo-poo your recycling efforts or whatever you might be doing, right? If you're going solar in your home or green in your driving or whatever else, like, I approve of those efforts. I just recognize that they will not alone on an individual basis solve the planetary problem that we have, right? It's a planetary problem. It's Earth, right? It's why I'm up here. I'm worried that things are about to fucking go down there. I still have to live there because I can't sustain the space station. So I'm under threat too until we can make the Earth, the moon commune happen. And we just need to envision a world where we can have things, right? And shoot for that, where we can actually enjoy things again. Because right now, I don't see how we possibly could until we start doing something about this. And the United States is the first. This is why I just refuse to give up on this. Because I know the majority of my audience, even though we got people across the planet who watch this, in the United Kingdom, and France, and Germany, and Australia. I see you out there. I get the numbers on my YouTube. There are people watching this in Canada. Actually, Canada's I think our number 2 viewership on a country basis. But the United States is the number 1 viewership here on the Galactic News Network. And we, as a country, need to deal with this more than anyone else. And we have to see, I think, somehow, what everybody else is experiencing. What the fuck does that do with the leaf blower doing? Actually, no, the leaf blowers are technically a scientifically proven, approved use for the fires. I can't remember exactly what, but it's to get brush away from I think to get brush away from an area that you're trying to clear, right? Using that is, supposedly approved. Although we have seen some very interesting technology recently that can literally put the fire out because of how forcefully it blows. That's what we need. Although, unfortunately, it's on a very minute basis. So when you're talking about a 100,000-acre fire, backpack-based anything is, you know, kind of pissing in the wind a little bit.
Opportunity this weekend to fight the wildfire and, therefore, to protect lives, protect population centres, and ultimately to bring this very serious wildfire under control as far as possible.
There have been 32 big wildfires in Spain already this year, compared to 7 in the first half of last year, and temperatures are forecast.
Yes, exactly, Hermit. Do you remember this? Do you remember the jet turbine leaf blower we watched? Somebody mounted, like, I don't remember if they were exactly jet turbines, but were basically jet turbines to a backpack. Or like something that could be controlled by hand. You could shoot massive blasts of air at certain kinds of fires and just put them out. It was kind of cool, I'm not gonna lie.
To climb further next week. But in Scotland, the government says the situation is improving in the Cairngorms, where a wildfire has been burning for 10 days, forcing people in Nethy Bridge to leave their homes.
There has been a welcome change in wind direction overnight, which has reduced the immediate threat to Nethy Bridge. And the firebreak that was being constructed overnight to protect Nethy Bridge has been completed.
Yeah, everybody's scrambling to do whatever they can. And they get a tiny break in the weather, slowing down of wind, a little bit of rain. All we can do is hope that it's enough for fire crews to get a handle on containment. But with the right weather conditions, any human-created fire line can technically be bridged. You just need crazy enough winds. And for it to go back to being as dry as it was before. You know, like, does it create, like, a huge, percentage probability of stopping the fire? Absolutely. Which is why I'm like, fucking get on it. But, you know, like, just to be clear, like, with the right conditions, even these fire lines can be breached. It goes right back to super dry, super windy. You can have embers that blow for miles if the wind conditions are right. And certainly over a fire line, unfortunately. Not Scotland, yes, also Scotland. Also Scotland. Under threat. Are you a Scottish chatter? The third? Wow. Twitch numbers are decimating YouTube right now. Huh. What's up with that? It's probably because YouTube is completely repressing me right now. They're not even giving notifications to the stream anymore since we're demonetized. Pretty sure we're not being put in the most people's feeds. We're being repressed. And yet the channel still somehow miraculously continues to grow. We are being repressed on YouTube. By the way, if you're not already, hit that subscribe button. Really helps out. Got a lot of clips over there, as well as all of our live streams. Twitch viewers. That's right. What a treat. You could go and watch all of these streams in the future. Unlike most Twitch streamers, mine are logged on the YouTubes. Because we're multi-streaming. 3 streams. 3 streams you're encouraged to cross. Get that multi screen experience. All right. Now to some of the regions that have completely burnt to the ground. People have now been able to return to and get footage of. What is left is pretty horrifying. Hate to say, most of it looks like this. Burning piles of ash and stumps of what used to be trees.
Oui.
Couple of green ones left.
T'as dit qu'il m'avait entendu, le gars.
Et là, on sent que ce vent, justement, il est en train de tourner et elles sont plutôt...
He's basically saying it's all gone already. It's all gone. It's not an exact translation, so don't check my French. Let's go here to the Associated Press. Now from 8 hours ago. To more remnants of former French places. To a region near Le Porge.
I'm west of Bordeaux, near the village of Le Porge. The fire came in here and ravaged homes. In the distance, you can see burned out cars. Everything, the forest, burned. And you can see the evidence shows that it was rather quickly when the fire came through here at a high temperature.
Immediately,
everything is
if not sooner.
burned. There's little left of anything except for a little bit of green in the foliage of the tops of the trees. These fires are serious. Firefighters are...
Fucking hell. I mean, like I just said, Bordeaux is a populous area. 1 million plus people live in the region. All right. One more quick clip on the fires in Europe. You'll notice the emphasis on the continental region. Here's the AP from 18 hours ago, how climate change is supercharging Europe's droughts.
This year, it did rain a lot during the winter, especially in the western parts. And this led to a sort of good greening towards right after the rains. But then what is sort of interesting here is that the spring has been anomalously dry as well as hot. And this sort of led to widespread drying of the vegetation in these parts, and this is why you see a lot of wildfires in these parts.
Yeah, people just bathing in the fountains here. Pretty sure this is Paris, which has been sweltering under extreme heat for over a month, basically ever since summer came. These extreme heat events are being caused by climate change. The extreme heat events are causing the massive droughts and drying out of the vegetation. The massive drying out of the vegetation is leading to the massive wildfires that we are witnessing. Okay. Now, across the Mediterranean.
A what now?
Yes, I said it. I wasn't joking. Well, did it seem like I was joking when I said we had wildfires to cover in Africa? Did you think that was a joke? Come on.
So hot right now. Come on!
Give me a joke.
Not a joke. Very, very normal. Tunisia. On fire. Tiny African Mediterranean nation. On the northwest coast of Africa. Experiencing extreme heat waves and horrifying wildfires in their wakes. Not just Tunisia, either. Multiple. Sort of Western Mediterranean African nations. Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco. On that list. Let's start here with Roya News English from 3 days ago. That used to be a palm tree, if you can't tell. Now just a burnt stump. It looks like it used to be a lovely spa area. Now another burnt stump. Lovely Mediterranean area of relaxation. R&R, healing, and of course wildfires. Yes, easy to get your relaxation on when everything burning down around you.
No! This is ridiculous!
Yep. Like I said, though, not just Algeria. Multiple African nations on fire.
Smoke and fire. All too familiar scenes in northern Algeria as extreme heat has turned its luscious forests into kindling. This volunteer is doing his best to control the blaze.
We are surrounding the fire to prevent it from spreading to the residential areas. I call on the residents to support us in fighting the flames hand in hand. Algeria.
Yeah, as you can see here, Algeria, not really prepared for firefighting efforts. This man's firefighting tool, a branch. A branch that it looks like he just ripped off of a tree.
Comes first.
Fires have been tearing through the Algerian countryside for several days, as temperatures have soared to over 48 degrees for multiple days in a row. Firefighters are working around the clock as high winds exacerbate the already critical situation.
The fire started in the morning and was not widespread, but then there were strong winds which caused it to spread. We managed to contain it, to prevent it from spreading further, and we quickly intervened to prevent it from reaching this neighboring village near dense forests.
Well, there you have it, Space Fams. Wildfires also across the African part of the Mediterranean and West Coast. Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco. All on fire, too. Everything on fire or underwater. Or, as I've pointed out, in sort of a intermediary middle ground between being underwater and on its way to being on fire. Because, Africa's seeing some serious drying out. Not just in the places that are currently on fire, but in other places too. And one of the most well-known African inhabitants of a non-human variety, the camel, is having a real tough time. Should say something, since camels have a biological store of water vis-a-vis their humps. Their lovely camel humps. Check it out. Not so lovely anymore, as it turns out. Running out of water, those camels.
Well, the heat worldwide is also proving to be a problem for the animal kingdom as well. Even camels, of course known as the ships of the desert for their resilience in the hottest and driest places on Earth, well, they're falling victim to the climate crisis as well. North Africa and the Horn of Africa are home to around 80% of the world's largest population of camels with one hump. But rising temperatures, as well as fueling diseases and death. And herders are reporting camels with blisters on their hooves, skinned, burned by the hot sand, and they're also facing stress, fatigue, and dehydration.
Yeah. This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
Camels are running out of water? They're nature's most water-prepared animal. That is not a good sign, people. Gotta say. For nature's most, biologically prepared to deal with drought animal to be struggling with the heat and lack of water? That's not good. That's bad. Write that down. Write that down for later as a sort of foreboding sign. Foreshadowing of horrifying events to come, I worry. I made some serious progress through those clips. Thank God. All right, final environmental story before we do one space clip. And a bunch of Earthness. First, Japan, where they've recorded their first quote-unquote cruelly hot day. Whatever the hell that means.
What you talking about?
As unsuspecting Japanese cities topping 40 degrees Celsius, 104 degrees Fahrenheit, and severe humidity. That's gotta be nearly unbearable. Here's TRT World Turkey from 22 hours ago.
Japan's summer heat is becoming harder to escape. From Tokyo to Kyoto, people are doing everything and anything they can to stay cool.
If you are tired, it will be harder to take some attentions to the traffic. So I really pay attention to the traffic and also my health. So always drinking water, taking some salt tablets.
Very sweaty. From the minute I walk out of home, I'm wet, and it's all about looking after my little boy and making sure that he can cope with the heat.
Tokyo has recorded its highest number of daily heat-related hospitalizations since records began in 2010. The city's Metropolitan Fire Department says it took more than 450 people with suspected heat.
Yes, Vilma Rygar. That's quite literally what's next. This cactus drying up. Once the camels run out of water, the cactuses are surely to come next. I mean, does that sound so crazy to you? Because once the camels have run out of water, surely the cactuses can't be far behind. They're the two most prepared things for drought. And yet the camels are like, fuck this, dude. This is too much. Give me some AC and a lemonade, for the love of God.
stroke to hospital on Wednesday. One person died while several others remain in critical condition. Across Japan, nearly 11,000 people sought emergency medical treatment over the past week.
Unprecedented numbers of people, like elderly folks and young children, are being rushed to the hospital due to the heat stroke because they aren't drinking water.
Yep. People suffering under extreme heat. Under cruelly oppressive temperatures in Japan. Locals, tourists, expats, all struggling. Speaking of expats, let's talk about alien life. Found on Earth.
What?
That's right. NBC News 3 days ago. With alien world chemistry. Found on an interstellar traveler. A meteorite. Which landed in somebody's backyard. Leading to crazy scientific discoveries of a galactic variety.
Imagine just chilling at home, then hearing a big bang from your bedroom, and then you go in there and you find one of the most consequential scientific pieces of rock that have ever fallen from the heavens and made a mess inside of your house. That's what happened about 2 years ago at a New Jersey home. As you can see in that video there, that's not a UAP, that is a meteorite. And luckily for science, the homeowners immediately and carefully preserved some of the meteorite's fragments. Now, fast forward to now, when the SETI Institute published their findings on the meteorite, saying that it holds prebiotic molecules and other building blocks of life, and they are calling it alien world chemistry.
Wow, wow, wow. An alien world on a rock, traveling from space down to Earth. Discovered by a man and his wife in their living room. Accidentally. Preserved for science. Now in the literal scientific record. Can you imagine? Unfortunately, I don't think space reimburses for damage to your roof. Hopefully you can get credit on that discovery there. As a consolation prize of sorts. All right. That's enough galactic news. Let's get back to the Earth news. There's a bunch of it. Of a non-US variety. Well, at least not specifically Earth. Like, yeah. You know, it's not my fault that, that Donald Trump in the United States involves himself or ourselves in everything. You know, like, I'm not asking for that. Like, just to point out, I'm asking for less of that. Certainly of the bad stuff. Like the wars and the genocides and things like that. But unfortunately, we insist on involving ourselves in other stuff. Blaming countries for our problems. Starting wars. Funding wars. Funding war crimes. Having an outsized impact on climate change. You name it. America's involved. Even if it doesn't have the name America on it. Things like Canada. Our sweet, sweet neighbor. Unfortunately, this week was no different than any other week. Donald Trump waging fresh attacks on Canada. Multiple sets of tariffs for supposed unfair trade practices. Forced labor and other things like smoke.
A what now?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Donald Trump literally said that Canada should reimburse the United States for all the wildfire smoke, and then put these tariffs on Monday.
Canada's Prime Minister says he is ready to intensify trade talks with the U.S. after President Trump imposed new 50% tariffs on a range of Canadian goods. The White House says the import taxes on items from hockey sticks to cement are punishment for Canadian discrimination against key U.S. industries. It comes amid stalled negotiations to amend the trade deal President Trump reached with Canada in his first term.
Yeah.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Donald Trump got the United States and Canada and Mexico into a historic trade deal in his first term that he claimed was the best deal ever that anybody had ever done. And then in his second term came back and said it was terrible and has now waged a 1.5-year-long war on Canada vicariously through trades and threats. Through trade tariffs and threats. He's a real sick man. Canada's sick of it. Canada's sick of the sickness. And Canada canceled the ceremony. The bilateral ceremony between Canada and the United States for the Gordie Howe Bridge, which is supposed to happen, I think, over the weekend. Instead, doing a Canada-only celebration. It's not a good sign when you can't celebrate a bridge together, you know? It's not a good start.
Our relationship has been challenged over the last few years, and President Trump has threatened new tariffs just this month, but Team Canada has never been more united.
The Canada-Michigan crossing agreement and the recently negotiated agreement in principle between Canada and the United States remain unchanged from Canada's perspective. We're looking forward to getting the bridge open on Monday and all of the trade and community benefits that are coming from that. Given the recent tariff action from the U.S., we felt that we should focus today on celebrating here in Canada, on the workers who put in all the work to build this bridge.
Oh, God, this is so awkward. It's like a divorce. It's like watching a fucking divorce. And all of us citizens are the kids. Oh, it's painful. It is genuinely painful for me to watch Canada and the United States grow further and further apart. We're neighbors. We're supposed to be friends. Shouldn't be doing this to each other. But until we get rid of Donald Trump, I don't see any hopes for a rekindling of a U.S.-Canada relationship. If the possibility even exists. Because I worry that some of this is growing to be irreconcilable. Or that at least Canada and other nations who were once devoted U.S. allies might never see the United States the same ever again. You know, it's not... I don't think that's out of the cards. Watching the United States just sort of just sort of seamlessly slip into fascism and waging a war against all of its friends. I'd be alarmed. Now, last week, or the beginning of this week, sort of over the weekend, really. We saw some real shifting sands in the UK Labour Party making Andy Burnham the leader of the party, and then Andy Burnham becoming the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, vowing to release a policy, proposal, plan, concept of a plan, something like that. Right about now. Today would have been about the day. 6 or 7 days was what was said, I believe, originally. However, there's been some pauses on releasing a full plan, apparently. Some aspects, I believe, have been released at this point, but a full plan not yet been released. Suffice to say, I don't have time to get into all of it right now. But just wanted to clue people in on that. I had like a long thing thought we could get into. We're at 7 freaking hours right now, almost. And we're in the United Kingdom. We got a bunch of other places to cover. And I'm worried I'm going to be streaming for far too long tonight. But maybe we'll do another big UK update soon. I've been waiting for more bin-face news, but I haven't seen much. Any, actually. That Clacton by-election is going to be coming up soon. I think there'll be more talk. I don't think Binface has released a clip on his channel for the days. It's been like 6 days. Been waiting with bated breath for Binface. All right, let's go to France. Because there is a big piece of news that I want to discuss that we haven't talked about yet that came out days ago now. Like Tuesday or something. This came out, and I just haven't found a good time for us to talk about it yet. But, a man who was mentioned over 1,000 times in the Epstein files was a modeling scout from France with direct links to Jeffrey Epstein and supposedly provided him with models, was found dead in France on Tuesday.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Here's France 24 English from 3 days ago.
His name appears more than 3,000 times in the declassified Epstein files. Accused of recruiting young women for the disgraced financier, Daniel Siad, in a 2014 email to Epstein, likened his work to fishing.
That's gross.
Daniel Siad was being investigated in France for human trafficking and rape.
That's pretty extra gross. I'm a fisherman for Jeffrey Epstein. Gross. Never say that again.
Don't be creepy. Launched after 5 complaints were filed against him. But he was found dead in a suburb of Paris before he was brought before a court.
So this guy was supposed to go to court to face some of these crimes. He just appears dead. Suddenly. Why is there so many random deaths around people who are supposed to go to court for all these sex crimes? Jeffrey Epstein being one of them. Jean-Luc Brunel a second. This guy. And then all the other mysterious deaths and supposed suicides. Oh.
Among his accusers, former model Ebba Karlsson. The Swede, now in her 50s, spoke to France 24 earlier this year. She accuses Siad of raping her when she was 20, outside of the statute of limitations, but she was working with a lawyer in France to build a case against him.
We've been fighting for 6 years, tried to find more victims, to help more people, and just create more awareness about this, what I think is a global pedophilia elite group that's been active all over the world. It was shocking that the legal system in France didn't do more. I thought we felt very betrayed.
In a post on X last February, Siad refuted all the allegations against him.
I was introduced to Jeffrey Epstein, and he seemed to be someone very professional. Over the years, we discovered the man committed many atrocities, such as paedophilia. Thankfully, I never in my life introduced him to any models, underage or of legal age, who were ever abused.
Oh, he just introduced him to the models who weren't abused. Right, yeah. Oh, that's a very believable story. And by believable, I mean complete garbage. I don't see how you could possibly make that claim. Oh, yeah, no, I introduced him to lots of models, but just the ones he didn't abuse. Just ones that got real modeling jobs. Right. Now, before he died, CNN did an interview with this guy, Daniel Siad. I think we should watch some of that.
A French model recruiter linked to Jeffrey Epstein has been found dead at his home in the suburb of Colombes near Paris, according to prosecutors. Daniel Siad had been the subject of...
I'll be right back. I need hydration. I am seriously dehydrated over here. Oh, God. It's a disaster.
Huge scrutiny in the wake of the latest releases of the Epstein files by the U.S. Department of Justice. For over a decade, he'd arranged for the late sex offender to meet several models. CNN's Katie Paul Glaze recently interviewed Siad, who said he'd had no reason to believe that two women he'd recommended to Epstein had been harmed by him, even though those two women told CNN that they were indeed abused by Jeffrey Epstein.
My work with him has been strictly professional. I never doubt that, because I never heard anything from anyone I introduced him who came back to me that they had a bad situation with him.
Siad said he believed that Epstein was a casting director for Victoria's Secret and for a modeling agency. CNN has found no evidence to support that claim.
I didn't know a lot about him until when he comes to Paris, and I told you again, he said he pays his due to the government. So for me, he's free, man. He's clean. He was such a powerful person, and how can I not trust him?
By the way, this guy is sweating so hard. Like, do you see him? Like, his arm, like, it's hard to tell because it's such a large pit of sweat. But, like, his entire arms are covered in sweat. Like, this whole thing is sweat. That you're looking, this and this, these sort of diamond-shaped shadows are sweat. And his face is just dripping in sweat. He seems like he's done nothing wrong. Totally normal.
So for me, he's free, man. He's clean.
He's free, man.
He was such a powerful person, and how can I not trust him?
Epstein ties
He's
to the
moist.
modeling
Yes,
part of
yes,
ongoing
exactly.
investigations, including a...
Exactly, Wilmer Rygar. The dude is moist. He is moist as fuck while he's like, dude, the guy, he did his time. He stopped doing crimes. He went to jail for, you know, even though he technically, I mean, the jail sentence was the one he's referring to is the one where he was on, like, a house arrest for, what was it, solicitation? I can't remember the exact crime there, that one, but, like, like solicitation of, like, a minor. The guy, he did his time. He's totally rehabilitated. Why would I doubt that? Says the dude who's sweating profusely. It's like it's a little less already am I dubious just based upon the words that are being said, but it's a little less believable when you are sweating a literal river, my guy. And there's enough water coming off of your body to name a new creek. I might be a little skeptical of everything you're saying.
Paris.
I don't know his private life.
Well, you did, because he was a convicted child sex offender.
But again, he paid for it. He said, I paid for it.
So that's it.
For me, he came. I mean, how can you let a criminal like this person out from the prison, from United States?
Paris. For years, young models were recruited here for Jeffrey Epstein. Digging.
Now, I know there's a little bit of a language barrier, but that was one of the worst answers I could imagine. He's like if he's so bad, then why'd they let him go? It's like, dude, really?
Through the Epstein files, CNN found Epstein received dozens of photos of young models, sent by model scouts and agents. We identified at least 6 individuals, not just sending him images of models, but discussing arrangements for him to meet them, even after his 2008 conviction.
Yeah, so this guy's like fielding, like all those creepy emails. He is one of those guys that we talked about, these creepy emails of these modeling, quote unquote, like modeling agency types, recruiter types, sending these sorts of bios to Epstein of potential models, and then Epstein being like, no, too old, do whatever, right? Like going through them like a menu. He was one of those people filtering these emails to him, giving Epstein the menu of particular kind of woman and or girl.
But discussing arrangements for him to meet them, even after his 2008 conviction for soliciting prostitution, including with a minor. Now, one of them has agreed to meet with us, here in Paris.
Okay, we're here.
Daniel Sia dealt with Epstein for more than a decade, arranging to send him models.
You didn't think in that time that sending young women, young models, to the US to meet Epstein after he had a conviction for child sex offences, that there may be any risk in that at all?
He has been very professional with me. Never.
But you're not a young woman.
Sorry?
You're not a young woman.
No, this is good. My work with him has been strictly.
Oh, she was so fast with that one. I mean, God. Oh, she's so right. But you're not a young woman. You're not the kind of guy that Jeffrey Epstein, you're not the kind of person that Jeffrey Epstein was victimizing. You're the kind of person that Jeffrey Epstein was victimizing people with. It's just wild. He's like, you never do anything to me. It's like, yeah, no shit. You're not his type, pal. You fucking idiot. What are you talking about? Oh, this guy is so deeply clueless. Honestly, he's just playing stupid. He knows full well. That's what I could, he's playing too stupid. On a few things, it's just when people say stuff like that, I'm just like, hey, you're being too stupid. You're trying to be stupid. Right? You want us to think that you genuinely have no idea what's happening right now. You want us to think that you're such a moron. You couldn't possibly have intuited what Jeffrey Epstein was doing with these girls. That's what you want. You want a fucking veil of deniability. That's what's going on here.
Daniel C. had introduced to Epstein was Juliette. Back in 2004, she was a young model in Paris.
He told me, okay, so I am Danielle. If you are interested, I can have opportunities for you in New York City. Is that country interest you? I was like, oh, yeah, why not?
Juliette had a flight booked for her to New York, where she met Epstein. She described the encounter.
He asked me to undress me. So I undressed me and I kept like I always done underwear. And at this moment, he looked at me and said, oh, the bra too. He began to check at me and touch me and say, oh, no, that's not okay. Here, that's not okay. He made me turn. Here, I started to have fear. And for me, it wasn't normal.
What do you think you were afraid of?
I was fear because I didn't know about his intention. He just asked me to put off my bra. All was weird and unclear.
We spoke to another former model, Svetlana, who shared a similar story, saying Siad first introduced her to Epstein, who later abused her. Siad maintains he didn't know that the women he sent to Epstein were abused.
Yep, and now this guy just suddenly turned up dead when he was supposed to face charges. Very strange circumstances. In fact, there are so many strange circumstances around deaths of Epstein files-related people. At this point, it makes me wonder what in the hell is going on. You know, why so many mysteries? In what, like of their own, like, here's the thing, right? Like, I'm a conspiracy factist, not conspiracy theorist so much, right? But the facts are this, you know, just of their own, completely untied to each other, probabilistic, whatever, right? These things are not necessarily unusual. But, like, having these events happen over and over again and all of these people had relation to each other via one man, right? The probability of those things becomes much less likely, right? Or at least you can make the argument that it should be less likely. You know, that if you select one population and filter for had relations to Epstein, right? It shouldn't come up everyone's fucking dying from suicide and mystery fucking circumstances, right? It should just be a normal number of those. Instead, it's not. Instead, it's very much unusual. Oh, it's just the math of it, unfortunately. I don't exactly know what we would do about it. Like, I just keep wondering to myself after I think those thoughts, then what? Well, I guess really we get the investigations, right? In theory. You got those Epstein Transparency Act here in the United States. What would it take? I don't know if it's even that. Anyway, at least it would be a start. Let's go to some other disturbing numbers down in Africa, where the response to the Ebola outbreak is not nearly big enough, according to me, according to the experts, according to anybody paying any attention. With the DRC now hitting a milestone of 1,000 deaths as a result of this particular strain of Ebola.
Colombiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. Do you think the people involved that is in power are trying to clean loose ends before losing in the midterms to avoid responsibility when they lose power regarding the Epstein files?
You know, I don't know. It's certainly run by my mind. But all I know is that statistically, there's too many of these weird deaths and or suicides, right? You know, Jeffrey Epstein under suicide watch in a federal facility while President Trump is in office. When he's president, the guy who's named most times in the Epstein files was president. He suddenly decides to off himself, the guy who's never really paid anything for any of his crimes. He decided to do that all of a sudden. And then Virginia Giuffre and Jean-Luc Brunel. And now fucking Syed or whatever this fucking guy, Daniel Syed, really? All of them? All of them, really? That's interesting and odd. That's very odd, is what I would say. All right, to Afrique. Africa.
What we see is even if we're working on several Ebola treatment centers in Ituri and in North Kivu provinces, and other organizations are also managing Ebola treatment centers, the Ministry of Health is leading the response. It's just not big enough. There we see the number of cases increasing every single day. We see more and more community deaths. We see new cases in new areas, and what the response is today just can't catch up to the size of the spread of the outbreak today. There are places where you have one community death in a new area, and in a few days you have 17 new cases.
Oh, that's such a disturbing picture. You have one Ebola death, and then within 24 hours you have 17, like a dozen and a half new cases within 24 hours. This is how you go from outbreak to pandemic. This is what I've been saying, is like, based upon the trajectory of this thing, it's looking more and more like we're going to have some sort of mass outbreak in Africa. And as I've said many times now in the last months since this outbreak started, all of this could have been prevented if we just didn't dismantle USAID, which is the main funder of WHO medical programs on the continent of Africa. But, no, we allowed a deranged billionaire, now trillionaire, run roughshod on our government and dismantle anything he wanted to.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
You know what, actually, you want to listen to the rest of these statistics.
Such a great example of how infectious anyone is that stays in the community as soon as they have symptoms. So if we don't have proper surveillance in place, if we're not able to monitor every single person that was in contact with a confirmed case, every single person that's at risk of developing the disease, if we're not able to monitor this, the outbreak will continue.
Yeah, this is not a good situation. You know, this region already stricken with conflict. Now dealing with this. I've lost my fucking place. There it is. We found it. All right, we're gonna go from Africa Back up to the sort of Europe, Eurasia border. Ukraine, Moscow, Russia. The Russia-Ukraine conflict has continued through the week, with Russia launching strikes, Ukraine launching strikes. This was the New York Post from 3 days ago in Kharkiv, I think. I can't remember. So yeah, this was a shopping center in the Sumy region. Sorry, not Kharkiv. But a shopping center set ablaze by Russian strikes on Wednesday. On Wednesday morning, led to Ukrainian strikes on a Russian retailer near St. Petersburg, I think, on Wednesday evening. Here's Channel 4 News from 3 days ago.
For the second time in 4 days, Ukrainian drones striking unopposed deep into Russia's territory, into its economy. 2 huge logistics centers belonging to Wildberries, Russia's answer to Amazon, being turned relentlessly to ash and smoke. At least 1 person killed, several injured. Saturday's attacks on Wildberries warehouses killed 8 civilian workers.
These fucking fires are insane. Oh, now of course both of these strikes, war crimes. Civilian targets, the shopping center in Ukraine, the Wildberries in Russia. Both civilian targets, both clearly totally illegal. But as I've said, you know, this conflict has just sort of devolved into just back and forth war crimes. Ever since Ukraine sort of gave up on doing defensive stuff last year, I would say, sometime around then. Or they started responding to all the Russian war crimes that have been happening since before that. But, of course, no war crime is legitimate in the eyes of the law. International law says, one war crime does not beget another. But, I should say, we are being forced to witness all this stuff, day in, day out. Never-ending conflicts across the planet. And actually, I think the first, I take it back, I think that was was in Moscow. I believe Ukraine carried out a second attack on a separate Wildberries facility in St. Petersburg. I'm getting them confused. I'm sorry for that. But I think Tuesday night, Wednesday morning, or whatever, no, Wednesday night, Ukraine struck Wildberries in Moscow. Then they hit a Wildberries in St. Petersburg. Here's that footage. This is from Friday. What is it exactly? My question is, why continue this this offensive in Ukraine? What is it achieving for Putin at this point? Is a question I'm asking. Why not just end the war? Why not go back to the table? Why not everybody does go back to the table? It's been like a year, almost a full year, since Russian, Ukrainian, and US and EU delegates met in Turkey. Never got any peace from any of that. And I feel like we've gone long enough Probably time for another attempt at peace. You know, it's been literally like a year. What was it, like September? It's like September of last year. It's been like 11 months. All right, now, Ukraine has been stepping up its efforts in the Crimean Peninsula, something which and I think a lot of other people had thought that they had effectively given up on. They'd even left out Crimea, if I recall correctly, during the peace talks. At least at one point during all of that, they were suggesting that Crimea didn't have to be a part of the discussion, since it was a part of the previous accords. But in recent weeks, that has shifted quite dramatically. Attacks on bridges linking Russia and Crimea attacked, as well as other sorts of civilian infrastructure.
Ukraine's fight against Russia's invasion and occupation has a new front. These attack drones will soon be hunting Russian ships on the Black Sea, part of a widening campaign to isolate Crimea and weaken Moscow's war effort. In a field in southern Ukraine, more than 60 miles behind front lines, Ukrainian soldiers scrawl mocking messages on them. This team launched drones every couple of minutes during a recent visit by Reuters. They said drones struck a cargo vessel, a floating crane in the Black Sea, and a power substation in South Crimea. Reuters.
Okay, been a very busy week, hasn't it? Good God. Now, before we leave Ukraine, we gotta go to this fascinating development. One woman who's been vehemently anti-Ukraine for like years, online, very vocally. All of you know her, well, not personally, but I'm sure you're all familiar with one Laura Loomer, who apparently, out of fucking nowhere, stunned the planet with a meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky and a complete change of heart.
A what now?
Here's CNN from yesterday.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky telling top Trump ally Laura Loomer during a one-on-one interview in Ukraine that his relationship with Donald Trump has improved.
You are right, the tone has changed, absolutely. We had first changing moment in Rome, in Vatican. Yeah. Yes, it was not long meeting, but I always said that is, I think, historic moment because we changed the relations during 15-20 minutes. I'm so happy because a lot of lives depends on such relations and dialogue.
So that clip emerging just hours after the MAGA podcaster posted a photo online revealing the interview and saying, quote, "I just interviewed President Zelensky at Mariinsky Palace in Ukraine. No questions were off limits and I didn't pull any punches." Well, the post and sit down came just 2 days.
Oh no, Volodymyr Zelensky. Watch out. Laura Loomer, the, what's his name? I can't think of the fucking name of the guy from Saw. Who's the Saw? Is it Saw? Villain's just named Saw? I forget the name. Oh, you're gonna have to find the key inside of your skull. It's fascinating that Laura is making this shift. It's very strange that she just suddenly and abruptly, without any warning, just shifts her opinion from one insane thing to another.
Leader she just interviewed like this.
Zelensky has morphed into more of a dictator than an elected leader at this point. He regularly likes to call Putin an authoritarian, when he himself is no better and is in fact in many ways even worse.
All right, everyone's here with me. So, Essie.
Okay, this isn't the conversation I need. I need to hear from this fucking moron. Also, I don't know why they still have this fucking guy around here. Why they pay this guy money to say words. But, oh, God, I think this guy's a fucking idiot. Oh.
So the group chat is back. I wanted to talk about this because this just isn't a shift in foreign policy thought. Loomer has gone after Zelensky in such a specific and intense way. And at one point she tweeted, "I feel like such an a-hole for minimizing the struggle of Ukrainians for the last 5 years." This was in an interview. This was on X, and then in an interview with Puck, she said, "I often said I don't care." You know, what do you think is behind her even going to have the conversation with Zelensky in the first place? Because this is somebody who, she called him a fake Jew at one point, right? Like, I'm shocked she took the invitation.
No, she throws tough punches, and you got to respect her for that. I don't know what the motivate. Well,
I'm sorry. This dude is a psychopath. I don't know why he's here and how he got this job. We've seen Perry Schilling come up with some insane things in the past, but the fact that he laughs at Laura Loomer calling Zelensky a quote-unquote fake Jew, and that's hard-hitting punches, that's not hard-hitting punches. That's just like vile bigotry. It's not even like a political take. It's just hate. It's just hate speech, essentially. He's like, oh, that's what I love about Laura. She won't pull punches. She's going to call Volodymyr Zelensky a fake Jew. Ha ha.
You are not funny.
That's a good one. Good one, Laura. Fake Jew. Why does that guy exist? Why is he a CNN pundit? Can somebody explain why he's on CNN, of all places? Why a dude who laughs at that stuff is like giving opinions to a CNN audience? I'm sick of the fucking centrist bullshit. Like the fake centrism where both opinions are equal. You know, like they're not. This ridiculous. Like there is one right take on Laura. She's a psycho who says psycho things. She's right accidentally from time to time, and only accidentally. Never on purpose. Or for the right reasons. As a result, there's no reason anybody should be taking her seriously. Anyway, moving on from the Ukraine conflict now to the Middle East. Okay, you know what I think I'm gonna do? Well, God, what time is it? We're 7.5 hours in. Honestly, I smashed it. I'm gonna say this much. I did smash it. I said I was gonna hit the hyperdrive an hour and a half ago or something, 2 hours ago. And I plowed through a whole fuck ton of clips. We had 140 videos tonight. Now we're down to the last 30? 40? 30, 40? 30? How many? What is that? 20? It's like 40. Still though, got through 100 clips, that's not bad. That's like a full stream most days. But weekend report, I will try and get everything else that happened of relevance this week. Not gonna give up yet. Although I'm hearing something weird going on with the airlock.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up. Not giving up. but I will be right back. Just remind ourselves of what happened this week. More confirmations of dead U.S. soldiers. Here's Al Jazeera English from Sunday.
In attacks on the country. CENTCOM says the service member died attempting a controlled detonation of an Iranian drone from those strikes. 2 U.S. soldiers were also killed in Jordan on Friday after these attacks on the base there. A third is missing. CENTCOM says unidentified remains have been found at the location of the strike. If verified, that would mean 4 U.S. soldiers would have been killed in Iranian attacks on Saturday. Now, there's growing alarm as civilian targets are hit in Iran, as well as the broader Gulf region. Kuwait's foreign ministry has condemned an Iranian strike on one of its water desalination plants. It's called it a violation of international law. Jordan has summoned Iran's envoy. Amman says 3 Iranian missiles were intercepted earlier on Sunday. The International Energy Agency says it's investigating reports that a U.S. airstrike hit a partly built nuclear facility in southern Iran. The IAEA atomic watchdog is warning about the serious risk of attacking near nuclear sites. The U.S. has also launched further attacks on Iran's Qasem Island in the Strait of Hormuz. Washington claims Tehran has missiles based there. And America has also targeted bridges and railway facilities, as well as an airport in southern Iran.
Yup, the United States doing its best attempts at targeting all the civilian shit in Iran. And admitting to the deaths of multiple U.S. soldiers over last weekend. Heading into the week, Donald Trump was vowing revenge for the deaths of those U.S. troops.
New details about the U.S. troops killed in the fighting there. At least 17 Americans have died since the war started. This weekend, CENTCOM says 1 service member was killed in northern Iraq while trying to detonate a downed Iranian attack drone, and remains have been recovered in Jordan amid the search for a service member still missing after an Iranian attack that left 2 others dead. And just moments ago, the Pentagon identified those 2 soldiers who were killed in Jordan. First Lieutenant Tyler James Feehan, a 25-year-old from Hawaii, and Private Isabel Gonzalez, a 19-year-old from Texas. President Trump spoke about the losses.
Well, we feel very badly, but you know, those great people, those great patriots are out there fighting that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Iran has been very, very badly damaged. They've lost everything almost militarily.
Let's get to Kevin Liptak live at the White House for the latest.
Here's my latest reaction, the same one I had when I first heard that. Disgusting. Fucking disgusting. How he could sit there and use the deaths of these soldiers for political narratives and claim that they actually, they died fighting what they loved doing. That, they that, they were totally on board with this war, which we don't have any evidence for aside from the word of the president, I'd point out. And, it's really callous and this just disturbing. The president feels so willing to do such a thing. Kind of shows you how expendable he thinks the troops are. And he does think they're expendable. Oh, does he think they're expendable? Of course, the DoD came out and denied hiding injury, casualty, and death statistics this week. But we went an entire week and a half without anyone, multiple weeks, in fact, without anybody talking about the death of the soldier. It happened like 2 weeks ago, right? Like, you don't know about it. Like, you can't think of the soldier because I can't think of who it is. because we barely talked about it. We did manage to talk about it earlier this week, but it was completely held from us. It was completely kept from us. We found out about it last Friday or something. It was a week and a half before any reporting was done on it. But of course, the DoD has the loyalty oath for anybody with a clearance, and so mainstream media is just towing the line. The Department of War. Which is very frustrating for anybody who wants the truth. Meanwhile, the United States sent more F-16 and F-35 fighter jets to the Middle East. Apparently, we don't have enough military equipment there. In the largest military buildup in the last 30 years in the Middle East, we don't have enough. So we sent more.
Kevin, I know you have new reporting that the U.S. is sending additional military aircraft to the Middle East right now. What's the latest?
Yeah, and this coming as the president is weighing whether to widen this conflict. Now the U.S. sending additional F-16 and F-35 fighter jets from bases in Europe towards the Middle East. The U.S. is also increasing the number of aerial refueling tankers that are in the region, all as these tensions escalate with Iran. Last night sent.
Okay, we're getting all the tidbits from the week. More military equipment being mobilized to the region while more U.S. troops die and more U.S. strikes hit more civilian targets like water pumping stations, bridges, and other civilian shit. Meanwhile, Iran launching strikes all across the Gulf, and the Saudis, the Houthis, the Houthis of Yemen announcing a naval blockade, and the other side of the Middle East in the Red Sea, the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, as a result of increased tensions between them and Saudi Arabia. And I reckon, to some degree, the resumption of fighting between the U.S. and Iran. Because, of course, I don't think you can completely devolve these two conflicts. Saudi Arabia is being funded by the United States. Houthis are to some degree being funded by Iran. And Iran told the Houthis to shut it down in the Red Sea if the United States started doing bridge and power plant day. Well, we started doing bridge and power plant day, and the same day, within the same day or two, the Red Sea's closed. I don't think that's an accident.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Here was that announcement on Monday.
Saudi Foreign Ministries condemned a naval blockade imposed in the kingdom by Yemen's Ansarullah Houthis. The Saudi-led coalition says it'll respond to Houthi threats with, quote, force while protecting commercial shipping in Bab el-Mandeb Strait. The Iran-backed group announced the blockade, saying it was in response to the recent attack on Sana'a airport.
في الخروج المليوني العظيم في جمعة التحذير والنفير.
The Yemeni Armed Forces announces a ban on maritime navigation for the Saudi enemy. According to the rules of a blockade, the siege will be implemented as soon as we have issued this statement.
Yep. Immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
A blockade was implemented on the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. The portion of the strait. This portion of the Red Sea that the Houthis can most easily control. And 2 days later, by Wednesday, the Houthis were claiming 2 different strikes on Saudi oil tankers in the Red Sea. Here's CNN from Wednesday.
tankers attacked. An Iran-backed militant group claims it has just hit 2 Saudi oil tankers in the Red Sea. A daring strike, and you can look at your map, right? The Strait of Hormuz is nowhere near the Red Sea. So this is an expansion of this war. Just look at the geography, as explosions are at the same time rocking Iran. And President Trump is waffling, facing a critical decision point. This is what Trump told supporters, actually, just a very short time ago.
This skirmish we have going on, I call it a skirmish. This is with this skirmish we have with the Islamic Republic of Iran, and I call it that because, let me tell you, they're getting hit so hard.
Perhaps Trump thinks minimizing it as a skirmish will make Americans think it doesn't matter and isn't a big deal. Maybe like last night when he posted about American troop deaths in what he called a military conflict, clearly making the point that the Iran war isn't a big deal compared to others.
Yeah, once again, I found it real gross that Trump wanted to minimize the deaths of these 18 soldiers and all of the wounded by being like, look, we're actually doing way better than all of these many years long wars. It's like, dude, this is not, no, do not do this. Why are you doing this? It's fucking gross. At every turn, he minimizes the deaths of the soldiers or uses them for his own political purposes. It's gross. He also posted this on Wednesday. From this point forward, anytime the Islamic Republic of Iran shoots at a ship in the Strait of Hormuz, whether it be by missile, rocket, drone, or any other device or weapon, the United States will bomb and destroy one bridge or power plant, including those located next to or in the capital city of Tehran. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Oh, whoopsies. I just fucked up vertical stream. My bad, vertical. But that was a Donald Trump tweet with Trump claiming that he will destroy one bridge or power plant for every ship struck by Iran. Promising one war crime for every war crime. It's eye for an eye out here. He is a real psychopath. He's a real sick man. Meanwhile, Donald Trump eyed strikes on Iran's Pickaxe Mountain, a supposed Iranian nuclear site deep within a mountain, which only could be struck successfully with a nuclear bunker buster. Right, a nuclear weapon. You're hearing correctly. I'll say it one more time. Can only be hit with a nuclear bunker buster type weapon. Because that's the only sort of thing that could possibly penetrate Pickaxe Mountain and hit the shit below it. But Trump was making insane threats like that this week. Here's France 24 English from Wednesday. Oh, what a fun week. I wonder what else happened. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Totally normal stuff, probably.
These satellite images show what could be the US's next target in Iran. Shrouded in secrecy, Pickaxe Mountain is a suspected nuclear enrichment site, buried deep underground to protect it from attacks. Located around 225 kilometers south of Tehran and 2 kilometers from the Natanz nuclear facility, the mountain reaches 1,600 meters above sea level, while the fortified facility is estimated to be more than 90 meters below the surface. Experts believe that construction on the site started in 2020 and that it's not yet fully operational. Recent activity appears to show a security wall being built around the perimeter and its entrances being reinforced. US President Donald Trump has indicated that he has it in his sights.
This guy.
Do you believe that Iran has moved nuclear centrifuges into Pickaxe Mountain? And when you say we're not done yet, what is left to finish?
Well, I think that they may have. We don't have it on record. We'll be hitting that area probably pretty soon, and there's not a thing they can do about it. Normally I wouldn't say that.
According to Israeli intelligence, Tehran has transferred thousands of nuclear centrifuges to Pickaxe Mountain since.
Oh, good Israeli intelligence. We're going by that still? Right. Anyway, nuclear threats against nuclear sites by the president, although not explicit, implied. Just by the site alone, really can't do anything without it. No, but seriously, Israeli intelligence, is that what we're going to go off of? Because, please, for the love of God, can we not do that? Can we not do that?
And there are questions surrounding Israel's sincerity.
Okay, there's always questions surrounding Israel's sincerity, as we all know. We have a sound shot for it. And this is one of those times where we should take that into consideration. Meanwhile, right next door to Israel and Jordan, interceptions of Iranian missiles could be seen as attacks across the Gulf intensified as the week dragged on.
Jordan says it shot down 4 Iranian drones. Authorities say the interceptions caused no injuries or damage. And Iran's military has said it targeted a U.S. military site in Bahrain. It said drones hit an aircraft repair and maintenance facility at Isa Air Base.
Yep. Bahrain, Kuwait, and Jordan all seeing strikes Wednesday. Some intercepted, some not as successfully intercepted. Meanwhile, a shock move this week. Donald Trump approved a bonkers nuclear deal with Saudi Arabia, which would allow them to do nuclear enrichment and build their own nuclear weapons. In a move seen as nuclear proliferation and in wildly stupid decision-making of a moron.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Here's Channel 4 News from Wednesday.
Are we actually now seeing the beginning of a nuclear breakout? Both because of recent intelligence we hear about this deep underground facility near Natanz, the so-called Pickaxe Mountain, the claims being made in the last 48 hours that the Iranians had moved uranium centrifuges into those very deep shelters that can't be hit by any conventional munitions, coupled with this announcement that the Saudis were going to get a nuclear deal from the Americans. Now, details are still pretty sketchy, but the idea is that America is dropping its objections to the Saudis developing the nuclear power sector, which may possibly include uranium enrichment.
Because I think, you know, a nuclear deal with Saudi Arabia has been discussed for years. I think the Biden administration looked at it. Although enrichment was never part of the deal, it was going to be a civilian nuclear power for civilian use. So imagine that, you know, this.
Oh, this is so deeply insane. This is so wildly fucked. How is this all just 1 week? And the fact is, this wasn't even the whole week. I cut so much shit. I know some of you who've been watching, who, you know, watch religiously, have noticed at least a couple repeats on stories. But I cut out so much stuff I could have talked about, and or held off on a couple of things for like Sunday Funday. But like, what a freaking stupid week. I mean, the Saudis should never. No, in fact, nobody should have nuclear weapons. But the Saudis, considering all the things they've been accused of, really?
Superpower in the region, Saudi Arabia, gets the green light from Donald Trump to not only have nuclear power with the Americans together, they're going to make money out of it, but also is allowed to enrich uranium, which is the very point over which the Americans went to war against Iran. I mean, this is not just is it bonkers in terms of hypocrisy, the timing of it couldn't be worse because it undermines the smallest bit of moral high ground that America might still possess when it comes to containing Iran's nuclear ambitions. But also, crucially, Mark, this was held out as a carrot to the Saudis should they eventually come to the altar and have proper relations with recognition of Israel and relations.
Proper recognition of Israel. That is not proper. Anyway. This whole thing is absolutely bonkers. Nutburger's crazy town bonkers, okay? Now, what shocked me was the realization from the Trump administration. Because initially, they were just like, yeah, it's fine. Saudi Arabia deserves nukes. And then, within less than 24 hours, they U-turned, they flip-flopped so quickly. You had to like a fucking slow-mo camera. You wouldn't have to been filming it like 1,000 frames a second to catch it the moment that they switched, because it was on a dime.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Here's Caroline Levitt to reassure everyone that Saudi Arabia is not going to have nuclear weapons. Fascinating. Caroline, tell us, please. I need the truth from the Ministry of Truth.
Yes, this deal with Saudi Arabia, the energy deal, is contingent on this condition as far as the president is concerned. So we'll continue to talk with our Saudi counterparts to get the deal finalized and hopefully see them joining the Abraham Accords very soon. Well, look, the president is always the final deal maker, as you know, and this is something that he has mentioned on numerous occasions going back. I can provide you with those statements, and he has said if they don't join the Abraham Accords, the deal is off. So we'll continue to have those conversations with our Saudi counterparts moving.
So if Saudi Arabia joins the Abraham Accords, funny. Okay. Hey. As at least that significantly reduces the likelihood of that happening. But of course, they could always just kind of sign the Abraham Accords and then completely ignore them in the same way that Israel ignores everything that they sign. You know what I mean? Like, couldn't Saudi Arabia just sign the Abraham Accords, but just sort of ignore them in the same way ceasefires are ignored by the United States and Israel? Right? Am I the only person that's capable of game theory? Like considering the possibility of an actor within a game defecting and breaking the rules and operating in their own framework? No, I'm the only one? Okay, fine.
An agreement leaving more questions than answers. A similar plan had already been mooted under the Biden administration to pave the way for nuclear power stations to be built in Saudi Arabia. But in order to gain access to US civil nuclear technology, Riyadh would be required to normalize relations with Israel. It looked like that wouldn't be the case when the current US government announced the deal had been struck Wednesday night. But just hours later, the US president revealed a major caveat, announcing on his Truth Social platform that the deal is subject to Saudi Arabia normalizing relations with Israel.
Yep. Caroline Levitt, Donald Trump reassuring everybody. Saudi Arabia is not just going to get a nuclear weapon. They got to be friends with Israel first. Oh. Oh, that's much better. Thanks. I'm not going to lie. I'm not all that impressed by this claim. None of this sounds good. Okay, we can't just dwell on one piece of news this week. We got too many of them. Also, on Wednesday, actually going back, sorry, I had to take a little detour to finish that topic, because I didn't want to go back and forth. So going back in time slightly to Wednesday, where Donald Trump honored, quote unquote, the fallen soldiers, returned from Jordan.
Very strongly, we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. They won't have a nuclear weapon. So we're going to honor them, and one of the hardest things to do for
Yeah, so perhaps not shocking to anyone, given the opportunity, Donald Trump doubling down on the rhetoric that actually these soldiers who died in Lebanon and otherwise other places in the Middle East all died fighting for America. And this is what they wanted to do. They wanted to die fighting to stop Iran from having a nuclear weapon. And specifically that. He said it twice now, specifically that way. That they died fighting to prevent Iran from having a nuke. He said it twice now. 2 days in a row, he's like, actually, the troops love dying for America. It's sick. He's a sick man. Now, I'd like to point out to everybody who may, for whatever reason, not be aware of this. Most troops, in fact, I would say the vast majority, almost all troops, probably, let's just say all troops would prefer to live rather than die. There are no Lieutenant Dans, you know? There's nobody, like, going, you should have let me die. Like my daddy, and my daddy's daddy. And my daddy's daddy's daddy. Like, nobody's doing that. Everybody just wants to live, okay? And so when Donald Trump claims that these people, like, preferred to die so that Iran would not have nuclear weapons, it's fucking insane. It's not true. And it's fucking demented. If anybody doesn't know the reference, that's Forrest Gump. Lieutenant Dan blamed Forrest for saving him. It's also complete fucking fiction. Okay, what next? Why did they fly into Delaware? Is it for tax purposes? I don't think so. I think it's just adjacent to DC. And I think that's where the troops are supposed to go, because they're going to be buried at Arlington, right? So they come into Joint Base Andrews. Okay. Also this week, Wednesday, Pete Hegseth went into the Senate to ask for more money. Because they've apparently already run out 5 months into it.
This is ridiculous.
Now, $37.5 billion. That is the cost of the US military campaign against Iran so far, the figure revealed by the US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth as he appeared before the Senate to make the case for the war and ask for an additional $87.6 billion worth of funding. Hegseth's appearance as the US military has launched what is its 11th night of the latest strikes on Iran. Some anger, though, from Democrats.
So here we are 5 months later. The strait is closed. The ceasefire hasn't just disintegrated. This war is now spiraling out of control again. The president is threatening escalation and war crimes and suggesting this could be another forever war. He has told us over 40 times now that a deal is near and the war will be over soon.
Immediately,
but now,
if not
he is
sooner.
asking for $70 billion more. And for us to just trust him, it'll work out fine.
Well, Rochelle Ferguson-Boyahi from our International Affairs desk joins us here on set now. Rochelle, the price of the Iran war, I mean, it seems to be rapidly increasing, doesn't it?
Spiraling out of control is what Patty Murray said there. We can bring up some of these figures for you because I think it's interesting to flesh through them. So as we've said so far this morning, $37.5 billion to date. That's how much is estimated to have cost the US this war on Iran. It's worth saying that a number of Democrats have said that, you know, the fees that it's taken in terms of the...
Of course, these numbers are complete bullshit. I mean, the Iran war counter stopped, which I find to be a dereliction of duty, by the way. But the Iran war counter stopped like over a month ago at 113 billion. Right? This was June 16th. So 40 days ago, it was at $113 billion. So there's no way it's less than like easy 150, 200 billion is my closer guess right now. I think is where it's at. Maybe higher if you factor in some of the other sort of loss to infrastructure in the region. And other kind of stuff is, I assume, being swept under the rug by the Department of Defense. Because they see keeping secrets from America as being operational imperative. They literally said that as much. Like, we can't tell America because then Iran will know. It's like, bitch, that's our tax dollars. What are you talking about? What in the fuck are you talking about, Pete? Get your shit together. Oh, it's disgusting. They want another 100 billion. I think that was not approved. I can't remember. There's been too many things that's happened. Let me check back in with you tomorrow on that. I can't even bring myself to Google it. Oh, God. Meanwhile, oil topped $100 a barrel on Friday. I think it was Thursday, actually, maybe. Thursday or Friday. Here's CNN.
Just a short time ago, the president issued a new warning. He said that the U.S. will punish Iran if the Houthis, an Iranian-backed proxy group, launches any future attacks on oil ships.
Overnight, the Houthis claimed they struck 2 Saudi tankers in the Red Sea. This image from NASA appearing to show at least 1 ship on fire. All of this pushing oil prices higher once again. Brent crude now topping $100 a barrel for the first time since back in May. CNN's Kristen Holmes is live at the White House.
Yep, that's all we need from this clip. What did I tell you? I'm not pleased about being right. You know, I say that over and over again. It brings me zero joy to be right about things that are bad. Okay? Because I know inherently they're bad. But I did say last week that we could see as a result of the complete devolution of the Memorandum of Misunderstanding and the impending, like over the weekend, I think it was last weekend I was saying this because the Hormuz, the Houthis were closing the Red Sea. And I was like, guys, it's almost guarantees that we could just rock it right back up to $100 a barrel in like a week or so. Here we were, ending the week, $100 a barrel. I'm not claiming to be the Nostradamus of all the worst things, but I'm not claiming to be that at this point. Could it get worse? Yes. Yes, it could. If the Red Sea closure continues for any extended period of time, and it's not just a closure of the Red Sea, but is an assault on the Saudi oil infrastructure and shipping, which we've seen it is, that's going to absolutely be bad. Because the Saudis were sneaking oil, not sneaking it, but you know what I mean? They were sending oil to Europe and other places via the Red Sea. A lot of the Saudi oil infrastructure is quite south. As a result, very easily targeted by the Houthis. Like that pipeline. It's near the border. I don't know exactly how near. I couldn't give you an exact, but it's closer than it isn't far. The closer than it is far away. And we saw 2 different Saudi oil tankers targeted in a single day by the Houthis. They can repeat that over and over and over again. As a result, you go from 25% less oil as a result of the Hormuz to like 50% less oil, maybe more, with the closure of the Red Sea. If it's completely closed and Saudi Arabia can't get oil out, I think it's over 50. Or it's like approaching it. I think the U.S. complicates this. If you count but the United States doesn't produce enough of the particular crude. That's part of the problem here, is because which one is it? Brent? I think I can't remember which one it is. It's one of the two. It's Brent or WTI. But the Middle East produces one of them more than any other region. And that's the one used for gasoline. As a result, being a serious problem seriously fast. We are already, I shouldn't even be saying it like that. We are already in the midst of that growing problem right now. It's why I still haven't dinged anybody for missing a Patreon payment. For months, ever since Operation Epstein Fury started. I know times is tough. Even though galactically speaking, we're hurting real bad. I'm struggling I think everybody knows how bad I'm struggling right now. I mean, we got fucking less than a week to complete the galactic deficit. We're only slightly over halfway. Although we're making progress. I think we're at 60% now. 550, 913. I think it's close to 2/3. We've made significant progress. I'm just still freaking out. We're all freaking out. I know. So I've tried to hold off on penalizing those who've been here for me for so long, like you patrons. But of course, being a patron, super helpful. Almost all of that money goes directly to funding the stream. Almost none of it goes to Patreon. I got in there before they upped their charges. I'm one of the creators that have been at Patreon long enough that new entrants to Patreon pay 10%. I pay 1%. Almost near nothing. I pay near nothing to Patreon. For that, I am honestly eternally grateful. Although I am having some issues with them, specifically upload amounts. Because I've been trying to transfer all of my YouTube streams over there, I've run into a real problem. Since I stream more than most people, like 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, that's 200 hours a month. Patreon's limit, 100 hours a month. And icing on the cake, as somebody who's just actively trying to work on this now, because for so long I thought I could just leave all my shit on YouTube and never worry about it. I've got thousands of hours of streams still not on there. So I've been trying to coerce them. I don't know what to do. Unfortunately, I don't have the money to like actually coerce them and be like, hey, I'll give you this much money to let me put this stuff on here. I can't do that. So I'm just left to be like, hey, it'd be really helpful if you guys could do this. I'm trying to come up with a new way, another way of hosting all my content somewhere else, on YouTube or Patreon, and I just can't come up with it. Like one that doesn't cost me a fuckload of money. You're the first person you finally heard point that out. Point out what? I don't know, Amy. All right, I'm just gonna ignore whatever that's about and keep moving us through the week, since we still have at least 2 days of stuff to cover here in the Middle East. Let's move here to the latest round of Iranian threats from 2 days ago, where the United Kingdom has come back into the mix. Early on in this conflict, the United Kingdom was threatened, and then Iran kind of backed off of those threats. Basically accepted Britain's claims that the bases they have in the region were not being used for offensive purposes. That seems to have fallen apart now. And Iran is now threatening once again to attack UK bases used by US forces in any capacity. Here's BBC from Thursday.
The escalating conflict between the US and Iran, despite a truce signed just last month, now seems to have dragged in the UK. Tehran has threatened to attack a British airbase after claiming for the first time since the renewal of hostilities that a US bomber attacked Iran after flying from RAF Fairford in Gloucestershire. In response, the Ministry of Defence tonight said the UK stands ready to defend itself. All this as another front in their war appears to have opened up between the US and Iran, this time in the Red Sea, where Iranian-backed Houthi rebels say they've attacked 2 oil tankers. That news pushed energy prices up sharply, with the cost of a barrel of oil...
Okay, hold on. We don't need this whole discussion. Is this where they switched to this?
Is our top story tonight.
The UK's attempt to keep a distance from America's war with Iran while still letting US B-1 bombers use British bases, this is RAF Fairford, is wearing thin, certainly as far as the Tehran regime is concerned. The B-1s, Britain says, can only fly defensive missions. That's an inherently ambiguous statement, as in warfare the line between defense and offense is hard to define, and it's dismissed by Iran, which now says bases like Fairford are legitimate targets for attack. It is not clear what they might do, but the threat will be taken very seriously.
Yeah. I'd take that one very seriously if I were you. I mean, seen any of the other sort of bases around the region? US ones in Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar. That's an example of what the United Kingdom can expect. Honestly, I would just eject the United States from those bases if I were the United Kingdom. But I don't think that's going to happen under this Labour government. Maybe something crazy happens with the shakeup, but I just don't see it. Like, this Labour government still wants to stay on the good side of the United States. Ejecting U.S. troops from British base is not going to do that. Although it would be a preventative measure from some sort of Iranian offensive. Are we still cooked? Yes, Paul. Still cooked. Maybe even slightly more cooked. Dinner will be served very soon.
Immediately, if not sooner.
At least that's how it's feeling. All right. Back to the president. CNN 2 days ago. Donald Trump considering an attack on Iran, quote, bigger and better than ever before. He's a sick man.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Pay up. That's what Trump is demanding of Iran as it launches new strikes tonight. In a post Trump just put out, he said, quote, please let this statement serve to represent, until further notice, that from this point forth, any and all damages done to ships, cargo, or anything related thereto will be paid for by Iranian money that the United States has in its possession and controls. These damages may be very substantial, but nevertheless, this is the fair and equitable thing to do. Now, it's worth noting that this is the same man who said he was going to give Iran its money back as part of the MOU, right? That was the whole thing. He was giving them this money back. He actually said this.
It's not our money, it's their money, and we froze it. At a certain point in time.
It's not our money, it's their money. Those are his words.
Yeah, he's a weird guy, though. It says completely conflicting things. Lies. And he's willing to change like the wind from one moment to the next. God, I'm sick of Donald Trump. This dude sucks. You don't think it's Trump tweeting? You think what? You can tell by the grammar? Really? The Trump whisperer. Only 3 more years? 2. It's 2. It's 2 and a half. We're already halfway through 2026. More than halfway through. We're heading towards the end of the year. You know, we got August, September, October, November, December. We got 5 left. July is almost over. We got like 6 days. We're counting down the fucking days. By July 19th. I'm sorry, by January 19th of 2029. I'm not going to say the thing I'm thinking. But I'll bet you could guess. By 2029, we're going to be at our wits' end, I do think. But, yeah, I think by 2029 we'll be talking about how to make sure the election gets certified. I'm pretty sure we'll be having those kinds of discussions. Like how we make sure Congress, hopefully a Democratic Congress, and a Vice President Vance or Vice President Thune? Is it Thune or is it Little Mike Johnson? However that works out. You get what I'm saying. Lost my place. Yes, 13th night of strikes took place 2 nights ago from the United States on Iran. Here's Al Jazeera. Get us started on the baker's dozen.
Bring you some breaking news coming to us right now from U.S. Central Command. They have just posted on X saying the following. U.S. forces started another night of strikes against Iranian military targets at 6:45 p.m. Eastern today.
Yeah. CENTCOM released video of its 13th night of strikes. Here's the AP from Thursday evening. Iran, exact location not available. U.S. CENTCOM. Utter destruction being unleashed on unknown targets. In grayscale and terrible resolution, so it's really hard to tell what the fuck is actually being hit. But you can see the explosions. Horrifying. Okay, BBC now. One more video on the 13th night of strikes. Fuckity fuck. What a shitty week.
Hello, I'm Christian Fraser. This is the Iran War Today, our regular update on events surrounding the US-Israel war with Iran. Let's start with some of today's key developments. The US military has carried out a 13th consecutive night of attacks, targeting command centers and drone storage sites in the south of the country. In response, the IRGC said it attacked US interests in Jordan and northern Kuwait and had targeted a surveillance tower used by the US Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. Tehran has threatened further attacks on air bases used by US forces, including those in the UK. The Ministry of Defence says the UK stands ready to defend itself. Donald Trump says he holds Iran accountable for attacks launched by its Houthi allies on the Bab el-Mandeb choke point in the Red Sea. Brent crude has now gone back above $100 a barrel, its highest level in 8 weeks, as fears grow that the crisis is spreading beyond the Strait of Hormuz and into the Red Sea.
Hold on, I gotta take a quick pause from this BBC clip to recognize someone for some incredible generosity here. And I'm just now noticing. Good God, $100 donated. Oh, $100 donated. So incredibly generous, getting us closer to completing the galactic deficit goal. Oh my God, I might be able to prevent myself. Well, you space fams might be able to prevent me from going homeless. Holy shit, we are doing it. Love you, mate, is the message from this individual who forgot to put their name here. Although I do think I know who this is. Individual with the initials RS. You know who you are. Thank you so very much. Boy, oh boy, now we're within less than 300 bones of completing the galactic deficit. Oh, we can do it, Space Vamps. We can do it. That's less than $50 a day, I think. All right, back to the 13th night of strikes.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been invited to the White House on Tuesday, with reports that Donald Trump is mulling a return to major combat operations in Iran. So tensions in the Middle East are intensifying, with fresh US and Iranian strikes raising fears of a wider escalation. The US military says it has carried out a 13th consecutive night of attacks. The airstrikes on Iran overnight lasted more than 2 hours, targeting command centres and drone storage facilities.
Okay, there we have it. Anybody ever notice that I only stick around for the facts with most of these mainstream outlets? And the only ones I stick around for are ones I want to yell at and complain and or criticize. And or leftist independent content creators like Democracy Now! And Majority Report. Anybody ever notice this? I take like 30 seconds, like a minute from the mainstream outlets. I just can't. I just need them for narrative purposes and for keeping us informed and educated. Newsified, if you will. All newsed up. Tuesday, exactly. I keep saying news instead of news. I can't help myself. Start listening to the Brits talk. And I can't help it. Twitch has been blasting YouTube on views all night. I don't know what's up with that. I think it does have something to do with us being repressed and demonetized. YouTube not interesting in promoting my videos in any way since we're demonetized. Like at the bottom of the algorithm. I still have a chance to reapply, but I have to make a video. I have to make a video, post it to YouTube, set it as unlisted, and then give a link to YouTube to justify my existence and my deserving of being paid money for doing the thing I've been doing for the last 3 years. That's where it's at right now. Hopefully that works. Fingers crossed. But there's another thing I have to do on a time limit that I got to remember to do and work into my schedule. My already incredibly overwrought schedule. Sounding like Binface. I don't sound like Binface. That's ridiculous. If anything, it's visually that me and Binface are similar. He's got a very silly accent, okay? Very silly British accent. I have a very silly American accent. There's a difference, okay? There's a clear difference. I'm offended that you're not recognizing that.
How rude.
As a longtime viewer, Don. Highly offended, but I'm just going to move right on past it. Gonna move right on past it to this next video from Al Jazeera. From Friday, where Saudi Arabia used almost certainly American-made weapons to strike Yemen's Houthis as the tensions in the Red Sea continue to escalate.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner, escalating into a full shit show.
Media linked to Yemen's Ansar al-Houthis says that Saudi strikes have targeted 2 locations on the country's Red Sea coast. Earlier, Saudi media reported an attack on a Saudi vessel in the Red Sea. Explosions have been reported in Hodeidah port. Strikes have also been reported on Kamaran Island. It comes a day after the Houthis said that they had targeted 2 Saudi tankers. They said the ships were violating their naval blockade on Saudi ports. We'll bring you more on this breaking news a little later in this bulletin. Iranian media say that 2 people have died in a US missile strike on a liquefied petroleum gas tanker in the Gulf of Oman.
All the headlines are so great, aren't they, space fams? From missile strike to airstrike to ship attack to drone strike to from blockade to blockade and blockaded blockade. Next, I'm sure Saudi Arabia will blockade the Houthi blockade. That'll work. Could be worse, says Paul. Now, there you go. There's some green grass thinking from Paul. Could be worse. So true. So true. The whole planet could be on fire, rather than like 25% of it. When you think like that, nothing's really bad. Actually, we're all fine. Where'd the damn duck go? I don't know. I don't know. I can't keep track of ducks. Do I look like a guy who's got time to keep track of ducks? Do I look like a guy who knows where ducks are at any given time? Ducks are wherever ducks are. They're gonna make their own duck choices. It would be unwise, I think, to really get too involved in that. I've been duck-stracted. I've been fucking duck-stracted over here. What was I talking about just now? I've been side-quacked. Okay. No more duck stuff. Back to Earth news. Normal Earth news of a non-avian variety. From Saudi's attacks on the Houthis. To more threats from the president here in the Oval Office yesterday.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Peter, about Iran, what is the exit strategy?
Well, I think there's a lot of them. There's a military exit where we just keep going just the way we are, and we can even make it a heavier dose, and it's knocking out everything they have. Or there's a smarter strategy, and that's you make a deal, and they want to make a deal. I just don't think they're ready yet, but they do want to make a deal. Sometimes they don't want to say they want to make a deal. They want to be the tough guys. But they do want to make a deal. There's two ways. I mean, it's you can just keep doing exactly what we're doing.
Oh. How is it? Someone explain to me, please, for the love of God. Someone explain to me how he is still sticking to this claim. If we let him, he'll do this for the next 2.5 years. For 3 years, Donald Trump will continue to claim that Iran wants a deal. No matter how little Iran pretends to want the deal. Like, it is deranged in its consistency. It's like, it's deranged in its consistent derangement. I don't understand how he can still be saying this 5 months down the line. Numerous montages have been created of him saying this same sentence over and over and over and over and over again. And somehow, beyond all just normal human expectations, Trump has not given up on this. Actually, they want a deal really badly. They're just too proud. They're just too proud to say they want a deal. That happens sometimes. A lot of people are saying it.
What you talking about?
Take them apart piece by piece. We can do it in a more rapid fashion, which we might do, or we can negotiate with them, which we're also doing right now. I mean, as we speak, we're talking to them.
And you said today that Russia and China are not helping. Earlier this week, the War Secretary Hegseth said that they are enabling. So what is the difference?
Well, I don't know that they're enabling. I mean, I will tell you that President Xi said he will not partake, and President Putin said the same thing. I think, I trust them. They've had a long-term relationship. There could be some things they do, but thus far, at least, it has not been major. I don't think they'd want to have me disappointed. It's a big deal. But really, when you get right down to it, it's not very complex. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. Very, very simple, actually, but it's a big deal. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. If they have even a thought of a nuclear weapon, we will just continue to go at much higher levels. But we are talking right now, and we'll see what comes of it. I'm not, despite what everyone says about the election, I'm not in a hurry. I'm not in a hurry. We have to do it right. Elections take care of themselves. When when I went into Venezuela, everybody was against it. Oh, what are you doing going into Venezuela? And then 2 days later, they said, "Wow, that's fantastic." A lot of people are saying that with Iran already, because
a lot of people are saying that already.
25 years to rebuild all.
A lot of people in Venezuela are not saying this is fantastic. First off, most people in Venezuela, and it's incredible he doesn't mention it, but most people in Venezuela are dealing with the fact there was a catastrophic earthquake and that there are tens of thousands of people missing and thousands dead. And that the buildings are collapsed. The way he's talking about it is insane.
From what they have. And again, as you know, no Navy, no Air Force,
all gone.
Anti-aircraft, no radar.
Gone.
We, as you know, we just reinstituted the I guess you could go, I call it the iron wall on the water. Nothing gets through. Nothing. Blockade. Nothing gets through. And they sort of have to make a deal. But we are talking to them. I think they're being serious. I think they are being by far the most serious that we've seen them, but that doesn't mean we get there. We'll see what happens. But I always prefer that alternative.
They go with the president, once again, saying incredibly insane things. Saying that we're going to knock out everything in Iran. Whatever the fuck that means. It's just more genocidal rhetoric, in my opinion. But that was only one among numerous fascinating things said by the president in the Oval earlier on Friday. Here he is in another clip from the AP yesterday.
Mr. President, a follow-up on Iran. Thank you, sir. A follow-up on Iran. Have you made a decision about the major strikes that you were referring to? Okay. Should we expect to see major strikes?
Look, we're talking to them right now. I think they're getting more and more serious as the days go by, for maybe the obvious reason. But we are talking to them right now. Look, there are two ways. I consider that the smarter way, but the other is probably the easier way, doing what we're doing.
And we can take that to a much higher level if we want to. You know, we're prepared to do that, as you know. We're locked and loaded. We're locked and loaded and ready to go, but...
Locked and loaded, ready to go. Ready to take out everything. Locked and loaded, ready to go. Ready to take out everything in Iran. Bridges, power plants, water, schools, civilians. It's a sick tyrant. An Alexander the Great wannabe. With deeply disturbing plans for the near future.
A security threat to Trump and Air Force One.
Damn it. Shut up, Aaron. You're ruining my whole vibe. Now, with great ego also comes, in many cases, great paranoia. Let's talk about the latest details that have come out on Iran's plot to kill the president.
What? No! Illegal.
A security threat to Trump and Air Force One. The New York Times reporting tonight that Iranian threat to Air Force One is the reason Trump abruptly ditched his new plane and flew on the old presidential jet back to the U.S. from Turkey. Trump's flight to the NATO summit was his first overseas
It's for the
trip
troops,
in the new
Aaron.
$400 million jet given to him from the Middle Eastern country of Qatar.
It's like Aaron doesn't know how much I love the troops. Okay? Everybody knows that I love the troops. Very, very much. Aaron clearly doesn't, and that's why she's saying these nasty things.
But according to the Times, while Trump was in Turkey, a threat emerged that Iranian proxy forces were targeting him in Air Force One from inside Turkey, from Istanbul. So Trump left on the old Air Force One, which is more secure. Now, at the time, this is why Trump said he was swapping jets.
It's flying to Europe, to one of the big bases, 2 or 3 of the big bases, where we can show it to the people. And we'll be going home by normal methods. But we have it going to Europe, to a couple of bases, actually one in particular, but it's going to go to a couple of bases, stop, so the soldiers can see it, because it's truly magnificent.
I mean, that was a lot of detail. You know, that it was going because the soldiers wanted to see it and it was magnificent. But it turned out to not be true.
No.
That day, though, Trump did allude several times, perhaps, to the real truth, which is that Iran...
How could the president lie to us? Oh, my God.
him dead.
It's not like he's lied to us 15,000 times since taking office. How dare he start lying
They
now?
want to take out the U.S. leader, me. I'm on every list. I saw things this morning. I'm on every single one of their lists. I'm number 1 on the kill list for Iran. They're lovely people. I'm number 1. I may be gone too, because I'm their number 1 target. It's out all over the place. I'm their number 1 because they're scum.
Are you aware of any credible threat by Iran against your
Well, I have a threat all the time. I'm number 1 on their list before you. But if I go, you go.
What
is that, a
details
threat?
are you learning?
It almost feels like a veiled threat of like assured, like mutually assured destruction. If I go, you go. Don't forget that, reporter lady. Okay? It's like, why mention that? Why mention that? It's just so awkward. If I go, you go, but not hope that I die. Okay? I can see you thinking it.
About this specific threat against the president.
Yeah, Aaron, thanks for having me. And what we have learned is that there was a specific credible threat that U.S. officials identified from an Iranian proxy group targeting President Trump and Air Force One from inside Turkey. So this was what caused that swap in planes, a very specific threat that officials determined was credible, causing this switch, which has obviously.
There you go. A supposed, according to the national security infrastructure, credible threat to the president, forcing him to change planes to the safer, non-Qatari bought plane. Now, of course, we're all, I think, fairly aware of this situation because we've been talking about it since the day it happened. Because it was super fucking obvious. We all knew it. By the time that it happened, we all knew why he had done what he did. We didn't know the exact details of it, but we knew that A, he was fearing for his life because he mentioned it multiple times during the day. And 2, there was fucking camera footage of him walking to the other plane and then flying it to the same airport where the Qatari plane was, and then walking over to that plane. So, I mean, it's been pretty obvious this whole time that there was some kind of concern. I don't think it was Wi-Fi that, caused the president to switch planes suddenly. Of course, Trump has had something of a fixation over his mortality, multiple assassination attempts, wounded ear. Maybe he has a body double? Let's go here.
Those Chinese bastards. I'll have you know, both Presidents Trump are hot as and doing a great job. Blue tie's doing a little better than red tie, but still.
Oh my god, what in the actual fuck? It's crazy. Donald Trump, body double.
What's up with the guy behind Trump? Can we see that again? Can you bring that out? Who the f is this guy?
Who the fuck is this guy? Now, to be fair, I looked at this and I thought, God damn, that guy looks a hell of a lot like Trump. That dude looks like a guy that's supposed to look like Donald Trump for a job. Like his affectations, the way he walks around. I watched a bunch of this stuff. Boy, oh boy, is he doing one good Trump impression. But actually, I've done some investigation into this. As it turns out, that is not a body double. Well, I mean, he is a body double, but he's not a paid body double. That guy back there that looks like he's doing his very best Trump impression with a blue tie, cornflower blue, I would say. Robin's egg? No, cornflower. Cornflower blue tie. Best Trump impression. That is the Flaflotus? The Flaflotus, right? Wait, the father-in-law of the First Lady of the United States. That, not father-in-law. No, the father of the float. That is the floatus. That is Melania's father. Yes. The man who looks exactly like Donald Trump from not that much of a distance, from like a few feet away, looks exactly like Donald Trump. That's Melania's dad. I shit you not. That is Melania Trump's father. What's his fucking name? Victor Knopfs. This guy who looks a hell of a lot like Donald Trump. Like, holy shit. Same skin tone, same loose skin. Also born 2 years apart. Born 2 years before president. That would be sick. That would be disgusting. No, he's 2 years older than the president. Born in 44 instead of 46. Wow. I mean, the first lady's I think she's got some stuff she's got to work out in therapy. She married her father. Melania married her dad. Let's just accept it. That's not a body double. That's Melania's dad, husband, father, spouse. Ugh. Okay. That was horrifying. Okay. Now, while we're talking about, the safety of the president, we should talk about the safety of the vice president. And apparently, that's another thing we have to get into here. In fact, this is just one of two different stories regarding the Secret Service detail of either the vice president or the president in like a week. Because last week we were talking about how one of the president's, actually no, wait, it wasn't Secret Service. I take it back. No, it was the president's #1 teleprompter guy who was making polymarket bets on what the president was going to say or not say in a speech. I mean, like, it was like $250,000 or something like that. Just sort of fleecing the whole market as the guy whose job it was to literally put Trump's speeches together. Right. But wasn't there another? I could swear there was another Secret Service thing that happened. Am I losing my mind? Didn't something happen with another Secret Service detail that wasn't this? Whatever. Apparently, earlier this week, it came out that a Secret Service agent is suspected of having leaked the vice president's travel details.
Illegal.
Here's CNN from Thursday.
Today, the Secret Service confirmed that one of its own agents is under internal review, though it declined to say exactly why. A source tells CNN the agent who protects Vice President Vance and his family is suspected of leaking information for a news story.
The piece by MS Now revealed that some in the Vance security detail are, quote, fed up with unpredictable last-minute requests, including the VP planning to fly his son on a military chopper to a golf lesson. The trip was reportedly canceled due to weather. CNN senior correspondent Josh Campbell.
The Secret Service agent is a hero, okay? Are you fucking kidding me? Why are these guys just, like, all of them are just using insane resources on personal shit? Kash Patel snorkeling in fucking Pearl Harbor, taking G6 trips to watch his girlfriend sing at baseball games. and to go to get drunk in fucking Milan, Italy during the Olympics and whatever fuck else. And now vice president and his family using the Secret Service for golf lessons of the second children. You gotta be shitting me. This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
That Secret Service agent is a fucking hero for telling us the truth about what they're doing with our taxpayer dollars. A great patriot, if you will. America first type of behavior when you think about it.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Because why don't we deserve to know what the hell the president and vice president are doing with our funds? We're paying our taxes. They're just using the money to shower themselves with it. Literally. Okay. Now, before we end our Middle East coverage, move on to the last big story of the week. Gonna have to take a little break, a little stop in the West Bank, where things are still shit. Still under illegal occupation, under international law, and continue to see violence on a somewhat accelerated pace. Lately, we've seen an uptick in settler and IDF violence against Palestinians in the West Bank. Here's TRT World from yesterday. The latest horrifying stuff that's been happening.
Four members of the Ramadan family were killed in the village of Tel, south of Nablus, after Israeli forces and illegal Israeli settlers stormed the area. Palestinians confronted the attackers, triggering clashes.
Palestinians have no choice but to defend themselves and their land. What happened today was a natural response to the crimes committed by illegal Israeli settlers. These crimes have never stopped.
According to Israeli medical sources, 2 Israelis were also killed in the clashes. Their deaths were followed by calls for revenge from Israeli ministers and illegal settlers as attacks.
Yep. Israeli settlers, helped by the IDF, continue to try and force Palestinians off of their land, to build their settlements, and to further ethnically cleanse the territory of all Palestinians. And 4 are dead. 4 Palestinians dead, 2 Israelis dead. In continued unnecessary, unjustified violence. Every single one of these settlements is illegal under international law. It has been declared as such by the International Criminal Court. Every single instance of settler violence is another international crime against humanity. As a result, so are each settlement. Meanwhile, extremist far-right settler himself, Minister Bezalel Smotrich, is currently competing for right-wing votes, Israeli elections, the big ones, underway as of, I think, last week. And Smotrich is promising all of the very worst possible things you could imagine, essentially. Like further settlement expansion and violence against Palestinians. Ethnic cleansing and stuff like that. And shock of shocks, it's getting him support from the far right in Israel.
What?
Yes, I know that's shocking.
Now, violence is escalating in the occupied West Bank. Israeli settlers have carried out a series of attacks on Palestinian villages in recent days. The worst was in Nablus, where at least 4 Palestinians and 2 Israeli soldiers were killed. The Israeli military has detained several Palestinians and is conducting further raids. Axel Zamovich reports.
The village of Tal turned into a battle.
I'm sorry.
This.
Sorry, we don't need both of these. I'm gonna skip ahead. I forgot they cover 2 different West Bank stories in here. Although, of course, they're completely interlinked. We already covered that part, so I just want to go to the Bezalel Smotrich shit. When does that start up? I think around here.
Of the West Bank.
It sounds more like communities there are bracing for impact, and we know that Benjamin Netanyahu's promised to go in hard in response to all of this. How is this moment playing out in Israel?
Well, in Israel, there's a contrast between the statements from government officials who are vowing collective punishment steps, as human rights organizations have described them, who will be demolishing the home of the man accused of firing at the 2 soldiers and of carrying out more raids, intensified raids, especially in the Nablus area. But we're hearing also from former officials, someone like Bogi Ya'alon, who was a minister of defense, saying that the West Bank faces a Jewish terrorism problem, one that is in.
Yeah, before we get too far in this, and I forget to make this point, this is the world Palestinians in the West Bank fucking live. Like, we get told that, like, Israel's some fucking democracy on a hill in the Middle East. It's bullshit. Did you just hear that? This guy's accused of something. As a result, the government is demolishing his home. He hasn't been convicted of anything. He was on his own property defending his property, I would point out. The libertarians, I don't even know how they justify any of this sort of stuff. But it's like all the fucking stand your ground Second Amendment libertarian types.
Get rid of the Second Amendment?
I don't know how they can justify this. Like, the guy is defending himself on his own property, on his ancestral land. And now his home's getting destroyed for allegedly doing something. Not even being convicted of a crime. The government's just going to go ahead and just demolish his home, sort of preemptively, because they're going to automatically convict him, like they do all Palestinians, without a real trial, in a military court, without lawyers.
Endorsed by the government. There's a wider context here, which is upcoming Israeli elections. A minister like Bezalel Smotrich is endorsing the Israeli settlements, these settlers, the settler groups who are setting up these outposts because they've helped his numbers. And this we see repeated and again and again and again. More on that dynamic in this report. This is Bezalel Smotrich, an Israeli settler who lives illegally in the occupied West Bank and a self-described fascist. He's also one of the most prominent political leaders of religious Zionism, a mix of Orthodox Judaism and Israeli ultra-nationalism. Sanctioned by several Western governments, he is an ally of Benjamin Netanyahu and popular among many young Jewish voters in Israel.
It is disturbing to me to think that this guy is getting as much sway as he is right now. Young people, far right, sure, but the up and coming demographics in Israel, like, this is the exact opposite of the direction the country needs to go in. Now, I don't expect him to be the next minister, but I haven't ruled it out. I don't think it's impossible that it happens. He's built coalitions before. The fact is, Israel, the Israeli population has not moved to the left. If anything, I feel like the genocide has pushed the Israeli public further to the right, almost. And it's more in support of these horrifying sorts of things that Bezalel Smotrich represents. On like an identitarian level. This guy was born on a settlement. He was born on a legal settlement, and all he wants to do is turn the entire West Bank into an Israeli settlement and remove all Palestinians from it.
The goals of the next term: eliminating the idea of the Arab terrorist state, cancelling the cursed Oslo Accords, and advancing on the path of sovereignty, while encouraging emigration in Gaza and also in Judea and Samaria. In the long term, there is no other solution.
Did you hear that?
Yet polls suggest
There's no other solution aside from encouraging emigration in Judea and Samaria. That is the biblical name for the West Bank. And encouraging emigration is another fancy way of saying ethnic cleansing. He's just saying the quiet parts out loud. And he's getting support from a disturbing number of people in Israel. All right. Now the stream isn't over, but we are done with the Middle East for now. I figured we'd end it with some, I don't know, more, I don't know what to call them. Not cultural discussions. I can't think of words right now. Brain is too broken. We've been going for over 9 hours on the stream. By the way, if you haven't already, hit that follow button on Twitch. Please subscribe on YouTube too. Both really help out. Hit that bell icon, like button. And do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. As even though we are currently still on an over 3-month hiatus of being monetized on YouTube, unfairly, we still, thankfully, have monetization on Twitch, Cash App, and PayPal accounts for you to donate directly to Throne. For those who'd prefer to buy me snacks and drinks and stuff like that. The little gifts, sundries that eventually arrive down at my Earth apartment. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars. Patreon. $3 a month. So many space benefits. I can't even mention them right now. All right, now to South Asia. To the cockroach janta protests, which have slowly taken over the streets of India, garnered millions and millions and millions of followers on social media, and eventually decided to take to the streets after a scandal relating to test results being wrongfully released, forcing like tens of millions of people. I don't know exactly the number, but remember, India's a country of like 1 billion people, right? The entire population of particular like age, right? Like an age group taking this test all were being forced to retake the test as a result of this act, whatever you want to fucking call it. People were pissed. They took to the streets immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And they did not relent, even with police cracking down. Let's recap what happened over the last week, starting here with Reuters from 5 days ago. Monday.
The police personnel beat our sisters, but I want to tell them that if even one drop of my blood can be used for the benefit of the youth, I am ready for it.
Every time we have raised our voices peacefully, the Indian government took the responsibility to bury our voices. But let me tell them this through your medium, that if they try to silence one voice, 1,000 others will be born.
If you try to silence one voice, 1,000 more will be born, according to some of the protesters.
India's main opposition leader,
And the
Rahul
fact
Gandhi,
is,
called
that seems to have been the case.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi to resign.
Please shut up. I'm trying to talk. That seems to have been the case. Repression from the government led to more support for the protesters. We saw images of delivery workers being sent to the protests by random anonymous supporters buying food on delivery apps. Others sending boxes of food. And, I mean, there must have been hundreds of thousands on the streets throughout the week. They did not give up. Modi, visible pressure on Modi seen during the week, forced to make multiple statements recognizing the concerns of the protesters. Here's BBC News now from Wednesday.
India's main opposition leader, Rahul Gandhi, has called for Prime Minister Narendra Modi to resign over a police crackdown on student protests in Delhi. On Tuesday, opposition MPs staged a protest outside Mr. Modi's official residence, demanding answers. Mr. Gandhi was detained by police. He was released a few hours later. Let's go to our South Asia correspondent, Azadeh Moshiri, who's there in Delhi. Azadeh, how are things looking?
Well, you can see the protest is still going on. It's been going on for weeks now, and it's certainly gained momentum after the tens of thousands who showed up on Monday. And it's been raining earlier this morning. That hasn't stopped people from turning up. You might see there are some sheets that have been put up to cover protesters should it start raining again. The stage that was dismantled on Monday is back up. And people were here late into the evening last night. People from other states are still traveling here. I just met a couple people from Rajasthan earlier. And there are also people who support the Cockroach Janta Party movement who are actually delivering food, ordering food to be delivered to the protesters here throughout the day. And as the protest carries on, as people come out after work, people just keep pouring in.
Yes, indeed. Like I said, these protests just seem to spring a life of their own, growing by leaps and bounds through the weeks. Because apparently these have been going on for weeks. We've been talking now about the Cockroach Janta Party, months ago when it was created over a comment by a BJP judge dismissing people with concerns over their, cost of living and availability of opportunities and whatever else, basically suggesting all these people were cockroaches. Then the leader of the progenitor of this movement took that upon himself to reappropriate that word and say, yeah, actually, we're cockroaches, and we're angry cockroaches that will survive any blast from you bastards. So bring it on. Ready to infest the streets.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I'm delivering tea.
Do you know who has placed the order?
I don't know who placed the order. They informed me to go to Janta Manta and deliver tea to the protesters. That's it. Our brothers who are protesting. Deliver it to them.
No, I don't.
Well, there you go. Like I was saying, people sending gifts and food to the protesters, keep them nourished through their efforts. Are you the only one that finds the cockroach party strange? I don't think you're the only one. But like I said, it's reappropriation, right? It's like, I think the thing that comes to mind immediately is the N-word, right? And like reappropriating by the black community in the United States of the N-word, right? Like as a way to take the power away from the word, right? It feels, the vibes of it feel real similar to me. Like it's different, obviously, but you know what I'm saying? Like somebody called you this word as a pejorative, and then you said, you know what, actually, I'm not offended, and actually, we represent as such. Go fuck yourself. Cockroaches taken to the street.
Good to have you with us. Well, we're going to start in India. The Prime Minister there, Narendra Modi, says that fast-track courts will be set up to prosecute those behind the exam paper leaks. This is his first public response after days of youth protests demanding the resignation of the Education Minister. Modi's comments came hours after protesters clashed briefly with police on the streets of New Delhi late on Wednesday. Well, we can take a listen now to what some of the protesters have been saying.
The main demand is that immediately the Minister of Education resign. That's what the students want. The larger demand is that the system gets cleared up of the inefficiencies and the problems that it has, which doesn't allow access to students from all parts of society, but majorly from the parts of society where they're not able to purchase a good education.
Objective is pretty simple and straight. It's for the students. There is nothing else, no other hidden objective. All of these are students, you can see, peaceful protests trying to get our message across.
Well, we're able to be joined.
Well, there you have it. The voices of the protesters themselves demanding changes in their government. Ones that benefit all of society, not just those that can afford it. And as I've mentioned in the past, India has one of the oldest systems of inequality on the planet. Internally, caste system predates a whole host of shit. It goes back thousands of years, even though it's been technically abolished. The repercussions of it still exist. No reparations have been made, right? Entire swath of society. It's got to be in like the hundreds of millions. It was born into a lower caste of society, lower socioeconomic group of society in India, and as a result have less opportunity. And the government is not addressing it, no matter how much they want to pretend to be a democracy. They still got some serious fucking problems around here. Talk more about these protests. Let's go here to Democracy Now! From yesterday.
This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We turn now to India, where massive youth-led protests are spreading across India. On Thursday, thousands of young people staged another sit-in New Delhi in defiance of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government, which is violent.
Ow? Wait, what happened? Was there a loud noise? Did I mess something up? What did I do?
Crack down on protesters. The protest movement is being led by the newly formed Cockroach Janata Party. The party was formed after India's Chief Justice compared India's unemployed youth to cockroaches and parasites. Protesters have been demanding the resignation of Modi's education minister. They're blaming him for the leak of national exam questions that were circulated on social media, forcing millions of students to retake the exam. Some students ended up dying by suicide after studying for the exam for years. One prominent Indian activist, Sonam Wangchuk, ended a 26-day hunger strike today that he began in solidarity with the cockroach movement. This is Abhijit Dipka, who founded the Cockroach Janta Party, speaking earlier this week after authorities violently attacked protesters in Delhi.
Today, what the Delhi police have done, the way they beat students, the way they hit them in their heads, it was very shameful. Due to this, the country's reputation is being damaged worldwide. And we all know why Delhi police did all of this, because they received orders from Narendra Modi and Amit Shah.
We go now to New Delhi, where we're joined by the prize-winning Indian writer and activist Arundhati Roy. She has a new piece for Wire, headlined Cockroach Democracy, Unarmed and Dangerous. Arundhati begins her piece by writing, quote, "For the first time in years, it feels wonderful to be Indian. Just when hope seemed lost, they came, young roaches riding in on the rain." Arundhati Roy, take it from there. Talk about what's happening in the streets of India and the movement adopting the name of the justice who called them cockroaches.
Well, what's happening in India, what's happening just kilometers from my home, where I will be shortly, is not thousands, Amy, but tens and tens of thousands of young people who have just flooded into the city. And now this has spread to cities all over North India, basically. And it started off as students, of course, as you said, Abhijit Dipke, just as a joke, wrote on Instagram, what if all the cockroaches came together? And they did, first online, and now in physical form. They're out everywhere in India, young people protesting and officially demanding the resignation of the education minister, under whose, since 2014, the opposition says there have been 152 paper leaks, not a single conviction for anybody doing that. But more than that, the undermining of the entire system of education in India, which was and used to be a good system. But now the whole thing has, if you listen to the slogans and if you see the chanting, everything has shifted to directly attacking Modi. And this has just never happened since 2014 when he became prime minister, or 2002 when he became the chief minister of Gujarat. So it's really a generation whose parents and grandparents wore those Modi masks and chanted Modi, Modi, Modi and got him into power. It is their children now who are saying the emperor has no clothes, and the mockery and the humor, it's just unbelievable. It's unbelievable what's going on. The dancing, the singing, that old, really boring Gandhian protest style has gone. It's just so exuberant and joyful. But as I said in the piece that I wrote, there are two things. One is that this is the protesters. There are Hindus, Muslims, Christians, Buddhists. It's a sort of demonstration of what we would like India to be. But the fact is that the majority of them, the great majority of them, are the children of Modi's, Hindu right-wing constituency. And therefore, there is a certain protection. They are not Muslims, they're not Sikhs, they're not Christians, they're not Kashmiris. So is the police going to just shoot them down? Things are coming to a stage where you almost think that they're going to call out the army, but will the army agree to kill their own children?
Yeah, that's the thing about this, because it's not like a sectarian movement. It's a classist movement, essentially. And so, yeah, they can't be targeted in the ways that Modi has done with other opposition groups, ethnic minorities, like Arundhati just mentioned. We've talked about a number of the different sort of ethnic cleansing like atrocities and other like events that have happened over the last few years in India. Some predating that, and it's just, you know, honestly, it's nice to see this. I was saying it myself because we've been talking about Modi and his oppressive regime. Well, I mean, it's effectively like a theocracy and oligarchy combined, right? One that still has all of the, like, many of the classist artifices of the caste system, and of course the sort of theocratic elements of that same Indian society from old, right? Because, anyway, we're not going to get all into it, but you, those who know Indian history, I think, know what I'm trying to get at.
I don't know. So it's a very tricky situation right now.
And Arundhati, how would you compare the cockroach uprising in India to recent other youth-led movements in nearby countries in Nepal and Bangladesh and Sri Lanka? And also, this is...
I see someone in Twitch talking about this. Modi sucks. He's India's Putin, but nobody's ever liked him. But the thing is everybody like outside of India, and the fact is he still has support within, like, I think the BJP. So otherwise, I don't think he'd been able to hold on to power for this long. But yeah, he's had serious opposition voices in India that have been like systemically repressed, violently and systemically repressed. But it's outside of India, and that's why I think this is so important. Is because I think it highlights some of these things. It brings to light some of these things that need to be talked about with India, because it keeps getting sort of traipsed around on the global stage as being some like democratic bastion, but they're not. They're not even close. They got some real work to get even like close to that. And yeah, I just feel like this is like an opportunity to force this conversation into the mainstream, which it clearly is done. You know, we're going back and forth between Reuters and BBC and France 24 News. Certainly got the attention of the Western press.
At a time when the more traditional Marxist or left-wing parties in India, in some of the states of India where they long had major power, have suffered electoral defeats, so that the left has been left sort of reeling from these defeats. I'm wondering if you could respond to that as well.
Well, how would I compare it to Bangladesh, Nepal, and Sri Lanka? You know, I don't think those comparisons would be correct, because India is too vast and diverse a country for, you know, a simple sort of student-led coup to take over. It just, like, for example, the whole of South India, although they are supporting this movement, they have largely been unaffected by Modi, you know, and so the rage against him isn't there because he doesn't exist there. So India is too large a country for something like that. But you'd have to ask, you know, of course, the left has been pushed back, the traditional, what we call...
Some of these signs are wild. Look at Jesus Christ.
All the parliamentary left has been pushed back. You know, it only really exists in Kerala as a proper party. But the left is certainly inside this protest, you know. The young left student unions are in there, and initially they were the ones who stabilized the protest because they know how to do it. A lot of young people were coming in. And there are people from everywhere, you know, like Sonam Wangchuk, who was on hunger strike, was initially very much a supporter of the BJP. You know, now he's called off his fast. But the thing is that the protest is way beyond its individual components right now. But the real thing that I said is that, you know, why is the Prime Minister refusing to to make the small step of making the education minister resign. One of the reasons is that they rule like a cabal. They know too much about each other to, be able to be sacked and so on. They know terrible things about each other. And the second reason is that the BJP has gamed the...
It's like the Trump administration, right? Like, there are some serious similarities there. In the Trump administration, we've sort of joked about how having a bunch of dirt for the president to hold over your head might actually get you to keep your job rather than lose it, because it's seen as like a lever to pull to keep you in line, or vice versa. That some people who know things have been like given jobs, positions to keep their mouths shut, especially Epstein files types.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
I would point out here, red card to fascism, solidarity. Also, is this is vaguely Hunter S. Thompson writing. Red card to fascism.
Things about each other. And the second reason is that the BJP has gamed the election system. It has reconstituted the composition of the election commission. It has reconstituted voter rolls in which, millions of people are missing and millions of phantom names exist. The machines, the electoral voting machines are tampered with. The courts look away. The police are not neutral. The bureaucracy is completely complicit. So it feels that it can do anything. It'll win an election because it's the richest political party in the world. And it is backed by the richest industrialists in the world. It can buy anything, it can break anyone. And ultimately, even these young people, they are just very young people. They don't know the forces that can come in and subvert them and beat them down. And
okay, Arundhati is monologuing something fierce over here on democracy. Now I'm just going to skip ahead towards the end of this discussion. I just figured since this is Democracy Now, it's a good one for us to sort of dig in on. It's quite a moment unfolding in India. What it means, I'm still trying to grapple with, and what will be achieved in the long run. Another question I've been asking myself, especially in the light of the latest events.
Carefully constructed image to the world because they're using Instagram, they're using YouTube, as they reshape the narrative of these protests to a global audience.
So I'll start by saying that the most wicked element in India in the last, since Modi came to power, has been the corporate-owned mainstream media. It's not just that they're frightened, they are part of the project, enthusiastically a part of the project. We have this saying over here, I'll first say it in Hindi. It says, Desh ko char log chalate hain, do bechte hain, do khareedte hain charo Gujarati, which means that 4 people run this country, 2 sell it, 2 buy it, and all 4 are from the state of Gujarat. And these 4 are the Prime Minister, the Home Minister, and the 2 industrialists, Ambani and Adani.
I thought that was quite an interesting description of the... Honestly, there's a lot of things here that there's a lot of parallels to what's happening in the United States. And it's because we're all fighting a very similar sort of classist struggle, to be honest, which is why we need solidarity with each other. Oh, everything's owned by 4 guys. Yep. Everything is owned and or run by 4 guys. Sounds familiar. But I was about to respond to something. I can't remember what the hell it was. So many chats. What is the equivalent of a red card? A red flag, right? Red flag football? I think. Something like that. Oh, when it was yellow flag. Yellow flag? Whatever. The flag on the play. Flag. Although I think red flag is actually the challenge one. I can't remember which one it is. Don't ask me to remember. But, you know, to compare football to American football, it would be a flag on the play. I don't know why we use flags instead of cards. Just America's determination to do everything different than the United Kingdom and Europe. I'm pretty sure it's part of it. All right, 2 clips left. Here's, god damn, we're almost 10 hours into the stream. Good Lord. Good Lord, it's been a long one. We are approaching the end. BBC News. 18 hours ago. Oh, wait, I take it back. 3. We have 3 clips. 3 clips. 2 BBC. I almost missed the other one. 2 BBC clips, then 1 France 24 clip. This is from yesterday. Narendra Modi forced to break his silence as hunger strike of opposition leader ends.
He must resign today. The demand for the resignation of the education minister continues.
The very first protest after Prime Minister Narendra Modi made his social media statement on X.
Friends, मैं जानता हूँ कि paper leak.
A prominent Indian activist has ended his hunger strike 26 days after he began in support of a youth protest over exam paper leaks.
We will not let his hunger strike go to waste.
They simply want one thing, to hold the government accountable and bring in educational reform.
India's huge cockroach protests continue to spread as Prime Minister Modi breaks his silence while a hunger strike ends and more images go viral.
That's right, Narendra Modi, after a really long time of trying to pretend like the Cockroach Janta Party didn't exist. Because like I said, we first talked about this like months ago when it first was created. Then these protests happened after the fact. But like, he finally actually named the party in that Instagram video. Finally forced to actually acknowledge its existence. Which was big, big news.
So the latest is that senior members of the CJP and the government have held talks today. Now, they have met before, but those were very brief meetings. You just have this sense that this time it was more substantive, and that is what we've heard from the CJP afterwards, that some of their demands were being listened to, but that the sticking point is still the resignation of the education minister. And for context, he is a key ally of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He's a big figure in the ruling BJP party. So for Prime Minister Narendra Modi to make a concession like that would be very difficult, especially when he's seeing a movement like this grow and essentially gain more power.
Yes. Okay. However, with that said, within 12 hours of that, India's education minister, Dharmendra Pradhan, did resign.
What? What you talking about?
Yeah, I know. Even though she was saying it would be really hard for Narendra Modi to push this guy out, enough pressure from protesters led to the resignation, which almost certainly was prompted, heavily prompted, by Narendra Modi, who probably feels like he has to make some concession before the CJP starts really getting traction. I mean, they have 22 million followers on social media, supposedly, right? It has grown. It is right. Like that's how we have to make this as I'm trying to make this as clear as possible. Like it went from like a meme that got a few people out there protesting a few months ago, a couple months ago, whatever it was, and now this 22 million followers, 100,000 people in the streets, and the education minister resigning, right? Like the entire world talking about it. Narendra Modi under pressure. I think they should continue pushing. But suffice to say,
India's education minister has resigned after youth-led protests by the Cockroach Janta party that drew thousands of protesters to central Delhi. Demonstrators have taken to the streets after the leak of a national entrance exam and a series of controversies in the education system. Dharmendra Pradhan said he was thankful for the opportunity to join the Prime Minister's government and was saddened by the development of the last 10 days. We'll have more on that. In fact, we can speak now to our correspondent in Delhi, Azadeh Mishiri. Azadeh, as I said there, this follows weeks of protests. Just bring us up to date on what's happened in the past few hours.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm speaking to you from a car on a street in Delhi because at the protest site there is still no internet. Throughout the week, it's been impossible to get service. And today they learnt of the news after one phone call got through to the founder, Abhijit Dipke, on stage. Now, this week, even though this has been going on for weeks, this week is when it became clear that the government didn't know how to get a handle on this.
It's quite a shocking development here. Quite a shocking development. And not long after this announcement, India's cockroach movement officially ended these protests, declaring this a big old W. France 24 with the last clip of the evening from 14 hours ago.
Let's bring you some other news now. India's youth protesters have agreed to end protests after talks with the government. It follows the resignation of India's education minister after weeks of demonstrations that demanded his removal. This over alleged leaks in some of the country's most competitive entrance exams that caused an outrage among students. Called the Cockroach Movement, it started as a call for education reforms, but has grown into a broader protest over unemployment, government accountability, and economic opportunities. Well, let's get more on that with our correspondent Sarah Jacobs standing by for us. Sarah, so we have an announcement from the government spokesperson and the spokesperson of the Cockroach Movement. How did this agreement come about?
Well, the big story right now coming out of India after over 20 days of protests, the Cockroach Janta Party, the student protesters, have called off their protest after all of their demands were agreed to by the Modi government. In a press conference that took place just a little while ago, seated alongside central ministers, union ministers of the Modi government, the leadership of the Cockroach Janta Party said that this decision was arrived at with the Modi leadership after an agreement that the terms would be implemented within an agreed upon time frame.
Immediately, if not sooner.
There you go. As you can see, streets filled with jubilant protesters. After this declared victory, Modi government backing down, forcing the resignation of the education minister and other supposed demands, of which I don't actually have full clarity on at this point. But this is a huge moment, I gotta say. It's beautiful to see. I hope it's one in a number of big wins that can be seen in India, and that this won't be it. Because that is, to me, I think would be a shame. Because I know that this isn't going to solve everything. It's a lot more probably needs to be done. But it's big news, suffice to say, and I was pleased to see the Modi government forced to back down on something by inspiring to see the CJP manage this. Really is. I don't have another word for it. They organized like none other in record time. And then got fucking results. Like, I really hope they stick around. And, there's been claims that they might look to get into office. And I think they really ought to do that immediately before any momentum is lost. Whew. Well, Space Fams, that was your weekend thing report. Only took us 10 hours to get through 140 videos. It was easy when you really think about it. Okay, that's a lie. It took me a fuckload of effort all week to be holding on to these clips for this moment, putting it all together into one, hopefully, slightly cohesive show. But I was pleased to do it. If you were pleased to have watched this show, please remember to hit that follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube. And don't forget that the Galactic News Network is completely funded by individuals like you. And all of your support is always appreciated. And in fact necessary for the continuation of streams like this. Gotta complete that galactic deficit before the end of the month. Oh, God, crazy freaking week from hell. Oops. Well, we got through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, God Dogs, RW, Schmeckly, BB, Minnie, Afrobonics, Snarl by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Cali Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Oh no, Nadia, Choki, Scout, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Gabby, Mish, Becky, D Cypher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Menda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, the Reference Frame, the Glitch Master, Social Butterfly, The Anarchists, Perfect Zell, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Echios, Emily S, Hecate, Trevor, Sweet Chewy Forever, Rogue Gerb, Tracy Eva, and Mr. Night Sky. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.
The Bolsheviks are coming.
It's the enemy of the Constitution. Above all, it's the enemy of July.
take a moment here to recognize Hermit Horologist's 180 stream streak. Incredibly impressive, somehow ignored. I still don't even see where it happened, so. Look, sometimes I miss things. How long ago was the stream even recognized? 10 hours ago. Now you mention it? Good God. Well, great job. Great job, Hermit Horologist, 180 streams in a row. The new Hassan, right? Because I'm doing a 10-hour stream instead of Ankh Hassan, who's always ending his streams early. 6 hours. Come on. I'm Space Hassan, but better. All right, not better, but equally awesome. Just not recognized for it yet, or just Exactly.
Is why did she say those things?
I want the Michigan fist.
Get your shit together.